may be amazed to learn, and the dressing rooms were better suited to storing furs than warming human beings. We all had chilblains and cold sores. All of us girls were longing to wear our cute spring frocks and to show our figures again, instead of being mummified in overcoats, galoshes, and scarves. I'd seen some of our dancers going out on the town with long underwear under their gowns, which they furtively took off in the bathrooms of nightclubs, and then just as furtively put back on again at the end of the evening, before braving the freezing night air. Believe me, there is nothing glamorous about a girl in a silk gown and long underwear. I'd been feverishly sewing new spring clothes for myself all winter, in the irrational hope that if my wardrobe was more summery, the weather would be too. Finally, toward the end of the month, the weather broke and the cold spell lifted a bit. It was one of those bright, gladdening spring days in New York that tricks you into thinking that perhaps summer has come. I hadn't been in the city long enough not to fall for the trick. Never trust the month of March in New York. And so I allowed myself to feel a burst of joy at the appearance of the sun. It was a Monday. The theater was dark. I got an invitation in the morning mail for Edna. An organization called the Ladies' British American Protection Alliance was hosting a fundraiser that night at the Waldorf. All proceeds would go toward lobbying efforts to convince the United States to enter the war. Late notice as it was, the organizers wrote, would Mrs. Watson consider gracing the event with her presence? Her name would bring such prestige to the occasion. Furthermore, would Mrs. Watson be kind enough to ask her young co-star Anthony Rochella if he would join her at the event? And would the pair consider singing their celebrated duet from City of Girls for the entertainment of the ladies gathered? I turned down most of Edna's invitations without even running them by her. Her demanding performance schedule made most extracurricular socializing impossible, and right now, the world wanted more of Edna's energies than she had available to share. So I almost declined this invite too. But then I gave it a second thought. If there was any cause that Edna cared about, it was the campaign to involve the United States in the war. Many nights I had heard her talking with Olive about just that concern. And it looked like a modest enough request, a song, a dance, a supper. So I brought the invitation to her attention. Edna instantly decided to attend. She'd been made so stir-crazy by the dreadful winter, she said, that she welcomed the chance to go out. And of course, she would do anything for poor England. Then she asked me to call Anthony and see if he would escort her to the benefit and sing their duet with her. Somewhat, but not entirely, to my surprise, he agreed. Anthony could not have cared less about politics. He made even me look like Fiorello LaGuardia by comparison, but he adored Edna. If I haven't mentioned before that Anthony adored Edna, please do forgive me. It would become tedious if I had to keep up a thorough list of everyone who adored Edna Parker Watson. "Sure, baby, I'll haul Edna over there," he said. "We'll have a gas." "Thank you awfully, darling," Edna said to me when I confirmed that Anthony would be her date for the evening. "Together we will defeat Hitler at last, and we'll be back at home in time for bed, no less." That should have been the end of it. This should have been a simple interaction, an innocent decision by two popular entertainers to attend an ultimately meaningless political event hosted by a group of well-heeled, well-intentioned Manhattan women who could do absolutely nothing about winning the war in Europe. But that wasn't the end of it, because as I was helping Edna to get dressed for the evening, her husband, Arthur, walked in. Arthur saw Edna putting herself together so smashingly and asked where she was going. She told him she was dropping by the Waldorf to perform a song at a small political benefit that some ladies were putting together for England. Arthur got sulky. He reminded her that he'd wanted them to go see a movie that night. "We only get one night off, blast it." She apologized, "But it's for England, darling." And that seemed to be all there was to this little marital tiff. But when Anthony showed up an hour later to pick up Edna, and Arthur saw the young man standing there in his tuxedo, rather overdressed if I may say so, Arthur became angry again. "What's this one doing here?" he asked, eyeballing Anthony with naked suspicion. "He's escorting me to the event, darling," said Edna. "Why is he escorting you to the event?" "Because he was invited, darling. You didn't say you were going on a date." "It's not a date, darling. It's an appearance. The ladies want Anthony and me to perform our duet for them." "Why don't I get to go to the event then and perform a duet with you?" "Darling, because we don't have a duet." Anthony made the mistake of laughing at this, and Arthur spun around to face him again. "You think it's funny to take a man's wife to the Waldorf?" Always the diplomat, Anthony cracked his gum and responded, "I think it's kind of funny." Arthur looked like he might lunge at him, but Edna spryly leapt between the two men and placed a petite, well-manicured hand on her husband's broad chest. "Arthur, darling, keep your wits. This is a professional engagement and nothing more." "Professional, is it? Are you being paid?" "Darling, it's a benefit. Nobody is being paid." "It doesn't benefit me," Arthur cried, and Anthony, once more with his native tact, laughed. I asked, "Edna, would you like Anthony and me to wait outside?" "Nah, I'm pretty comfortable right here, baby," Anthony said. "No, you may stay," Edna said to both of us. "This is nothing of concern." She turned again to her husband. The patient, loving face she'd been showing him thus far was now replaced by an icier expression. "Arthur, I'm attending this event, and Anthony is escorting me. We shall sing our duet for some harmless, pewter-haired old ladies, raise a spot of money for England, and I'll see you when I get home." "I've about reached my limit with this," he cried. "It's not enough that every newspaper in New York forgets I'm your husband, but now you forget it too. You're not going. I refuse." "Get a load of this guy," said Anthony helpfully. "Get a load of you," retorted Arthur. "You look like a waiter in that tuxedo." Anthony shrugged. "I am a waiter, sometimes. At least I don't need my woman to buy my clothes for me." "You get out of here right now," Arthur shouted at Anthony. "No dice, pal. The lady invited me. She decides." "My wife goes nowhere without me," said Arthur, somewhat ridiculously, because as I had witnessed over the past several months, she went to many places without him. "You ain't in charge of her, bud," said Anthony. "Anthony, please," I said, moving forward and putting my hand on his arm. "Let's step outside. There's no reason for us to be involved in this." "And you ain't in charge of me, sister," Anthony said, shaking off my hand and throwing me a vicious look. I recoiled as though I'd been kicked. He'd never snapped at me before. Edna looked at each of us in turn. "You're all infants," she pronounced mildly. Then she threw another rope of pearls around her neck, and her hat, her gloves, and her handbag. "Arthur, I'll see you at 10 o'clock. "No, you bloody well won't," he shouted. "I won't be here. How will you like that, I wonder?" She ignored him. "Vivian, thank you for your assistance in dressing me," she said. "Enjoy your evening off. Anthony, come." And Edna walked out with my boyfriend, leaving me alone with her husband, both of us shaken and cowed. I honestly think that if Anthony had not snarled at me, I would have brushed off this entire incident, dismissing it as a meaningless squabble between Edna and her childish, jealous husband. I would have seen it for what it was, a problem that had nothing whatsoever to do with me. I probably would have left the room immediately and gone out for drinks with Peg and Billy. But Anthony's reaction had shocked me, and I was rooted where I stood. What had I done to deserve such vitriol? "You ain't in charge of me, sister." What had he meant by that? When had I ever tried to be in charge of Anthony? Aside from constantly urging him to move to a new apartment, that is, and wanting him to dress and speak differently, and encouraging him to stop using so much slang, and asking him to style his hair in a more conservative manner, and trying to convince him to stop chewing gum all the time, and arguing with him whenever I saw him flirting with a dancer. But apart from that, why, I gave the boy nothing but freedom. "That woman is destroying me," Arthur said, a few moments after Edna and Anthony had left. "She is a destroyer of men." "I'm sorry?" I asked, once I'd found my voice. "You should keep an eye on that greasy mud of yours, if you like him." "She'll make a meal out of him. She likes them young." Again, if it hadn't been for Anthony's flare-up, I would not have paid attention to a word that Arthur Watson was saying. The world, as a collective habit, never paid attention to a word that Arthur Watson said. I should have known better. Oh, she wouldn't. I didn't even know how to finish that sentence. "Oh, yes, she would," said Arthur. "You can be sure of it. She always does. You can be sure of it. She already is, you blind little ninny." A cloud of black particles seemed to pass over my eyes. Edna and Anthony? I felt dizzy, and I reached for the chair behind me. "I'm going out," Arthur declared. "Where's Celia?" This question made no sense to me. What did Celia have to do with anything? "Where's Celia?" I repeated. "Is she in your room?" "Probably." "Let's bloody well go get her then. We're clearing out of here. Come on, Vivian, get your things." And what did I do? I followed that fool. And why did I follow that fool? Because I was an idiotic child, Angela, and at that age, I would have followed a stop sign. So this is how it ended up that I spent that beautiful false spring evening going out on the town with Celia Ray and Arthur Watson. But not only with Celia and Arthur, as it turned out, we also shared the night with Celia's unlikely new pals, Brenda Fraser and Shipwreck Kelly. Angela, you've probably never heard of Brenda Fraser and Shipwreck Kelly. At least I hope you haven't. They got far too much attention as it was, back when they were young and famous. They were a celebrated couple for a few minutes back in 1941. Brenda was an heiress and a debutante. Shipwreck was a star football player. The tabloids followed them everywhere. Walter Winchell invented the obnoxious word celebutante to describe Brenda. If you're wondering what these sophisticates were doing hanging around my friend Celia Ray, so was I. But pretty soon into that evening, I figured it all out. Apparently, New York's most famous couple had seen City of Girls, loved it, and had adopted Celia as their little accessory, much the same way they bought convertible cars and diamond necklaces on a whim. Evidently, they'd been gambling about with each other for weeks. I'd missed all this, of course, because I was so entangled with Anthony. But it seemed Celia had found herself some new best friends when I wasn't paying attention. Not that I was jealous, of course. I mean, not so you'd notice. We drove around that evening in Shipwreck Kelly's opulent, cream-colored, custom-made convertible Packard. Shipwreck drove. Brenda was in the passenger seat, and Arthur and Celia and I sat in the back. Celia was in the middle. I disliked Brenda Fraser instantly. She was rumored to be the richest girl in the world, so just imagine how fascinating and intimidating I found that, will you? How does the richest girl in the world dress? I couldn't stop staring at her to try to figure it all out, captivated by her, even as I was actively disliking her. Brenda was a very pretty brunette, dressed in a pile of mink, wearing on her hand a diamond engagement ring approximately the size of a suppository. Underneath all those dead minks was a fairly staggering amount of black taffeta and bows. It looked as though she were going to a ball or had just come from one. She had an over-powdered white face and bright red lips. Her tresses were styled in lush billows, and she was wearing a little black tricorn hat with a simple veil, the kind of thing that Edna used to disparagingly call tiny bird's nest teetering precariously on a giant mountain of hair. I didn't exactly embrace her style, but I had to hand it to her. She sure looked rich. Brenda didn't say much, but when she did speak, she had a starchy finishing school accent that grated on me. She kept trying to convince Shipwreck to put up the roof of the car because the breeze was ruining her hairstyle. She didn't seem like fun.
I didn't like Shipwreck Kelly either. I didn't like his nickname, and I didn't like his red, jowly cheeks. I didn't like his boisterous teasing. He was the kind of man who slaps you on the back. I have never liked a backslapper. I really didn't like the fact that both Brenda and Shipwreck seemed to know Celia and Arthur so well. By which I meant, they seemed to know Celia and Arthur in tandem, as though Celia and Arthur were a couple. This was immediately evidenced by Shipwreck hollering to the back seat of the car, "You kids want to go to that place in Harlem again?" "We don't want to go to Harlem tonight," said Celia. "It's too cold." "Well, you know what they say about the month of March," said Arthur. "In like a lion, out like a lamp." Idiot. I couldn't help but notice that Arthur was in an awfully gladsome mood suddenly, with his arms securely around Celia. Why did he have his arms securely around Celia? What the hell was going on here? "Let's just go to the street," said Brenda. "I'm too cold to drive all the way to Harlem with the top down." She meant 52nd Street, which everyone knew. Swing Street, Jazz Central, Jimmy Ryan's or the Famous Door, or the Spotlight, asked Shipwreck. "The Spotlight," said Celia. "Louis Primus playing." And so it was decided. We drove that ridiculously expensive car a mere 11 blocks, which gave everyone in Midtown enough time to see us and to spread the news that Brenda Fraser and Shipwreck Kelly were heading toward 52nd Street in their convertible Packard, which meant that there were a number of photographers waiting to snap photos of us as soon as we stepped out onto the curb in front of the nightclub. That part, I must admit, I enjoyed. I was drunk in a matter of minutes. If you think waiters back then were quick to bring cocktails to girls like Celia and me, you should have seen how fast drinks landed in front of the likes of Brenda Fraser. I hadn't eaten dinner, and I was emotional from my fight with Anthony. In my mind, it was the worst conflagration of modern times, and I'd been all but undone by it. The alcohol went right to my head. The band was clobbering away, loud and hard. By the time Louis Prima came over to pay his respects to our table, I was blotto. I couldn't have cared less about meeting Louis Prima. "What's going on between you and Arthur?" I asked Celia. "Nothing that matters," she said. "Are you fooling around with him?" She shrugged. "Don't you stonewall me, Celia." I watched her weigh her options and then settle on the truth. "Confidentially? Yeah, he's a bum, but yeah." "But Celia, he's married. He's married to Edna." I said this a little too loud, and several people, who cared, turned to look at us. "Let's go outside and get some air, just me and you," Celia said. Moments later, we were standing in the frigid March wind. I didn't have a coat. This was not a warm spring day, after all. I'd even been duped by the weather. I'd been duped by everything. "But what about Edna?" I asked. "What about her?" "She loves him. She loves young bucks anyhow. She always has one on the side. A new one for every play." That's what he told me. Young bucks. Young bucks like Anthony. Seeing my face, Celia said, "Think smart. You think that marriage of theirs is legit? You don't think Edna is still in circulation? A big star like her, controlling all the money, popular like she is. You think she sits around waiting for that ham bone of hers to come home? I should hardly think so. It's not like she won the sweepstakes with that guy anyway, cute as he is. So he doesn't sit around waiting for her either. They're continental, Vivi. That's how everyone does it over there." "Over where?" I asked. "Europe," was her full answer, as she vaguely waved toward a huge and distant place where all the rules were different. I felt shocked past all reason. For months, I had suffered from petty envy whenever Anthony flirted with the cute little dancers, but it had never occurred to me to be suspicious of Edna. Edna Parker Watson was my friend, and moreover, she was old.
Why would she take my Anthony? Why would he take her? And what would happen now to my precious drumbeat of love? My mind bent in sickening twists of hurt and worry. How could I have been so far off the mark about Edna and about Anthony? I'd never seen the faintest sign of it.
And how had I not noticed that my friend was sleeping with Arthur Watson? Why hadn't she told me earlier? Then I had a flash of Peg and Olive dancing in the living room that night to Stardust, and remembered how shocked I'd been. What else did I not know? When would I stop being surprised by people and their lust and their sordid secrets? Edna had called me an infant. I felt like one. "Ah, Vivi, don't be a goose," Celia said when she saw my face. She pulled me into her long arms for a hug. Just when I was about to collapse into her bosom and unleash a river of fretful, drunken, pathetic tears, I heard a familiar and annoying voice at my side. "I thought I'd pay a call on you two," said Arthur Watson. "If I'm going to squire two beauties like this around town, I can't leave you unattended now, can I?" I started to pull away from Celia's embrace, but Arthur said, "Say now, Vivian, no need to stop what you were doing just because I'm here." He put his arms around both of us at the same time. Now our embrace was completely contained within his. We were tall women, but Arthur was a large and athletic man, and he easily got the two of us in quite a strong clasp. Celia laughed, and Arthur laughed too. "That's better," he murmured into my hair. "Isn't that better?" In point of fact, something about it was better. A good deal better. For one thing, it was warm in their arms. I'd been freezing out there, standing on 52nd Street in the icy wind without a coat. The cold was pinching at my feet and hands. Or maybe, poor me, all the blood had flowed to my lacerated, broken heart. But now I was warm, or at least partially so. One side of me was pressed against Arthur's monumentally dense body, and the front of me was glued to Celia's outrageously soft chest. My face was pressed into her familiar-smelling neck. I felt her move as she lifted her face to Arthur and began kissing him. Once I realized that they were kissing, I made a tiny effort, merely out of propriety, to remove myself from their embrace. But only a tiny effort. It was awfully cozy in there, and they felt good. "Vivi is a sad little kitten tonight," said Celia to Arthur after they had kissed with considerable passion for a good long while right in my ear. "Who's a sad little kitten?" said Arthur. "This one?" And then he kissed me without letting go of either of us. Now this was a peculiar line of conduct. I'd kissed Celia's boyfriends before, but not with her face an inch away from mine. And this wasn't just any random boyfriend. This was Arthur Watson, whom I rather detested, and whose wife I very much loved. But whose wife was right now quite likely having sex with my boyfriend. And if Anthony were using his talented mouth right now, doing to Edna what he could do to me, I couldn't bear it. I felt a sob rising in my throat. I pulled my mouth away from Arthur's to catch my breath, and in the next instant, Celia's lips were on mine. "Now you're getting the idea," Arthur said. In all my months of sensual adventures, I'd never yet kissed a girl, nor had I thought to. You'd think by this point in my journey, I would have stopped being so easily surprised by the twists and vagaries of life. But Celia's kiss astonished me. Then it kept on astonishing me as she dug in only deeper. My first impression was that kissing Celia felt like such a frightful extravaganza. There was so much to her, so much softness, so much in the way of lips, so much in the way of heat. Everything about her was pillowy and absorbing. Between Celia's enormously soft mouth and the abundance of her breasts and the familiar flowery smell of her, I felt subsumed by it all. It was nothing like kissing a man, not even like kissing Anthony, who knew how to kiss with rare tenderness. Even the gentlest kiss from a man would be rough compared to this experience with Celia's lips. This was velvet quicksand. I could not pull myself away from this. Who in their right mind would want to? For a dreamy 1,000 years or so, I stood there under that street lamp, letting her kiss me and kissing her back, gazing into each other's oh so beautiful and oh so similar eyes, kissing each other's oh so lovely and oh so similar lips. Celia Ray and I had finally reached the absolute zenith of our complete and mutual narcissism. Then Arthur broke the trance. "All right, girls, I hate to interrupt, but it's time for us to nip on out of here and head to a nice hotel I know," he said. He was grinning like a man who just won the trifecta, which I suppose he had done. "It's not all it's cracked up to be, Angela. I know that this would be a fantasy for many women, to find yourself in a big bed in a fancy hotel room with both a handsome man and a beautiful girl available for your enjoyment. But from a matter of sheer logistics, I quickly discovered that 3 people engaging in sexual exploits at the same time can be both a problematic and arduous situation. One never quite knows where to put one's attention, you see. There are so many limbs to organize. There can be a great deal of, 'Oh, pardon me, I didn't see you there.' And just when you're getting settled into something nice, somebody new shows up to interrupt you. One also never quite knows when it is over. Just when you think you're done with your pleasure, you find that somebody out there isn't yet done with theirs, and back you go, into the fray. Then again, maybe this triad would have been more satisfying if the man in question hadn't been Arthur Watson. He was practiced and vigorous in the sport of copulation, to be sure, but he was exactly as off-putting in bed as he was in the world, and for the same reasons. He was always looking at or thinking about himself, which was irritating. My sense was that Arthur had a deep and penetrating appreciation for his own physique, and thus he liked to arrange himself into tableaus that brought maximum attention to his own musculature and handsomeness. Never once did I get the feeling that he had stopped posing for us or admiring himself. And imagine that ridiculousness, if you would. Imagine being in bed with the likes of Celia Ray and a 20-year-old version of me, and not paying attention to anything but your own body. What a dumb man. As for Celia, I didn't know what to do with her. She was too much for me to manage, volcanic in her raptures and labyrinthine in the secrets of her needs. She was forked lightning. I felt like I'd never met her before. Yes, I'd been sleeping and cuddling with Celia in the same bed for almost a year. But this was a very different kind of bed, and a very different kind of Celia. This Celia was a country I'd never visited, a language I could not speak. I could not find my friend hidden anywhere in this dark stranger of a woman, whose eyes never opened and whose body never stopped moving, driven, it seemed, by some ferocious sexual incubus that was equal parts fever and wrath. In the midst of all this, in fact, right at the white-hot center of it, I had never felt more lost or lonely. I must say, Angela, that I had almost backed out of this arrangement at the door of the hotel room. Almost. But then I'd remembered the promise I'd made to myself months ago, that I would never again excuse myself from participating in something dangerous that Celia Ray was doing. If she were engaged in wildness, then I would be too. While this promise now seemed stale and even confusing to me, so much had changed in the past few months, so why did it even matter to me anymore to keep up with my friend's exploits? I stuck with my vow anyway. I hung right in there. With no small amount of irony, I can say, consider it an expression of my immature honor. I probably had other motives as well.
I could still feel Anthony shoving my hand away from his arm and saying that I wasn't in charge of him, calling me sister in that contemptuous tone. I could still hear Celia talking about Edna and Arthur's marital arrangement. "They're continental, Vivi," and looking at me as if I were the most naive and pitiable creature she'd ever encountered in all her days. I could still hear Edna's voice calling me an infant. Who wants to be an infant? So I proceeded. I rooted about that bed from one corner of the mattress to another, trying to be continental, trying not to be an infant, digging and pawing at Arthur and Celia's Olympian bodies for proof of something necessary about myself. But all the while, somewhere in the only remaining corner of my brain that was not drunk or sorrowful or lusty or stupid, I perceived with unblurred clarity that this decision was going to bring me nothing but grief. And boy, was I right. 19. What befell me next is quickly told. Eventually, our activities ended. Arthur and Celia and I immediately fell asleep, or passed out. A while later, I had lost track of time. I got up and put on my clothes. I left the two of them sleeping in the hotel room and ran the 11 blocks home, clutching at my shaking, underdressed body, trying and failing to stay warm despite the cruel March wind. It was well after midnight when I opened the door to the 3rd floor of the Lily Playhouse and rushed in. Instantly, I could see that something was wrong. First of all, every light in the place was blazing. Secondly, people were there, and they were all staring at me. Olive and Peg and Billy were sitting in the living room, surrounded by a cumulus cloud of dense cigarette and pipe smoke. With them was a man I didn't recognize. "There she is," cried Olive, leaping up. "We've been waiting for you." "Doesn't matter," said Peg. "It's too late." This made no sense to me, but I didn't pay the comment much mind. I could tell by her voice that Peg was very drunk, so I didn't expect her to make sense. I was far more concerned about why Olive had been up waiting for me, and who was this strange man. "Hello," I said, because what else do you say? Always helpful to start with the preliminaries. "We have an emergency, Vivian," Olive said. I could tell by how calm Olive was that something truly terrible had happened. She only became hysterical over insignificant matters. Whenever she was this composed, it had to be a real crisis. I could only assume that somebody had died. My parents? My brother? Anthony? I stood there on my shaky legs, reeking of sex, waiting for the bottom to fall out of my world, which it subsequently did, but not in the manner I was expecting. "This is Stan Weinberg," said Olive, introducing me to the stranger. "He's an old friend of Peg's." Nice girl that I was, I made a polite move to approach the gentleman and shake his hand. But Mr. Weinberg blushed as he saw me nearing him and turned his face away. His obvious discomfort at my presence stopped me in my tracks. "Stan is an editor on the night desk at the Mirror," Olive continued, in that same disconcertingly flat tone. "He came over a few hours ago with some bad news. Stan has offered us the courtesy of letting us know that Walter Winchell will be publishing an exposé tomorrow afternoon in his column." She looked at me plainly, as though that should explain everything. "An exposé about what?" I asked. "About what happened this evening between you and Arthur and Celia." "But," I stammered around a bit and then said, "but what did happen?" I promise you, Angela, I was not being coy. For a moment, I truly didn't know what had happened. It was as though I had just shown up on this scene, a stranger to myself, and a stranger to the story that was being told here. Who were these people anyhow? That Arthur and Vivian and Celia? What did they have to do with me? Vivian, they've got photos. That sobered me up. In a panic, I thought, there was a photographer in the hotel room? But then I remembered the kisses that Celia and Arthur and I had shared on 52nd Street, right underneath the street lamp, beautifully lit, in full view of the tabloid photographers who had been crawling outside the spotlight earlier this evening, waiting for glimpses of Brenda Fraser and Shipwreck Kelly. We must have given them quite a show. That's when I saw the large manila folder in Mr. Weinberg's lap. Presumably, it contained these photos. Oh, God help me. "We've been trying to figure out how to stop this, Vivian," said Olive. "It can't be stopped," Billy spoke up for the first time, and proved by the slur in his voice that he too was drunk. Edna is famous, and Arthur Watson is her husband, which makes this news, girly, fair and square. And what news it is! Here's Amana, a semi-star, married to a real star, kissing what looks like two showgirls outside a nightclub. Then we see this man, this semi-star, married to a real star, checking into a hotel with not one but two women not his wife. It's news, baby. Nothing this juicy can be stopped. Winchell dines out on this kind of ruin. Christ, that Winchell is a reptile. I can't bear him. I've hated him since I knew him on the vaudeville circuit. I never should have let him come see our show. Oh, poor Edna. Edna. The sound of her name hurt me all the way down to my bowels. Does Edna know? I asked. Yes, Vivian, said Olive. Edna knows. She was here when Stan arrived with the photos. She's gone to bed now. I thought I might throw up. And Anthony? He knows too, Vivian. He's gone home for the evening. Everyone knew. So there was no hope of salvation in any direction. Olive went on, but Anthony and Edna are the least of your worries right now, if I may say. You have a far bigger problem to contend with, Vivian. Stan has told us that you've been identified. Identified? Yes, identified. They know who you are at the newspaper. Somebody at the nightclub recognized you. This means that your name, your full name, will be printed in Winchell's column. My objective tonight is to stop that from happening. Desperately, I looked at Peg for what I could not have said. Maybe I wanted comfort or guidance from my aunt. But Peg was leaning back on the couch with her eyes closed. I wanted to go shake her and beg her to take care of me, to save me. Can't be stopped, Peg slurred again. Stan Weinberg nodded in agreement solemnly. He didn't look up from his hands, which were clasped over the hideously innocuous manila folder. He looked like a man who operated a funeral parlor, trying to keep his dignity and reserve as he was surrounded by a collapsing, grieving family. We can't stop Winchell from reporting on Arthur's dalliance, no, said Olive. And of course he will gossip about Edna because she's a star. But Vivian is your niece, Peg. We cannot allow her name to be in the papers in a scandal like this. Her name is not necessary to the story. It would be ruinous for the poor girl's life. If you would just call your people at the studio, Billy, and ask them to intervene. I've told you 10 times already that the studio can't do anything about this, Billy said. First of all, this is New York gossip, not Hollywood gossip. They don't have that kind of clout over here. And even if they could fix it, I can't play that card. Who do you want me to call? Zanuck himself? Wake him up at this hour and say, "Hey, Daryl, can you get my wife's niece out of trouble?" I might need a favor of my own from Zanuck someday. So, no, I've got no pull here. Stop being such a mother hen, Olive. Let the chips fall. It'll be ugly for a few weeks, but it will pass. It always does. Everyone will survive it. Just a little squib in the papers. I'll fix things, I promise, I said, like an idiot. Can't be fixed, said Billy. And maybe for now, you should keep your mouth shut. You've done enough damage for one night, girlie. Peg, said Olive, walking over to the couch to shake my aunt awake. Think, you must have an idea. You know people. But Peg just repeated, can't be stopped. I found my way to a chair and sat down. I had done something very bad, and tomorrow it would be splashed across the gossip pages, and it could not be stopped. My family would know, my brother would know, everyone I'd grown up with and gone to school with would know. All of New York City would know. As Olive had said, my life would be ruined. I hadn't tended to my life very carefully thus far, to be sure, but I still cared about it enough that I didn't want it ruined. No matter how recklessly I'd been behaving for the past year, I guess I'd always had a distant thought that someday I would probably clean myself up and become respectable again, that my breeding would kick in, as my brother had said. But this level of scandal, with this level of publicity, would preclude respectability forever. And then there was Edna. She already knew. Here came another wave of nausea. How did Edna take it? I dared to ask, in a hazardously shaky voice. Olive looked at me with something like pity, but did not answer. "How you think she took it?" said Billy, who was not so pitying. "That woman's tough as nails, but her heart is constructed of the more typically flimsy composite materials, so yeah, she's pretty broken up about it, Vivian. If it had been just one bimbo chomping at her husband's face, she might have been able to handle it. But two? And one of those girls was you? So what do you think, Vivian? How do you think she feels?" I put my hands over my face. The best thing for me to do right now, I thought, would be to never have been born. "You're taking an awfully self-righteous position on this, William," I heard Olive say in a low, warning voice. "For a man with your particular history. Christ, how I hate that Winchell." Billy ignored Olive's comment. "And he hates me just as much. I think he would light a match to me if he thought he could get insurance money for it." "Just call the studio, Billy," Olive pleaded again. "Just call them and ask them to intervene. They can do anything." "No, the studio can't do anything, Olive," said Billy. "Not with something as red-hot as this. This is 1941, not 1931. Nobody has that kind of weight anymore. Winchell's got more power than the goddamn president. You and I can fight about this till next Christmas, but the answer will always be the same. I can't do anything to help, and the studio can't do anything to help either." "Can't be stopped," said Peg again, and sighed, a deep, sickly sigh. I rocked in the chair with my eyes closed, nauseated by self-disgust and alcohol. Minutes passed, I guess. They always do. When next I looked up, Olive was coming back into the room wearing her coat and hat and carrying her purse. I supposed she'd stepped out for a moment, but I hadn't taken notice. Stan Weinberg had gone, leaving his horrible news behind like a stench. Peg was still slumped on the couch with her head knocked back against the upholstery, muttering something insensible every once in a while. "Vivian," said Olive, "I need you to go change into something more modest. Do it quickly, please. Put on one of those flowery dresses you brought with you from Clinton, and get yourself a coat and a hat. It's cold out there. We're going out. I don't know when we'll be back." "We're going out? Christ, would this night of horrors never end? We're going to the Stork Club. I'm going to find Walter Winchell and talk to him about this myself." Billy laughed. "Olive's going to the Stork Club to demand an audience with the great Winchell? Ain't that a tickle? I didn't know you'd ever heard of the Stork Club, Olive. I would have guessed you thought it was a maternity ward." Olive ignored this, other than to say, "Don't let Peg drink any more tonight, Billy, please. We will need her clear-headedness to help us manage all this mess, just as soon as we can get her back to her senses." "She can't drink any more," exclaimed Billy, waving to his wife's prostrate form. "Look at her." "Vivian, hurry," said Olive. "Go get ready. Remember, you are a modest girl, so dress like one, and tidy up your hair while you're in there. Take off some of that makeup, too. Clean up as best you can, and wash your hands with a generous amount of soap. You smell like a brothel, and that won't do." It's incredible to me, Angela, to realize that so many people these days have forgotten Walter Winchell's name. He was once the most powerful man in American media, and that made him one of the most powerful men in the world. He wrote about the rich and famous, to be sure, but he was just as rich and famous as they were. More in most cases. He was loved by his audience and feared by his prey. He built up and tore down other people's reputations at will, like a kid toying about with sandcastles. Some even claimed that Winchell was the reason FDR got reelected, because Winchell, who was passionate about America joining the war and defeating Hitler, outright commanded his followers to vote for Roosevelt, and millions obeyed. Winchell had been famous for a long time by doing nothing more than selling dirt on people, and for being a pretty snappy writer.
My grandmother and I used to read his columns together, of course. We hung on his every word. He knew everything about everyone. He had tentacles everywhere. Back in 1941, the Stork Club was essentially Winchell's office. The whole world knew this. I certainly knew it because I'd seen him there dozens of times when I was out on the town with Celia. I would see him holding court from the throne that was always reserved for him, table 50. He could be found there every night between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. This is where he did his dirty work. This is where the denizens of his kingdom would come slithering forth like Kublai Khan's ambassadors from every corner of the empire to ask for favors or to bring him the gossip he needed to feed the monstrous belly of his newspaper column. Winchell liked to be around pretty showgirls, who doesn't, so Celia had sat at his table a few times. He knew her by name. They danced together often. I'd seen it. No matter what else Billy said about him, the man was a good dancer. But despite all the nights I'd been at the Stork, I'd never dared to go sit at Winchell's table myself. For one thing, I wasn't a showgirl, an actress, or an heiress, so I wouldn't have been of interest to him. For another thing, the man scared me to death, and I didn't even have a reason back then to be scared of him. Well, I had a reason now. Olive and I didn't talk in the cab. I was too consumed by fear and shame to make conversation, and she was never one for casual chit-chat. I will say that her demeanor toward me was not degrading. She was not giving me a dose of schoolmarm disapproval, although she had cause. No, Olive's attitude that night was all business. She was a woman on a mission, and her focus was solely upon the task at hand. If I'd had my wits about me, I might have been touched and amazed that it was Olive, not Peg or even Billy, who was putting her neck on the line for me. But I was too distraught to register this act of grace. All I could feel was doom. The only thing Olive said to me as we were getting out of the taxi was, "I don't want you saying a word to Winchell. Not a word. Be pretty and be quiet. That's your only task. Follow me." When we reached the entrance to the Stork, we were stopped by two doormen whom I knew well, James and Nick. They knew me too, although they didn't realize it right away. They knew me as a glamour girl who was always hanging around Celia Ray, and that's not even close to how I looked this evening. I wasn't dressed to go dancing at the Stork. I wasn't wearing an evening gown or furs or jewels that I'd borrowed from Celia. On the contrary, as per Olive's directions for sartorial modesty, which thankfully I'd had the good sense to obey, I was wearing the same simple frock I'd worn on the train to New York City all those many months ago. And I had on my good school coat. My face was scrubbed clean of makeup. I probably looked about 15 years old.
What's more, I was keeping a different sort of company that night, to say the least, than what the doormen were used to. Instead of being on the arm of the luscious showgirl Celia Ray, I was in the company of one Miss Olive Thompson, a dour lady in steel-rimmed spectacles and an old brown overcoat. She looked like a school librarian. She looked like a school librarian's mother. We certainly did not look like the sort of guests who would elevate the tone of a place like the Stork, and so both James and Nick put up their hands to stop us, just as Olive was marching in. "We need to see Mr. Winchell, please," she announced briskly. "It's rather an emergency." "I'm sorry, madam, but the nightclub is full, and we are not accepting any more guests for the evening." He was lying, of course. If Celia and I had been trying to get in, dressed in all our glory, those doors would have flung open so fast they might have lost their hinges. "Is Mr. Sherman Billingsley here this evening?" Olive asked, undeterred. The doormen exchanged glances. What did this homely librarian know of Sherman Billingsley, the club's owner? Taking advantage of their hesitation, Olive pressed on. "Please tell Mr. Billingsley that the manager of the Lily Playhouse has come to speak with Mr. Winchell, and that it's a grave emergency."
Tell him that I come on behalf of his good friend Peg Buell. We haven't much time. It's regarding the potential publication of these photographs." Olive reached into her unassuming plaid satchel and pulled out the ruination of my life, that manila folder. She handed it to the doorman. This was a bold tactic, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Nick took the folder, opened it, looked at the photos, and let out a low whistle. Then he looked from the photos to me and back to the photos. Something changed in his face. Now he knew me. He gave me a raised eyebrow and a lewd grin. He said, "We haven't seen you around here in a while, Vivian, but now I see why. I guess you've been busy, huh?" I seared in shame, while at the same time understanding this is just the beginning of it. "I will ask you to take care with how you speak to my niece, sir," said Olive, in a voice so steely it could have drilled a hole through a bank safe. My niece? Since when did Olive call me her niece? Nick apologized, cowed. But Olive wasn't done. She said, "Young man, you can either bring us to see Mr. Billingsley, who will not appreciate your rude treatment of two people he essentially considers to be family members, or you can bring us directly to Mr. Winchell's table. You will do one or you will do the other, but I will not be leaving. My suggestion is that you bring us directly to Mr. Winchell's table, because that's where I'll be ending up this evening, regardless of what it takes me to get there, or who has to lose their job along the way for trying to stop me." It's amazing how frightened young men will always be of dowdy, middle-aged women with stern voices, but it's true. They are terrified of them. Too much like their own mothers, or nuns, or Sunday school teachers, I suppose. The trauma from those old scoldings and beatings must run very deep. James and Nick exchanged a glance, looked at Olive one more time, and then decided as one. Give the old bird whatever she wants. We were delivered straight to Mr. Winchell's table. Olive sat down with the great man, but gestured at me to remain standing behind her. It was as though she were using her squatty little body as a shield between me and the world's most dangerous newspaperman. Or maybe she just wanted to put me at a far enough remove from the conversation that I wouldn't speak and ruin her strategy. She pushed Winchell's ashtray aside and placed the folder in front of him. "I've come to discuss these." Winchell opened the folder and fanned out the photos in front of him. For the first time, I could see the photos, though I wasn't close enough to make out the details. But there it was. Two girls and a man, all entwined in each other. You didn't need the details to understand what was going on. He shrugged. "I've seen these. Already bought them. Can't help you." "I know," said Olive. "I understand you'll be publishing them tomorrow in the afternoon edition." "Say, lady, who the hell are you anyhow?" "My name is Olive Thompson. I'm the manager of the Lily Playhouse." You could see the abacus of his mind doing a quick calculation, and then he landed on it. "That dump where City of Girls is playing," he said, lighting a new cigarette off the still-burning ember of his last one. "That's correct," confirmed Olive. She took no issue with the word dump as applied to our theater, though honestly, who could have debated it? "It's a good show," Winchell said. I gave it a rave. He seemed to want credit for this, but Olive wasn't the sort of woman to hand out free credit, not even in this situation, when she was essentially coming before Winchell on bended knee. "Who's the little rabbit hiding behind you?" he asked. "She's my niece. So I guess we were sticking to that story." "A bit past her bedtime, ain't it?" said Winchell, giving me the once-over. I'd never been this close to him before, and I didn't like it one bit. He was a tall and hawkish man in his mid-40s, with baby-smooth pink skin and a twitchy jaw. He was wearing a navy blue suit pressed to lacerating creases with a sky blue Oxford shirt, brown wingtips, and a snappy gray felt fedora. He was wealthy and powerful, and he looked wealthy and powerful. His hands never stopped fidgeting, but his eyes were disconcertingly still as he took me in. His was a predator stare. You might have said he was good-looking if you could release your concerns about when he was going to eviscerate you. A moment later, though, he had dropped his gaze from me. I'd failed to keep his interest. He'd quickly browsed me and analyzed me, female, young, unconnected, inconsequential, and then dismissed me as useless to his needs. Olive tapped one of the photos in front of her. The gentleman in these photographs is married to our star. I know exactly who that guy is, lady. Arthur Watson. Talentless sop. Dumb as a bag of hair. Better at chasing girls than he is at acting, by the looks of this evidence. And he's gonna take one hell of a pasting from his wife when she sees these photos. She's seen them already, said Olive. Now Winchell was openly irritated. How'd you see them, is what I want to know. These pictures are my property, and what are you doing showing them all over town? What, are you selling tickets to these pictures? Olive didn't answer this, but just fixed Winchell with her firmest stare. A waiter approached and asked if the ladies would like a drink. No, thank you, said Olive. We're temperates. A claim that would have been soundly refuted had anyone been close enough to smell my breath. If you're asking me to kill the story, you can forget about it, said Winchell. It's news, and I'm a newsman. If it's true or interesting, I got no choice but to publish it. And this item here is both true and interesting. Edna Parker Watson's husband running around like that with 2 loose women? What do you want me to do, lady? Look down at my shoes demurely while famous people make whoopee with showgirls right there in the middle of the street? As everyone knows, I don't like to publish items on married couples, but if people are going to be this indiscreet about their indiscretions, what do you want me to do about it? Olive continued to level him with her iceberg stare. I expect you to have some decency. You're really something, lady. You don't scare easy, do you? I'm beginning to piece you together. You work for Billy and Peg Buell. That's correct. It's a miracle that junky theater of yours is still operating. How do you keep your audience year after year? Do you pay them to come? Bribe them? We coerce them, said Olive. We coerce them by providing excellent entertainment, and they, in return, reward us by buying tickets. Winchell laughed, drummed his fingers on the table, and cocked his head.
I like you. Despite the fact that you work for that arrogant louse, Billy Buell, I like you. You got some nerve. You could be a good secretary for me. You already have an excellent secretary, sir, in the figure of Miss Rose Bigmana, a woman whom I consider a friend. I doubt she'd appreciate you hiring me. Winchell laughed again. You know more about everybody than I do. Then his laughter vanished, never having reached his eyes. Look, I got nothing for you, lady. Sorry about your star and her feelings, but I'm not killing the story. I'm not asking you to kill the story. Then what do you want from me? I already offered you a job. I already offered you a drink. It is important that you do not print the name of this girl in your newspaper. Olive pointed at one of the photographs again. And there I was, in a picture taken just a few hours and a few centuries earlier, with my head thrown back in rapture. Why shouldn't I name that girl? Because she's an innocent. Got a funny way of showing it. There was that cold, wet laugh again. Nothing about this story is further served by putting this poor girl's name in your newspaper, said Olive. The other people involved in this kerfuffle are public figures, an actor and a showgirl. They are known by name already to the general public. To be exposed to public scrutiny was the risk they took when they entered a life of show business. They will be hurt by your story, to be sure, but they'll survive the wound. It all comes with the territory of fame. But this youngster here, again, she tapped the photo of my ecstatic face, is not but a college girl from a good family. She will be laid low by this. If you publish her name, you doom her future. Wait a minute, is she this kid? Winchell was pointing at me now. To have his finger aimed at me felt something like being singled out of a crowd by an executioner. That's correct, said Olive. She's my niece. She's a nice young girl. She's attending Vassar. Here, Olive was reaching. I had been to Vassar, yes, but I don't think anyone could accuse me of ever having attended Vassar. He was still staring at me. Then why the hell ain't you in school, kid? Right about then, I wished I were. My legs and my lungs felt about to collapse. I was never happier to keep my mouth shut. I tried to look as much as possible like a nice girl who was studying literature at a respectable college and who was not drunk, a role for which I was uniquely ill-equipped that night. She's just a visitor, said Olive. She's from a small town, from a nice family. She took up with some dubious company recently. It's the sort of thing that happens all the time to nice young girls. She made a mistake, that's all. And you don't want me sending her to the glue factory for it? That's correct. That's what I'm asking you to consider. Print the story if you must, even print the photos, but leave an innocent young girl's name out of the papers. Winchell riffled through the photos again. He pointed to a picture of me with my mouth devouring Celia's face and my arm wrapped serpent-like around Arthur Watson's neck. Real innocent, he pronounced. She was seduced, said Olive. She made a mistake. It could happen to any girl. And how do you propose that I keep my wife and daughter in mink coats if I stop publishing gossip just because innocent people make mistakes? I like your daughter's name, I blurted out right then without thinking. The sound of my voice shocked me. I truly hadn't planned to speak. It just came flying out of my mouth. My voice startled Winchell and Olive, too. Olive spun around and stared daggers at me, while Winchell drew back a bit in puzzlement. "How's that?" he said. "We don't need to hear from you now, Vivian," said Olive. "Zip it," Winchell said to Olive. "What'd you say, girl?" "I like your daughter's name," I repeated, unable to break his stare. "Walda." "What do you know about my Walda?" he demanded. If I'd had my wits about me, or if I'd been capable of making up an interesting story, I might have given a different answer. But as it was, all I could manage in my terrified state was the truth. I've always liked her name. You see, my brother's name is Walter, just like yours. My grandmother's father's name was Walter, too. My grandmother was the one who named my brother. She wanted the name to carry on. She started listening to your radio broadcasts a long time ago because she liked your name. She read all your columns, too. We read them together, in the graphic. Walter was my grandmother's favorite name. She was so happy when you named your children Walter and Walda. She made my parents name me Vivian because the letter V is half a W, and that was close to Walter. But after you named your daughter Walda, she said she wished that Walda were my name too. It was a clever name, she said, and a good omen. We used to listen to you all the time on the Lucky Strike dance hour. She always liked her name. I wished my name was Walda too. That would have made my grandmother happy. I was running out of steam, running out of tattered sentences. And also, what the hell was I talking about? Who invited that compendium? Winchell joked, pointing at me again. You needn't pay any mind to her, said Olive. She's nervous. I needn't pay any mind to you, lady, he said to Olive, and turned his chilling attention to me again. I feel like I've seen you before, kid. You've been in this room before, haven't you? You used to hang around with Celia Ray, didn't you? I nodded, defeated. I could see Olive's shoulders deflate. Yeah, I thought so. You come in here tonight, dressed all sweet and pretty like little Mary Cotton Socks, but that's not how I remember you. I've seen you up to all sorts of hanky-panky in this room. So I think it's pretty rich, you trying to convince me that you're a decent young lady. Listen, you two, I'm on to your racket. I know what you're doing here. You're campaigning me, and I hate like hell to be campaigned." Then he pointed at Olive. "Only thing I can't figure out is why you're making all the effort to save this girl. Every soul in this club could testify that she's no fainting virgin, and I know for a fact that she ain't your niece. Hell, you're not even from the same country. You don't even talk the same." "She is my niece," insisted Olive. "Kid, are you this lady's niece?" Winchell asked me directly. I was terrified to lie to him, but equally terrified not to. My solution was to cry out, "I'm sorry," and to burst into tears. "Ugh, you two are giving me a headache," he said. But then he passed me his handkerchief and instructed, "Sit down, kid. You're making me look bad. The only girls I ever want crying around me are showgirls and starlets whose hearts I just broke." He lit 2 cigarettes and offered me one. "Unless you're temperate," he said, with a cynical smile. I gratefully took the cigarette and gulped down the smoke in a few deep, shaky breaths. "How old are you?" he asked. 20. Old enough to know better. Not that they ever know better. "Now listen, you say you used to read me in the Graphic? You're a little young for that, aren't you?" I nodded. "You were my grandmother's favorite. She read your columns to me when I was little." "I was her favorite? Was I? What's she like about me? I mean, aside from my beautiful name, about which you've already given us quite a memorable monologue." This wasn't a difficult question. I knew my grandmother's tastes. She liked your slang. She liked it when you called married people welded instead of wedded. She liked the fights you picked. She liked your theater reviews. She said you really watched the shows and cared about them, and that most critics don't. She said all that? Your old grandma? Good for her. Where is this genius of a woman now?" "She died," I said, and I almost started crying again. "Too bad. I hate losing a loyal reader. What about that brother of yours, the one they named after me? Walter, what's his story?" I don't know how Walter Winchell had gotten the idea that my family had named my brother after him, but I wasn't about to dispute it.
My brother Walter is in the Navy, sir. He's training to be an officer. Signed up of his own accord. Yes, sir, I said. He dropped out of Princeton. That's what we need right now, said Winchell. More boys like that. More boys brave enough to volunteer to fight Hitler before somebody tells them they have to. Is he a good-looking kid? Yes, sir. Of course he is, with a name like that. The waiter came over to ask if we needed anything, and I came this close to ordering a gin fizz double, purely out of habit, but had the presence of mind to stop myself just in time. The waiter's name was Louis. I'd kissed him before. He didn't appear to recognize me, thank goodness. Look, said Winchell, I need you two to scram. You're making this table look low rent. I don't even know how you shoehorned yourselves in here in the first place, looking the way you do. We will leave after I get an assurance from you that you won't put Vivian's name in the newspaper tomorrow, said Olive, who always knew how to push people just a little bit further. Hey, you don't come to table 50 at the Stork Club and tell me what you need, lady, snapped Winchell. I don't owe you anything. That's the only assurance you're getting. Then he turned to me. I would tell you to keep your nose clean from now on, but I know you won't. The indictment stands. You did a lousy thing, little girl, and you got caught. You've probably done a bunch of other lousy things too, only you've been lucky so far not to get busted. Well, your luck ended tonight. Getting tangled up with somebody's bum husband and a hot-to-trot lessee, that's no way for a girl from a good family to live. You'll do more stupid things in the future, if I know people. So all I can tell you is this. If a so-called nice girl like you is gonna keep rummaging around with rough trade like Celia Ray, you're gonna have to learn how to fight your own corner. This old hag here is a pain in my neck, but she's got a lot of fortitude, going to bat for you like this. Not sure why she cares about you, or why you deserve it. But from now on, little girl, fight your own battles. Now get the hell out of here, you two, and stop ruining my night. You're scaring away all the important people. 20. The next day, I hid in my room for as long as I could.
I kept waiting for Celia to come home so we could talk all this over, but she never showed up. I hadn't slept, and my nerves were a jangling nightmare. It was like I had thousands of doorbells attached to my brain, and they were all buzzing at the same time. I was too afraid of running into anyone, but most especially Edna, to go to the kitchen for breakfast or for lunch. In the afternoon, I slipped out of the theater to go buy the paper so I could read Winchell's column. I opened it up right there at the newsstand, fighting the March wind that wanted to blow my bad news away. There was the photo of Arthur and Celia and me in our embrace. You could vaguely make out my profile, but there was no way to be sure it was me. In low light, all pretty brunettes look the same. Arthur's and Celia's faces, however, could be seen clear as day. They were the important ones, I suppose. I swallowed hard and made myself read it. From Walter Winchell, in the New York Daily Mirror, afternoon edition, March 25, 1941. Here's some ungentlemanly and improper from one Mr. Edna Parker Watson. How about 2 American showgirls to keep you warm, you greedy limey, if one ain't enough? That's right, we caught Arthur Watson passionate outside the spotlight with his City of Girls co-star Celia Ray and another leggy denizen of Lesbos. I call that a nice way to spend your time, mister, while your countrymen are fighting and dying against Hitler. What a commotion out there on the sidewalk last night. Let's hope these 3 stupid cupids had fun playing for the cameras, because anyone with brains can see it. Here's another showbiz marriage about to get renovated. Arthur Watson probably got a number 9 spanking from his wife last night. What a lousy day for the Watsons. They should have stood in bed. That's the word from the bird. A leggy denizen of Lesbos. But no name. Olive had saved me. Around 6 that evening, there was a knock on my door. It was Peg, looking just as green and grisly as I felt. She sat down on my clothes-strewn bed. "Shit," she said, and it sounded like she meant every word of it. We sat in silence for a long while. "Well, kiddo, you sure did foul things up," she said at last. "I'm so sorry, Peg. Save it. I won't queen it over you, but this sure has brought down trouble upon our heads, trouble of every variety. I've been up with Olive since dawn, trying to bring order to the rack and ruin." "I'm so sorry," I said again. "You should really save it. You'll need those sorries for other people. Don't waste them on me. But we do have some items to discuss. First off, I want you to know that Celia has been fired." Fired? I'd never heard of anyone getting fired from the Lily. "But where will she go?" I asked. "She will go elsewhere. She's done. She's in the ash can. I told her to come get her things tonight while the show is on. I'm going to ask you not to be in this room when she arrives. I don't want any further agitation." Celia was leaving, and I wouldn't even get a chance to say goodbye. But where was she going to? I knew for a fact that she didn't have a dime to her name, nowhere to stay, no family. She'd be laid to waste. "I had to do it," Peg said. "I wasn't going to make Edna share the stage with that girl again. And if I didn't get rid of Celia after this mess, we would have had a palace revolt from the rest of the cast. Everyone is too angry. We can't risk that. So I've replaced Celia with Gladys. She's not as good, but she'll do fine. Wish I could fire Arthur too, but Edna won't have that. She may end up firing him herself down the line, but that's her call. The man's a bad hat, but what can you do? She loves him." "Is Edna going on stage tonight?" I asked, in wonder. "Of course she is. Why wouldn't she? She's not the one who did anything wrong." I winced. But truly, I was shocked to hear she would be performing. I thought maybe Edna would be in hiding, checked into a sanatorium somewhere, or at least crying behind a locked door. I thought maybe the whole play would have been canceled. "It won't be a pleasant evening for her," said Peg. "Everyone's read Winchell, of course. There will be a lot of whispers. The audience will be staring at her with bloodlust, wanting to see her flounder and flail. But she's a trooper, and she'll face it. Better to get it over with, is her feeling. Show must go on, and all that. We're lucky for her strength.
If she wasn't this resolute, or such a good friend, she probably would have quit the show. And then where would we be? Thankfully, she knows how to prevail, and she will. She lit a cigarette and went on. I also had a talk today with your boyfriend, Anthony. He wanted to leave the show. Said he wasn't having fun anymore. Said we were bugging him, whatever that means. Specifically said that you are bugging him. I managed to convince him to stay, but we have to pay him more, and he stipulated he doesn't want you messing with him anymore. Because you did him dirt. Says he's done with you, doesn't even want to hear you jawing at him. I'm just quoting here, Vivia. I think I've conveyed the fullness of his message. I don't know whether he'll be able to put on a good show tonight, but we'll find out soon enough. Olive had a long talk with him this morning, trying to keep the boy on track. It would be best if you steered clear of him. For now on, pretend he doesn't exist. I felt like throwing up. Celia was banished. Anthony never wanted to talk to me again. And because of me, Edna would have to face an audience tonight that wanted to see her twist on a rope. Peg said, "I'm going to ask it straight from the shoulder, Vivi. How long have you been dallying around with Arthur Watson?" "I haven't been. It was just last night. It was just the one time."
My aunt studied me, as though determining if that were true or not. Ultimately, she shrugged it off. She may have believed me, she may not have. Maybe she came to the conclusion that it didn't matter, one way or another. As for me, I didn't have the energy to fight my case. It wasn't much of a case anyhow. "Why'd you do it?" Her tone was more puzzled than judgmental. When I didn't answer right away, she said, "Never mind. People always do it for the same reason." "I thought Edna was fooling around with Anthony," I said lamely. "Well, that's not true. I know Edna, and I can promise you it's not true. She's never operated that way, and never will. And even if it had been true, it's not a good enough reason, Vivian." "I'm so sorry, Peg," I said again. "This story's going to be picked up by every rag in town, you know. In every town. Variety will run it. All the tabloids in Hollywood. In London, too. Olive's had reporters calling all afternoon, asking for statements. There are photographers at the stage door. Such a come-down for a woman like Edna's, someone of her dignity. Peg, tell me what I can do, please." "You can't," she said. "You can't do anything other than be humble and keep your mouth shut and hope everyone will be charitable with you. Meanwhile, I hear you and Olive went to the Stork last night." I nodded. "I don't mean to be melodramatic, Vivi, but you do understand that Olive has saved you from ruin, don't you?" "I understand. Can you imagine what your parents would say about this? In a community like yours? To have this sort of reputation? And with photos to boot?" I could imagine. I had imagined. "It's not entirely fair, Vivi. Everyone else will have to take it on the chin, not least of all Edna, but you're getting away with it scot-free." "I know," I said. Peg sighed. "Well, once again, Olive saves the day. I've lost track of the number of times she's rescued us, rescued me over the years. She is the most remarkable and honorable woman I've ever known. I do hope you thanked her." "I did," I said, though I wasn't sure I had. "I wish I'd gone with you and Olive last night, Vivi, but apparently I wasn't in good enough shape. I've been having too many nights like that lately, drinking gin like it's soda water. I don't even remember coming home. But let's face it, it should have been me petitioning Winchell on your behalf, not Olive. I am your aunt, after all. Family duty. Would have been nice if Billy had lent a hand as well, but you never can count on Billy to stick his neck out for anyone. Not that it was his responsibility. No, it was my job, and I dropped it. I feel sick about all this, kiddo. I should have been keeping a better eye on you all this time." "It's not your fault," I said, and I meant it. "It's all my fault." "Well, there's nothing to be done for it now. Looks like my bout with the bottle has run its course once more. It always ends the same way, you know, when Billy comes around, bringing the fun and the confetti. I always start out by having a big old time with him, and then one morning I wake up to learn that the world has gone smacko while I was blacked out, and meanwhile Olive's been struggling to fix everything behind my back. I don't know why I never can learn. I didn't even know what to say to that. Well, try to keep up some spirits, Vivi. It's not the end of the world, as the man says. Hard to believe on a day like this, but it really isn't the end of the world. There are worse things. Some people have no legs. Am I fired? She laughed. Fired from what? You don't even have a job. She looked at her watch and stood up. One more thing. Edna doesn't want to see you tonight before the show. Gladys will help dress her this evening. But Edna does wish to see you after the show. She's asked me to tell you to meet her in her dressing room. Oh, God, Peg, I said. There was the nausea again. You'll have to face her eventually. Might as well be now. She won't be gentle with you, I dare say. But she deserves her chance to lay into you. And you deserve whatever's coming. Go in there and apologize, if she'll let you. Admit what you did. Take your lumps. The sooner you get flattened to the ground, the sooner you can begin to rebuild your life again. That's always been my experience anyway. Take it from an old pro. I stood in the back of the theater and watched the show from the shadows, where I belonged. If the audience had come to the Lily Playhouse that night to watch Edna Parker Watson squirm in discomfort, then they left disappointed, because she didn't squirm for a moment. Pinned to the stage like a butterfly by that hot white spotlight, scrutinized by hundreds of eyes, whispered about, giggled over, she played her role for all it was worth. Not a flinch of nerves did that woman reveal for the satisfaction of a bloodthirsty mob. Her Mrs. Alabaster was humorous, she was charming, she was relaxed. If anything, Edna moved across the stage that night with more economy and grace than ever. She carried herself with undented self-assurance, her face revealing nothing except how pleasant it was to be the star of this light, joyful show. The rest of the company, on the other hand, was visibly squirrely at first, missing their marks and stammering over their lines, until Edna's steadfast performance eventually righted theirs. She was the gravitational force who kept everyone stabilized that night. What was stabilizing her, I could not tell you. I don't think it was my imagination that Anthony's performance in the first act had an angrier edge to it than usual. He was less Lucky Bobby than Ferocious Bobby, but Edna managed to pull even him into line eventually. My friend Gladys, stepping into Celia's role and Celia's costume, looked perfectly good and danced without flaw. She lacked the comic, languid delivery that had made Celia such a hit, but she did the job ably, and that's all that was needed. Arthur was dreadful, but of course he was always dreadful. The only difference tonight was that he also looked dreadful. He had sickly gray circles under his eyes, and he spent most of his performance mopping sweat off the back of his neck and staring at his wife across the stage with the most pathetic hound dog eyes. He didn't even try to pretend he wasn't upset. The only saving grace was that his part had been so trimmed down that he didn't have too many minutes on stage in which to ruin everything. Edna made one significant alteration to the show that night. When she sang her ballad, she spontaneously changed the blocking. Instead of aiming her face and voice up to the heavens, which is how she usually did it, she took herself straight to the edge of the stage. She sang directly to the audience, peering out at them, picking people out of the crowd and singing to them, singing at them, really. She held eye contact, staring them down as she sang her heart out. Her voice was never richer, never more defiant. It'll surely do me in this time. I'll probably be left behind, but I'm considering falling in love. The way she sang that night, it was as though she were challenging the audience, person by person. It was as if she were demanding, "And you've never been hurt? And you've never had your heart broken? And you've never taken a risk for love?" By the end, she had them weeping while she stood dry-eyed in their ovations. To this day, I have never seen a mightier woman. I knocked on the dressing room door with a hand that felt, itself, like a piece of wood. "Come in," she said. My head had a cottony feel.
My ears were stuffed up and numbed. My mouth tasted like cigarette-flavored cornmeal. My eyes were dry and sore, both from lack of sleep and from crying. I had not eaten for 24 hours, and I couldn't imagine ever eating again. I was still wearing the same dress I'd worn to the stork club. My hair I'd left unattended all day. I hadn't been able to confront a mirror. My legs felt curiously unattached to the rest of my body. I didn't understand how my legs knew how to walk. For a minute there, they didn't.
Then I pushed myself into the room like a person jumping off a cliff into the cold ocean below. Edna was standing in front of her dressing room mirror, haloed in its blazing lights. Her arms were folded, her posture relaxed. She'd been waiting for me. She was still in her costume, the show-stopping evening gown I'd made for her finale so many months ago. Shimmering blue silk and rhinestones. I stood before her, head bowed. I was a good foot taller than this woman, but at that moment, I was a rodent at her feet. "Why don't you speak first?" she said. Well, I hadn't exactly prepared any remarks. But her invitation was not really an invitation. It was a command. So I opened my mouth and began pouring out ragged, hapless, directionless sentences. Mine was a liturgy of excuses, contained within a flood of pathetic apologies. There were pleas to be forgiven. There were grasping offerings to make things better. But there was also cowardliness and denial. It was just the one time, Edna. And I'm very sorry to report that some point in my messy speech, I quoted Arthur Watson as having said of his wife, "She likes them young." I spun through all the stupid words I had, and Edna let me twist without interrupting or responding. Finally, I stuttered to a stop, coughing up my last bit of verbal trash. Then I stood silent once more, sickly under her blinkless gaze. At last, Edna said in a disturbingly mild tone, "The thing that you don't understand about yourself, Vivian, is that you're not an interesting person. You are pretty, yes, but that's only because you are young. The prettiness will soon fade. But you will never be an interesting person. I'm telling you this, Vivian, because I believe you've been laboring under the misconception that you are interesting, or that your life has significance. But you are not, and it doesn't. I once thought you had the potential to become an interesting person, but I was incorrect. Your Aunt Peg is an interesting person. Olive Thompson is an interesting person. I am an interesting person. But you are not an interesting person. Do you understand me?" I nodded. "What you are, Vivian, is a type of person. To be more specific, you are a type of woman. A tediously common type of a woman. Do you think I've not encountered your type before? Your sort will always be slinking around, playing your boring and vulgar little games, causing your boring and vulgar little problems. You are the type of woman who cannot be a friend to another woman, Vivian, because you will always be playing with toys that are not your own. A woman of your type often believes she is a person of significance because she can make trouble and spoil things for others. But she is neither important nor interesting." I opened my mouth to talk, ready to spurt out some more disconnected garbage, but Edna put up her hand. "You may want to consider preserving whatever dignity you have remaining to you, my dear, by not speaking anymore." The fact that she said this with a trace of a smile, even with the slightest hint of fondness, is what destroyed me. "There's something else you should know, Vivian. Your friend Celia spent so much time with you because she thought you were an aristocrat, but you're not one. And you spent so much time with Celia because she thought she was a star, but she's not one. She will never be a star, just as you will never be an aristocrat. The two of you are just a pair of dreadfully average girls. Types of girls. There are a million more just like you. I felt my heart collapsing down to its smallest possible dimension until it became a crumpled cube of foil crushed in her dainty fist. Would you like to know what you must do now, Vivian, in order to stop being a type of person and become instead a real person? I must have nodded. Then I shall tell you. There is nothing you can do. No matter how hard you may try to gain substance throughout your life, it will never work. You will never be anything, Vivian. You will never be a person of the slightest significance. She smiled tenderly. And, unless I miss my bet, she concluded, you'll probably be going back home to your parents very soon now. Back to where you belong. Won't you, darling? 21. I spent the next hour in a small telephone booth in the back corner of a nearby all-night drugstore, trying to reach my brother. I was berserk with distress. I could have called Walter from the phone at the Lily, but I didn't want anyone hearing me, and I was too ashamed to show my face around the playhouse anyhow. So out to the drugstore I ran. I had in my possession a general phone number for Walter's OCS barracks on the Upper West Side. He'd given it to me in case of an emergency. Well, this was an emergency. But it was also 11 o'clock at night, and nobody was picking up the phone. This didn't deter me. I kept dropping my nickel into the slot and listening to the phone ring endlessly on the other end. I would let the phone ring 25 times, then hang up and start over again with the same phone number and the same nickel, sobbing and hiccuping all the while. It became hypnotic, dialing, counting the rings, hanging up, hearing the nickel drop, putting the nickel back in the slot, dialing, counting the rings, hanging up, sobbing, wailing. Then suddenly there was a voice on the other end, a furious voice. "What?" someone was shouting in my ear. "God damn, what?" I almost dropped the phone. I'd fallen into such a trance, I'd forgotten what telephones are for. "I need to talk to Walter Morris," I said when I recovered my senses. "Please, sir, it's a family emergency." The man on the other end sputtered out a litany of curses, "You Christless, piss-soaked eight-ball," as well as the expected lecture about "Do you have any idea what time it is?" But his anger was no match for my desperation. I was doing an excellent rendition of a hysterical relative, which, in point of fact, is exactly what I was. My sobs easily overpowered this stranger's outrage. His shouts about protocol meant nothing to me. Eventually, he must have realized that his rules were no match for my mayhem, and he went searching for my brother. I waited for a long while, dropping more nickels into the phone, trying to collect myself, listening to the sound of my own ragged breath in the little booth. And then, at last, Walter. "What happened, V?" he asked. At the sound of my brother's voice, I disintegrated all over again into 1,000 pieces of lost little girl. And then, through my waves of sobbing heaves, I told him absolutely everything. "You have to get me out of here," I begged when he'd finally heard it all. "You have to take me home." I didn't know how Walter managed to arrange it all so fast, and in the middle of the night, no less. I didn't know how these things worked in the military, taking leave and such. But my brother was the most resourceful person I knew, so he'd solved it somehow. I knew he would solve it. Walter could fix anything. While Walter was pulling together his part of my escape plan, gaining leave and finding a car to borrow, I was packing, stuffing my clothes and shoes into my luggage, and putting away my sewing machine with shaking fingers. Then I wrote Peg and Olive a long, tear-stained, self-lacerating letter and left it on the kitchen table. I don't remember everything the letter said, but it was full of hysteria. In hindsight, I wish I'd just written, "Thank you for taking care of me. I'm sorry I was an idiot," and left it at that. Peg and Olive had enough to deal with. They didn't need a stupid 20-page confessional from me in addition to everything else. But they got one, anyhow. Just before dawn, Walter pulled up to the Lily Playhouse to collect me and to take me home. He wasn't alone. My brother had been able to borrow a car, yes, but it came with a catch. To be more specific, it came with a driver. There was a tall, skinny young man at the wheel wearing the same uniform as Walter, an OCS classmate, an Italian-looking kid with a thick Brooklyn accent.
He would be taking the drive with us. Apparently, the beat-up old Ford was his. I didn't care. I didn't care who was there or who saw me in my fragmented state. All I felt was desperate. I just needed to leave the Lily Playhouse right now, before anybody there woke up and saw my face. I could not live in the same building as Edna, not for another minute. She had, in her own cool way, effectively commanded me to leave, and I had heard her loud and clear. I had to go, right now. Just get me out of here was all I cared about. We crossed the George Washington Bridge as the sun was coming up. I couldn't even look at the view of New York City retreating behind me. I couldn't bear it. Even though I was taking myself away from the city, I experienced the exact opposite sensation, that the city was being taken away from me. I'd proven that I couldn't be trusted with it, so New York was being removed from my reach, the way you take a valuable object out of a child's hands. Once we were on the other side of the bridge, safely out of the city, Walter tore into me. I had never seen him so angry. He was not a guy to show his temper, but he damn sure showed it now. He let me know what a disgrace I was to the family name. He reminded me how much I'd been given in life and how recklessly I'd squandered it. He pointed out what a waste it had been for my parents to have invested any money whatsoever in my education and upbringing when I was so unworthy of their gifts. He told me what happens to girls like me over time, that we get used, then we get used up, then we get thrown away. He said I was lucky not to be in jail, pregnant, or dead in the gutter the way I'd been behaving. He said I'd never find a respectable husband now. Who would have me if they knew even part of my story? After all the mutts I had been with, I was now part mutt myself. He informed me that I must never tell our parents what I had done in New York or what level of calamity I had caused. This was not to protect me. I didn't deserve protection, but to protect them. Mother and Dad would never get over the blow if they knew how degraded their daughter had become. He made it clear that this was the last time he would ever rescue me. He said, "You're lucky I'm not taking you straight to reformatory school." All this he said right in front of the young man driving the car, as if the guy were invisible, deaf, or insignificant. Or as if I were so disgusting, Walter didn't care who found out about it. So Walter poured vitriol upon me, and our driver got to hear all the details, and I just sat there in the back seat and braved it out in silence. It was bad, yes, but I have to say, in comparison to my recent confrontation with Edna, it wasn't that bad. At least Walter was giving me the respect of being angry. Edna's unshakable sang-froid had been so minimizing. I'd take his fire over her ice any day. What's more, by this point, I was pretty much numb to all pain. I'd been awake for over 36 hours. In the past day and a half, I'd been drunk and screwed and scared and debased and dumped and reproached. I'd lost my best friend, my boyfriend, my community, my fun job, my self-respect, and New York City. I'd just been informed by Edna, a woman whom I loved and admired, that I was a nothing of a human being, and moreover, that I would always be a nothing. I'd been forced to beg my older brother to save me and to let him know what a shitheel I was. I'd been exposed, carved out, and thoroughly scoured. There wasn't much more that Walter could say to add to my shame or to further wound me. But, as it turns out, there was something our driver could say. Because about an hour into the ride, when Walter had stopped lecturing me for just a moment, just to catch his breath, I guess, the skinny kid at the wheel spoke up for the first time. He said, "Must be pretty disappointing for a stand-up guy like you, Walt, to end up with a sister who's such a dirty little whore." Now that I felt. Those words did more than just sting. They burned me all the way to the center of my being, as though I'd swallowed acid. It's not only that I couldn't believe the kid said it, it's that he said it right in front of my brother. Had he ever seen my brother? All 6'2" of Walter Morris? All that muscle and command? With my breath caught in my throat, I waited for Walter to deck this guy, or at the very least to reprimand him. But Walter said nothing. Apparently, my brother would let the indictment stand, because he agreed. As we drove on, those brutal words echoed and ricocheted throughout the small, enclosed space of the car, and through the even smaller, even more enclosed space of my mind. Dirty little whore, dirty little whore, dirty little whore. The words melted at last into an even more brutal silence that pooled around us all like dark water. I closed my eyes and let it drown me. My parents, who had no warning that we were coming, were at first overjoyed to see Walter, and then baffled and concerned by what he was doing there and why he was with me. But Walter offered nothing much by means of explanation. He said that Vivian had gotten homesick, so he decided to drive her back upstate. He left it at that, and I added nothing to the story. We didn't even make an effort at acting normal around our confused parents. "But how long are you staying, Walter?" my mother wanted to know. "Not even for dinner," he answered. He had to turn right around and get back to the city, he explained, so he wouldn't miss another day of training. "And how long is Vivian staying?" "Up to you," said Walter, shrugging as if he couldn't care less what happened to me, or where I stayed, or for how long. In a different sort of family, more probing questions might have followed. But let me explain my culture of origin to you, Angela, in case you have never been around white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. You need to understand that we have only one central rule of engagement, and here it is. This matter must never be spoken of again. We WASPs and apply that rule to anything, from a moment of awkwardness at the dinner table to a relative suicide. Asking no further questions is the song of my people. So when my parents got the message that neither Walter nor I was going to share any information about this mysterious visit, this mysterious drop-off, really, they pursued the matter no further. As for my brother, he deposited me in my house of birth, unpacked my belongings from the car, kissed my mother goodbye, shook my father's hand, and, without saying another word to me, drove straight back to the city to prepare for another, more important war. 22. What followed was a time of murky and contourless unhappiness. Some engine within me had now stalled, and as a result, I went limp. My actions had failed me, so I stopped taking action. Now that I was living at home, I allowed my parents to set my routine for me, and I dumbly went along with whatever they proposed. I breakfasted with them over newspapers and coffee, and helped my mother make sandwiches for lunch. Dinner, cooked by our maid, of course, was at 5:30, followed by the reading of the evening papers, card games, and listening to the radio. My father suggested that I work at his company, and I agreed to it. He put me in the front office, where I shuffled around papers for 7 hours a day and answered phones when nobody else was free to do so. I learned how to file, more or less. I should have been arrested for impersonating a secretary, but at least it gave me something to do with the bulk of my days, and my father paid me a small salary for my work. Dad and I drove to work together every morning, and we drove home together every evening. His conversation during those car rides was more like a collection of rants about how America needed to stay out of the war, and how FDR was a tool of the labor unions, and how the communists would soon be taking over our country.
And he was good-looking in what they call the all-American ways, Andy-haired, blue-eyed, and fit. Blonde and sincere is not how I prefer my men, given a choice, but there was certainly nothing wrong with his face. Any woman would have identified him as handsome. Help me, I'm trying to describe him and I can barely remember him. What else can I tell you about Jim Larson? He could play the banjo and he sang in the church choir. He worked part-time as a census taker and was a volunteer fireman. He could fix anything, from a screen door to the industrial tracks at the hematite mine. Jim drove a Buick that would someday be traded in for a Cadillac, but not before he had earned it, and not before he had first purchased a bigger home for his mother, with whom he lived. Jim's sainted mother was a forlorn widow who smelled of medicinal balms and who kept her Bible tucked by her side at all times. She spent her days peering out the windows at her neighbors, waiting for them to slip up and sin. Jim instructed me to call her mother, and so I did, even though I never felt comfortable around the woman for a moment. Jim's father had been dead for years, so Jim had been taking care of his mother since he was in high school. His father was a Norwegian immigrant, a blacksmith, who had not so much sired a son as forged him, shaping this boy into somebody unerringly responsible and decent. He'd done a good job making this kid into a man by a young age. And then the father had died, leaving his son to become a full adult at the age of 14. Jim seemed to like me. He thought I was funny. He'd not been exposed to much irony in his life, but my little jokes and jabs amused him. After a few weeks of courtship, he began kissing me. That was pleasant, but he did not take further liberties with my body. I didn't ask for anything more either. I didn't reach for him in a hungry way, but only because I felt no hunger for him. I felt no hunger for anything anymore. I had no access anymore to my appetites. It was as if all my passion and my urges were stored up in a locker somewhere else, somewhere very far away, maybe at Grand Central Station. All I could do was go along with whatever Jim was doing. Whatever he wanted was fine. He was solicitous. He asked if I was comfortable with various temperatures in various rooms. He affectionately started calling me VB, but only after asking permission to give me a nickname. It made me uncomfortable that he inadvertently settled on the same nickname my brother had always called me, but I said nothing and allowed it. He helped my mother repair a broken horse jump, and she appreciated him for it. He helped my father transplant some rose bushes. Jim started coming around in the evenings to play cards with my family. It was not unpleasant. His visits provided a nice break from listening to the radio or reading the evening papers. I was aware that my parents were breaking a social taboo on my behalf, namely, consorting with an employee in their home. But they received him graciously. There was something warm and safe about those evenings. My father came to like him more and more. That Jim Larson, he would say, has the best head on his shoulders in this whole town. As for my mother, she probably wished that Jim had more social standing, but what could you do? My mother herself had married neither above nor below her class, but at exact eye level to it, finding in my father a man of the same age, education, wealth, and breeding as herself. I'm sure she wished I would do the same. But she accepted Jim, and for my mother, acceptance would always have to be a stand-in for enthusiasm. Jim wasn't dashing, but he could be romantic in his own way. One day when we were driving around town, he said, "With you in my car, I feel that I am the envy of all eyes." Where did he come up with a line like that? I wonder. That was sweet, wasn't it? Next thing you know, we were engaged. I don't know why I agreed to marry Jim Larson, Angela. No, that's not true. I do know why I agreed to marry Jim Larson, because I felt sordid and vile, and he was clean and honorable. I thought maybe I could erase my bad deeds with his good name. A strategy that has never worked for anyone, by the way, not that people don't keep trying it. And I liked Jim, in some ways. I liked him because he wasn't like anybody from the previous year. He didn't remind me of New York City. He didn't remind me of the Stork Club, or Harlem, or a smoky bar down in Greenwich Village. He didn't remind me of Billy Buell, or Celia Ray, or Edna Parker Watson. He damn sure didn't remind me of Anthony Roccella. Huh. Best of all, he didn't remind me of myself, a dirty little whore. When I spent time with Jim, I could be just who I was pretending to be, a nice girl who worked in her father's office and who had no past history worth mentioning. All I had to do was follow Jim's lead and act like him, and I became the last person in the world I had to think about, and that's exactly how I wanted it. And so I slid toward marriage like a car sliding off the road on a scree of loose gravel. By now, it was the autumn of 1941. Our plan was to get married the following spring, when Jim would have enough money saved to buy us a house we could share comfortably with his mother. He had purchased a small engagement ring that was pretty enough, but that made my hand look like a stranger's. Now that we were engaged, our sensual activities escalated. Now, when we parked the Buick out by the lake, he would take off my shirt and delight himself with my breasts, making sure at every turn, of course, that I was comfortable with this arrangement. We would lie together across that big back seat and grind against each other. Or rather, he would grind against me, and I would allow it. I didn't dare to be so forward as to grind back. I also didn't really want to grind back. "Oh, V," he would say, with simple rapture, "you are the prettiest girl in the whole wide world." Then one night the grinding got more heated, until he pulled back from me with considerable effort and scrubbed his hands over his face, collecting himself. "I don't want to do anything more with you until we're married," he said, once he could speak again. I was lying there with my skirt up around my waist and my breasts naked to the cool autumn air. I could sense that his pulse was racing wildly, but mine was not. "I would never be able to look your father in the face if I took your virginity before you were my wife," he said. I gasped. It was an honest and unfettered reaction. I audibly gasped. Just the mention of the word virginity gave me a shock. I hadn't thought of this. Even though I had been playing the role of an unsullied girl, I hadn't thought he truly imagined I was one all the way through. But why wouldn't he have imagined it? What sign had I ever given him that I was anything less than pure? This was a problem. He would know. We were getting married, and he would want to take me on our wedding night, and then he would know. The moment we had sex for the first time, he would know that he was not my first visitor. "What is it, V?" he asked. "What's wrong?" Angela, I was not one for telling the truth back then. Truth-telling was not my first instinct in any situation, especially in stressful situations. It took me many years to become an honest person, and I know why. Because the truth is often terrifying. Once you introduce truth into a room, the room may never be the same again. Nonetheless, I said it. I'm not a virgin, Jim. I don't know why I said it. Maybe because I was panicking. Maybe because I wasn't smart enough to make up a plausible lie. Or maybe because there's only so long a person can endure wearing a mask of falseness before a trace of one's true self starts to gleam through. He stared at me for a long while before asking, "What do you mean by that?" Jesus Christ, what did he think I meant by it? "I'm not a virgin, Jim," I repeated, as though the problem had been that he hadn't heard me correctly the first time. He sat up and stared ahead for a long time, collecting himself. Quietly, I put my shirt back on. This is not the sort of conversation that you want to be having while your boobs are hanging out. "Why?" he asked, finally, his face hard with pain and betrayal. "Why aren't you a virgin, V?" That's when I started crying. Angela, I must pause here for a moment to tell you something. I am an old woman now. As such, I have reached an age where I cannot stand the tears of young girls. It exasperates me to no end. I especially cannot stand the tears of pretty young girls, pretty young affluent girls, worst of all, who have never had to struggle or work for anything in their lives, and who thus fall apart at the slightest disturbance. When I see pretty young girls crying at the drop of a hat these days, it makes me want to strangle them. But falling apart is something that all pretty young girls seem to know how to do instinctively, and they do it because it works. It works for the same reason that an octopus is able to escape in a cloud of ink, because tears provide a distracting screen. Buckets of tears can divert difficult conversations and alter the flow of natural consequences. The reason for this is that most people, men especially, hate to see a pretty young girl crying, and they will automatically rush to comfort her, forgetting what they were talking about only a moment before. At the very least, a thick showering of tears can create a pause, and in that pause, a pretty young girl can buy herself some time. I want you to know, Angela, that there came a point in my life when I stopped doing this, when I stopped responding to life's challenges with floods of tears, because really, there is no dignity in it. These days, I am the sort of tough-skinned old battle axe who would rather stand dry-eyed and undefended in the most hostile underbrush of truth than degrade herself and everyone else by collapsing into a swamp of manipulative tears. But in the autumn of 1941, I had not yet become that woman. So I wept and wept in the back seat of Jim Larson's Buick, the prettiest and most copious tears you ever saw. "What is it, V?" Jim's voice betrayed an undertow of desperation. He had never before seen me cry. Instantly, his attention turned from his own shock to my care. "Why are you crying, dear?" His solicitousness only made me sob harder. He was so good, and I was such trash. He gathered me in his arms, begging me to stop. And because I could not speak in that moment, and because I could not stop crying, he just went right ahead and made up a story for himself about why I was not a virgin. He said, "Somebody did something horrible to you, didn't they, V? Somebody in New York City?" Well, Jim, lots of people did lots of things to me in New York City, but I can't say that any of it was particularly horrible. That would have been the correct and honest answer, but I couldn't very well give that answer, so I said nothing and just sobbed away in his competent arms, my heaving voicelessness giving him plenty of time to embellish his own details. "That's why you came home from the city, isn't it?" he said, as though it were all dawning on him now. "Because somebody violated you, didn't they? That's why you're always so meek. Oh, V, you poor, poor girl." I heaved some more. "Just nod if it's true," he said. "Oh, Jesus, how do you get out of this one?" "You don't. You can't get out of this one, unless you're able to be honest, which, of course, I could not do." By admitting that I wasn't a virgin, I had already played my one card of truthfulness for the year. I didn't have another one in the deck. His story was preferable, anyway. God forgive me, I nodded. "I know, it was awful of me, and it feels just as awful for me to write that sentence as it did for you to read it. But I didn't come here to lie to you, Angela. I want you to know exactly who I was back then. And that's what happened." "I won't make you talk about it," he said, petting my head and staring off into a middle distance. I nodded through my tears. "Yes, please don't make me talk about it." If anything, he seemed relieved not to hear the details. He held me for a long time, until my crying had subsided. Then he smiled at me, valiantly, if a little shakily, and said, "It's all going to be all right, V. You're safe now. I want you to know that I will never treat you like you are tainted. And you needn't worry. I'll never tell anyone. I love you, V. I will marry you despite this." His words were noble, but his face said, "Somehow I will learn to bear this repugnant hunk of awfulness." "I love you too, Jim," I lied, and I kissed him with something that might have been interpreted as gratitude and relief. But if you would like to know when, in all my years of life, I felt the most sordid and vile, it was right then. Winter came. The days got shorter and colder. My commute to work with my father was executed both morning and night in pitch darkness. I was working on knitting Jim a sweater for Christmas. I had not unpacked my sewing machine since returning home 9 months earlier. Even looking at its case made me feel sad and grim. But I had recently taken up knitting. I was good with my hands, and handling the thick wool came easily. I'd ordered a pattern through the mail for a classic Norwegian sweater, blue and white, with a snowflake pattern, and I worked on it whenever I was alone. Jim was proud of his Norwegian heritage, and I thought he might like a gift that reminded him of his father's country. In making this sweater, I pushed myself to the same level of excellence my grandmother would have demanded of me, ripping back whole rows of stitches when they were not perfect and trying them again and again. It would be my first sweater, yes, but its excellence would be beyond reproach. Other than that, I was doing nothing with myself but going where I was told, filing whatever needed to be filed, more or less alphabetically, and doing whatever anyone else did. It was a Sunday. Jim and I had gone to church together, and then we went off to see a matinee of Dumbo. When we came out of the movie theater, the news was all over town. The Japanese had just attacked the American fleet at Pearl Harbor. By the next day, we were at war. Jim didn't need to enlist. He could have dodged the war for so many reasons. For one thing, he was old enough that the draft would not necessarily have caught him. For another, he was the sole financial provider of a widowed mother. And lastly, he worked in a position of authority at the hematite mine, which was an industry essential to the war effort. There would have been deferments available in all directions should he have wished for them. But you can't be a man with the constitution of Jim Larson and let other boys go to war on your behalf. That's not how he was forged. And on December 9th, he sat me down for a conversation about it. We were alone at Jim's house. His mother was at lunch with her sister in another town, and he asked if he could have a serious talk. He was determined to join up, he said. This was his duty, he said. He would never be able to live with himself if he didn't help his country in its hour of need, he said. I think he expected me to try to talk him out of it, but I didn't. I understand, I said, and there's something else we should discuss. Jim took a deep breath. I don't want to upset you, V, but I've given the matter a great deal of thought. Given the circumstances of the war, I think we should cancel our engagement. Again, he looked at me carefully, waiting for me to protest. Go on, I said. I can't ask you to wait for me, V. It's not right. I don't know how long this war will last or what will become of me. I could come back injured or not come back at all. You're a young girl.
You shouldn't put your life away on my account. Now, let me point out a few things here. For one thing, I wasn't a young girl. I was 21, which, by the standards of the day, practically made me a crone. Back in 1941, it was no joke for a 21-year-old woman to lose her wedding engagement, believe me. For another thing, a lot of young couples across America that week were in exactly the straits as Jim and I. Millions of American boys were shipping off to war in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor. Vast numbers of them, though, hastened to get married before they departed. Some of this rush to the altar surely had to do with romance, or with fear, or with the desire to have sex before facing possible death. Or maybe it was driven by an anxiety about pregnancy, for couples who'd already begun having sex. Some of it probably had to do with an urgent push to pack as much life as possible into a short amount of time.
Your father, Angela, was one of the many young American men who sealed himself up in swift matrimony to his neighborhood sweetheart before being thrown into battle. But of course you would know that. And there were millions of American girls eager to nail down their sweethearts before the war took all the boys away. There were even girls who angled to marry soldiers whom they barely knew, anticipating that the boy might be killed in battle and his widow would receive a $10,000 allotment for his death. These kinds of girls were called allotment Annies, and when I heard about them, I felt some relief in knowing that there were actually worse people out there than me. What I'm saying is this: the general trend among people in these circumstances was to hurry up and get married already, not to call off their damn engagements. All over America that week, dreamy-eyed boys and girls were following the same romantic script, saying, "I'll always love you. I'll prove my love by marrying you right now. I'll love you forever, come what may." This isn't what Jim was saying, though. He wasn't following the script. And neither was I. I asked, "Would you like your ring back, Jim?" Unless I was dreaming, and I do not believe I was dreaming, an expression of enormous relief flickered across his face. In that moment, I knew what I was seeing. I was seeing a man who just realized he had an out, that he did not have to marry the frighteningly tainted girl now, and he could keep his honor. He looked so nakedly grateful. The reaction lasted only for an instant, but I saw it. Then he pulled himself back together. "You know I will always love you, V." "And I will always love you too, Jim," I dutifully replied. Now we were back on script. I slid that ring off my finger and placed it firmly in his waiting palm. I do believe to this day that it felt just as good for him to get that ring back as it felt for me to shed it. And thus we were saved from each other. You see, Angela, history is not so busy shaping nations that it cannot take the time to shape the lives of two insignificant people. Among the many revisions and transformations that the Second World War would bring to the planet was this tiny plot twist. Jim Larson and Vivian Morris were mercifully spared from matrimony. An hour after we had broken off our engagement, the two of us were having the most outrageous, memorable, back-breaking sex you could ever imagine. I suppose I had initiated it. All right, I'll admit it. Categorically, I had initiated it. Once I'd returned the ring, Jim had offered me a tender kiss and a warm embrace. There's a way that a man can hold a woman that says, "I don't want to hurt your gentle feelings, darling," and that's how he was holding me. But my gentle feelings had not been hurt. If anything, it felt like a cork had been yanked from my skull, and I was now exploding with an intoxicating rush of freedom. Jim was going to be gone, and of his own volition, better still. I would come out of this situation looking blameless, and so would he. But more important, me. The threat had been lifted. There was nothing more to be pretended, nothing more to be disguised. From this moment onward, ring off my hand, engagement canceled, reputation intact, I had nothing more to lose. He gave me another one of those tender, "I'm sorry if you're hurting" baby kisses, and I don't mind saying that I responded by sticking my tongue so far down that man's throat, it's a miracle I didn't lick the bottommost quadrant of his heart. Now, Jim was a good man. He was a church-going man. He was a respectful man. But he was still a man, and once I switched that toggle over to complete sexual permission, he responded. "I don't know any man who wouldn't have responded," she says modestly. And who knows, maybe he was drunk on the same spirit of freedom as I was. All I know is that within a few minutes, I had managed to push and pull him through his house to his bedroom, and gotten him situated on his narrow pine bed, where I could now tear off both his clothes and mine with unfettered abandon. I will say that I knew a good deal more about the act of love than Jim did. This was immediately obvious. If he'd ever had sex at all, he clearly hadn't had much of it.
He was navigating around my body the way you drive a car around an unfamiliar neighborhood, slowly and carefully while nervously looking for street signs and landmarks. This would not do. Swiftly, it became evident that I would need to be the one driving this car, so to speak. I had learned some things back in New York, and in no time at all, I employed my rusty old skills and took over the whole operation. I drove that man like a mule, Angela, is what I'm saying. I didn't want to give him the slightest opportunity to reconsider or to slow me down. He was breathless, he was carried away, he was fully consumed, and I kept him that way for as long as I could. And I will give him this, he had the most beautiful shoulders I'd ever seen. Christ, but I had missed having sex. What I will never forget about that occasion was glancing down at Jim's all-American face as I rode him into oblivion and seeing, almost lost amid his other expressions of passion and abandon, a look of baffled terror as he stared up at me in excited but panicked wonderment. His guileless blue eyes in that moment seemed to be asking, "Who are you?" If I had to guess, I suppose my eyes were responding, "I don't know, pal, but it's none of your business." When we were done, he could barely even look at me or speak to me. It's incredible how much I didn't mind. Jim departed the following day for basic training. As for me, I was delighted to learn 3 weeks down the line that I had not gotten pregnant. It had been quite a gamble I'd taken there, having sex with no precautions whatsoever, but I do believe it was worth it. As for the Norwegian sweater I'd been knitting, I finished it up and mailed it to my brother for Christmas. Walter was stationed in the South Pacific, so I'm not sure what use he had for a heavy wool sweater, but he wrote me a polite note of thanks. That was the first time he'd communicated with me directly since our dreadful drive home to Clinton. So that was a welcome development, a softening of relations, you could say. Years later, I found out that Jim Larson had won the Distinguished Service Cross for extreme valor and risk of life in actual combat with an armed enemy force. He eventually settled in New Mexico, married a wealthy woman, and served in the state senate. So much for my father saying he would never be a leader. Good for Jim. We both turned out fine in the end. See that, Angela? Wars are not necessarily bad for everyone. 23. After Jim left, I became the recipient of much sympathy from my family and neighbors. They all assumed I was heartbroken to have lost my fiancé. I hadn't earned their sympathy, but of course I took it anyway. It was better than condemnation and suspicion.
It was certainly better than trying to explain anything. My father was furious that Jim Larson had abandoned both his hematite mine and his daughter, in that order of fury, without a doubt. My mother was mildly disappointed that I wouldn't be getting married in April after all, but she looked as though she would survive the blow. She had other things to do that weekend, she told me. April is a big time for horse shows in upstate New York. As for me, I felt as though I had just woken from a drugged slumber. Now my only desire was to find something interesting to do with myself. I gave the briefest consideration to asking my parents if I could return to college, but my heart wasn't in it. I wanted to get out of Clinton, though. I knew I couldn't go back to New York City, having burned all my bridges, but I also knew that there were other cities to be considered. Philadelphia and Boston were rumored to be nice. Maybe I could settle in one of those places. I had just enough sense to realize that if I wanted to move, I would need money. So I got my sewing machine out of its crate at last and set up shop as a seamstress in our guest bedroom. I let word spread that I was now available for custom tailoring and alterations. Soon I had plenty to do. Wedding season was coming again. People needed dresses, but that need brought problems, namely fabric shortages. You couldn't get good lace and silk anymore from France, and moreover, it was considered unpatriotic to spend a good deal of money on such a wild luxury as a wedding gown. So I used the scavenging skills I'd honed at the Lily Playhouse to create works of beauty out of precious little. One of my friends from childhood, a bright girl named Madeline, was getting married in late May. Her family had fallen on hard times since her father's coronary the year before. She couldn't have afforded a good dress in peacetime, much less now. So we scoured her family's attic together, and I constructed Madeline the most romantic concoction you ever saw, made from both of her grandmother's old wedding gowns, disassembled and put back together in a brand new arrangement, with a long, antique lace train and everything. It was not an easy dress to make. The old silk was so fragile, I had to handle it like nitroglycerin. But it worked. Madeline was so grateful, she named me as her maid of honor. For the occasion of her wedding, I sewed myself a snazzy little Kelly green suit with a peplum jacket, using some raw silk I'd inherited from my grandmother and had stored under my bed years earlier. Ever since I'd met Edna Parker Watson, I tried to wear suits whenever possible. Among other lessons, that woman had taught me that a suit will always make you look more chic and important than a dress, and not too much jewelry. A majority of the time, Edna said, jewelry is an attempt to cover up a badly chosen or ill-fitting garment. And yes, it is true. I still could not stop thinking about Edna. Madeline and I both looked splendid. She was a popular girl, and a lot of people came to her wedding. I got all kinds of customers after that. I also got to kiss one of Madeline's cousins at the reception, outside against a honeysuckle-covered fence. I was beginning to feel a bit more like myself. Longing for a bit of frippery one afternoon, I put on a pair of sunglasses I'd purchased many months earlier in New York City, purely because Celia had swooned over them. The glasses were dark, with giant black frames, and they were studded with tiny seashells. They made me look like an enormous insect on a beach vacation, but I was mad for them. Finding these sunglasses made me miss Celia. I missed the glorious spectacle of her. I missed dressing up together and putting on makeup together and conquering New York together. I missed the sensation of walking into a nightclub with her and setting every man in the place panting at our arrival. Hell, Angela, maybe I still miss that sensation 70 years later. Dear God, I wondered, what had become of Celia? Had she landed on her feet somehow? I hoped so, but I feared the worst. I feared she was scraping and struggling, broke and abandoned. I came downstairs wearing my absurd glasses. My mother stopped in her tracks when she saw me. "For the love of mud, Vivian, what is that?" "That's called fashion," I told her. "These sorts of frames are very much in style just now in New York City." "I'm not sure I'm glad I lived to see the day," she said. I kept them on anyhow. How could I have explained that I wore them in honor of a fallen comrade lost behind enemy lines? In June, I asked my father if I could stop working in his office. I was making as much money sewing as I could make pretending to file papers and answer phones, and it was more satisfying too. Best yet, as I told my father, my customers were paying me in cash, so I didn't have to report my earnings to the government. That sealed the deal. He let me go. My father would do anything to hornswoggle the government. For the first time in my life, I had some money saved. I didn't know what to do with it, but I had it. Having money saved is not quite the same thing as having a plan, mind you, but it does start to make a girl feel as though a plan could someday be possible. The days got longer. In mid-July, I was sitting down to dinner with my parents when we heard a car pull into the driveway. My mother and father looked up, startled, the way they were always startled when something even slightly disturbed their routine. "Dinner hour," my father said, managing to form those two words into a grim lecture about the inevitable collapse of civilization. I answered the door. It was Aunt Peg. She was red-faced and sweaty in the summer heat.
She was wearing the most deranged getup, an oversized men's plaid Oxford shirt, a baggy dungaree culottes, and an old straw farm hat with a turkey feather in its brim. And I don't think I've ever been more surprised or more happy to see anyone in my life. I was so surprised and happy, in fact, that I actually forgot at first to be ashamed of myself in her presence. I threw my arms around her in flagrant joy. "Kiddo," she said with a grin, "you're looking choice." My parents had a less enthusiastic response to Peg's arrival, but they adjusted themselves as best they could to this unexpected circumstance. Our maid dutifully set another place. My father offered Peg a cocktail, but to my surprise, she said she would rather have iced tea if it wasn't too much trouble. Peg plunked herself down at our dining room table, mopped at her damp forehead with one of our fine Irish linen napkins, looked around at the lot of us, and smiled. "So, how's everyone faring up here in the hinterlands?" "I didn't know you have a car," my father said, by means of a reply. "I don't. It belongs to a choreographer I know. He's gone off to the vineyard in his boyfriend's Cadillac, so he let me borrow this one. It's a Chrysler. It's not so bad for an old clunker. I'm sure he'd let you take it for a spin if you'd like." "How'd you get the gas rations?" my father asked the sister whom he had not seen in over 2 years. You might wonder why this was his preferred line of questioning in lieu of a more standard salutation, but Dad had his motives. Gas rationing had just been mandated in New York State a few months earlier, and my father was in fits about it. He didn't work as hard as he did in order to live in a totalitarian government. What would come next? Telling a man what time of night he might go to sleep? I prayed that the subject of gas rations would quickly change. I cobbled together some stamps with a bit of bribery here and a bit of black market elbow grease there. It's not so hard in the city to get gas stamps. People don't need their cars as much as they do out here. Then Peg turned to my mother and asked warmly, "Louise, how are you?" "I'm well, Peg," said my mother, who was looking at her sister-in-law with an expression I would not call suspicious as much as cautious. I couldn't blame her.
It didn't make sense for Peg to be in Clinton. It wasn't Christmas, and nobody had died. "And how are you?" Disreputable as always. But it's nice to escape the general mayhem of the city and come up here. I should do this more often. I'm sorry I didn't let you folks know I was coming. It was a sudden decision. Your horses are, well, Louise, well enough. There haven't been as many shows since the war started, of course. They haven't liked this heat either, but they're well. What brings you here anyhow? My father asked. My father didn't hate his sister, but he did hold her in rather violent contempt. He thought she'd done nothing but revel about recklessly with her life, not unlike the way Walter perceived me, now that I think of it, and I suppose he had a point. Still, you'd think he could have ginned up a slightly more hospitable welcome. Well, Douglas, I'll tell you. I've come to ask Vivian if she'll return to New York City with me. At the sound of these words, a dusty old doorway in the center of my heart blew open, and 1,000 white doves flew out. I didn't even dare to speak. I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, the invitation would evaporate. "Why?" my father asked. "I need her. I've been commissioned by the military to put on a series of lunchtime shows for workers at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Some propaganda, some song and dance numbers, some romantic dramas and such. To keep up morale, that sort of thing. I don't have enough help anymore to run the playhouse and also handle the Navy commission. I could really use Vivian." "But what does Vivian know about romantic dramas and such?" my mother asked. "More than you might think," said Peg. Thankfully, Peg didn't look at me when she said this. I could feel my neck turning red all the same. "But she's only just settled back here," said my mother, "and she got so homesick last year in New York. The city didn't suit her." "You were homesick?" Now Peg was looking me straight in the eye, with the faintest trace of a smile. "That's what happened, was it?" My blush spread farther up my neck. But again, I didn't dare speak. "Look," said Peg, "it doesn't have to be forever. Vivian could come back to Clinton if she gets homesick again. But I'm in a spot of trouble. It's awful hard to find workers these days. The men are all gone. Even my showgirls have gone to work in factories. Everyone can pay better than I can. I just need hands on deck, hands I can trust. She said it. She said the word trust. It's hard for me to find workers too, said my father. What, is Vivian working for you? Peg asked. No, but she did work for me for some time, and I might need her at some point. I think she could learn a great deal from working for me again. Oh, does Vivian have a particular bent for the mining industry? It just seems to me that you've driven a long distance to find a menial laborer. It seems to me you could have filled the position in the city. But then I've never understood why you always resist everything that might make your life easier. Vivian's not menial labor, Peg said. She's a sensational costumer. What makes you say that? Years of exhaustive research in the field of theater, Douglas. The field of theater. I'd like to go, I said, finding my voice at last. Why? My father asked me. Why would you want to go back to that city where people live on top of each other and you can't even see the daylight? Says the man who has spent the better part of his life in a mine, retorted Peg. Honestly, they were like a couple of children. It wouldn't have surprised me if they started kicking each other under the table. But now they were all looking at me, waiting for my answer. Why did I want to go to New York? How could I explain it? How could I explain what this proposal felt like compared to the marriage proposal Jim Larson had recently offered me? It was merely the difference between cough syrup and champagne. I would like to go to New York City again, I announced, because I wish to expand the prospects of my life. I delivered this line with a certain amount of authority, I felt, and it got everyone's attention. I must confess that I'd heard the phrase, "I wish to expand the prospects of my life," on a radio soap opera recently, and it had stayed with me. But no matter. In this situation, it worked. Also, it was true. If you go, said my mother, we won't be supporting you. We can't keep giving you an allowance, not at your age. I don't need an allowance. I'll earn my own way. Even the word allowance embarrassed me. I never wanted to hear it again. You'll have to find employment, my father said. Peg stared at her brother in astonishment. It's incredible, Douglas, how you never listened to me. Only moments ago, at this very table, I told you that I had a job for Vivian. She'll need proper employment, said my father. She'll have proper employment. She'll be working for the United States Navy, just like her brother. The Navy's given me enough of a budget to hire another person. She'll be a government employee. Now it was I who wanted to kick Peg under the table. For my father, there was scarcely a worse combination of two words in the English language than government employee. It would have been better if Peg had said I'd be working as a money thief. You can't keep going back and forth between here and New York City eternally, you know. I won't, I promised, and boy did I mean it. I don't want my daughter spending a lifetime working in the theater, said my father. Peg rolled her eyes. Yes, that would be appalling. I don't like New York, he said. It's a city full of second-place winners. Yes, famously, shot back Peg. Nobody who has ever been successful at anything has ever lived in Manhattan. My father must not have cared that much about his argument, though, because he didn't dig in. In all honesty, I think my parents were willing to consider allowing me to leave because they were weary of me. In their eyes, I shouldn't have been inhabiting their home anyway, and it was their home. I should have been out of the house a long time ago, ideally through the portal of college, followed by a finalizing shunt into matrimony. I didn't come from a culture where children are welcome to remain in the family household after childhood. My parents hadn't even wanted me around that much during childhood, for that matter, if you consider the amount of time I'd spent at boarding school and summer camps. My father just had to razz Aunt Peg a little more before he could finally agree to it. "I'm unconvinced that New York would be a good influence on Vivian," he said. "I would hate to see a daughter of mine becoming a Democrat." "I wouldn't worry about that," said Peg, with a fat smile of satisfaction. "I've been into the matter. Turns out they don't allow registered Democrats into the anarchist party." That line actually made my mother laugh, to her credit. "I'm going," I pronounced. "I'm nearly 22 years old. There's nothing here for me in Clinton. From this point forward, where I live should be my decision." "That's laying it on a bit thick, Vivian," said my mother. "You won't be 22 until October, and you've never paid for a thing in your life. You don't have the faintest notion of how anything in the world functions." Still, I could tell she was pleased by the tone of resolve in my voice. My mother, after all, was a woman who had spent her life on horseback, hurling herself at ditches and fences. Perhaps she was of the opinion that when faced with the challenges and obstacles of life, a woman should leap. "If you take on this commitment," said my father, "at the very least, we expect you to see it through. One cannot afford in life to do less than one promises." My heart quickened. That last limp lecture was his way of saying yes. Peg and I left for New York City the following morning. It took us forever to get there, as she insisted on driving her borrowed car at a patriotic, gas-preserving 35 miles an hour. I didn't care how long it took, though.
The sensation of being pulled back toward a place I loved, a place that I had not imagined would ever welcome me again, was such a delightful one that I didn't mind stretching it out. For me, the ride was as thrilling as a Coney Island roller coaster. I was more keyed up than I'd felt in over a year. Keyed up, yes, but also nervous. What would I find back in New York? Who would I find? "You've made a hefty choice," said Peg as soon as we got on the road. "Good for you, kiddo." "Do you really need me back in the city, Peg?" It was a question I had not dared to pose in the presence of my parents. She shrugged. "I can find a use for you." But then she smiled. "No, Vivian, it's quite true. I've bitten off more than I can chew with this Navy Yard commission. I might have come for you sooner, but I wanted to give you more time to cool your heels. In my experience, it's always important to take a break between catastrophes. You took a bad knock in the city last year. I figured you'd need some time to recover." This reference to my catastrophe made my stomach flip. "About that, Peg," I started. "It is no more to be mentioned. I'm so sorry for what I did." "Of course you are. I'm sorry for many of the things I've done too." "Everyone is sorry. It's good to be sorry, but don't make a fetish of it. The one good thing about being Protestant is that we are not expected to cringe forever in contrition. Yours was a venial sin, Vivian, but not a mortal one. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure I do either. It's just something I read once. Here is what I do know, however. Sins of the flesh will not get you punished in the afterlife. They will only get you punished in this life, as you've now learned. I only wish I hadn't caused so much trouble for everyone. It's easy to be wise after the event, but what's the use of being 20 years old if not to make gross errors? Did you make gross errors when you were 20? Of course I did. Not nearly so bad as yours, but I had my days." She smiled to show she was teasing. Or maybe she wasn't teasing. It didn't matter. She was taking me back. "Thank you for coming to get me, Peg. Well, I missed you. I like you, kiddo, and once I like a person, I can only like them always. That's a rule of my life." This was the most wonderful thing anyone had ever said to me. I marinated in it for a while, and then, slowly, the marinade turned sour, as I recalled that not everyone was as forgiving as Aunt Peg. "I'm nervous about seeing Edna," I said at last. Peg looked surprised. "Why would you see Edna?" "Why would I not see Edna? I'll see her at the Lily." "Kiddo, Edna's not at the Lily anymore.
She's in rehearsals right now for As You Like It over at the Mansfield. She and Arthur moved out of the Lily in the spring. They're living at the Savoy now. You didn't hear? But what about City of Girls? Oh boy, you really haven't heard anything, have you? Heard anything about what? Back in March, Billy got an offer to move City of Girls to the Morosco Theater. He took the offer, packed up the show, and went. He packed up the show? Yes, indeed. He took it? He took it from the Lily? Well, he wrote that play, and he directed it, so technically it was his to take. That was his argument, anyway. Not that I argued with him about it. Wasn't gonna win that one. But what about... I couldn't finish the question. What about everything and everyone is what I might have asked. Yes, said Peg. What about it? Well, that's how Billy operates, kiddo. It was a good deal for him. You know the Morosco. It has 1,000 seats, so the money is better. Edna went with him, of course. They did the show for a few months, same as always, until Edna got tired of it. Now she's gone back to her Shakespeare. They've replaced her with Helen Hayes, which isn't working as far as I can see. I like Helen, don't get me wrong. She's got everything Edna's got, except that thing that Edna's got. Nobody's got that thing. Gertrude Lawrence might have been able to do Justices. She's got her own version of that thing, but she's not in town. Really, nobody can do what Edna can do. But they're still packing the house night after night over there, and it's like Billy's got a license to print money. I didn't even know what to say to all this. I was appalled. Pick up your jaw, kiddo, Peg said. You look like you just fell off a turnip truck. But what about the Lily? What about you and Olive? Business as usual, scrambling along, putting on our dumb little productions again, trying to lure back our humble neighborhood audience. It's harder now that the war is on, and half our audience is off fighting it. It's mostly grandmothers and children these days. That's why I took the commission at the Navy Yard. We need the income. Olive was right all along, of course. She knew we'd be left holding the bag after Billy took his playthings and went away. I guess I knew it too. That's always the way it goes with Billy. Of course, he took our best performers with him too. Gladys went with him. Jenny and Roland too. She said all this so mildly, as though betrayal and ruin were the most mundane happenings you could ever imagine. What about Benjamin? I asked. Unfortunately, Benjamin got drafted. Can't blame Billy for that. But can you imagine Benjamin in the military? Putting a gun in those gifted hands? Such a waste. I hate it for him. What about Mr. Herbert? Still with me. Mr. Herbert and Olive will never leave me. No sign of Celia, though. It wasn't really a question. I already knew the answer. No sign of Celia, Peg confirmed. But I'm sure she's fine. That cat has about 6 more lives in her, believe me. I'll tell you what is interesting, though, Peg went on, clearly not concerning herself with the fate of Celia Ray. Billy was right, too. Billy said we could create a hit play together, and we actually did it. We pulled it off. Olive never believed in City of Girls. She thought it would bomb, but she was dead wrong. It was a terrific show. I was right, I believe, to take the risk with Billy. It was an awful lot of fun while it lasted. As she told me all this, I stared at her profile, searching for signs of disturbance or suffering, but there were none. She turned her head, saw me staring at her, and laughed. Try not to look so shocked, Vivian. It makes you look simple. But Billy promised you the rights to the play. I was there. I heard him say it in the kitchen the first morning he came to the Lily. Billy promises a lot of things. Somehow he never got around to putting it in writing. I just can't believe he did that to you. Look, kiddo, I've always known how Billy is, and I invited him in anyway. I don't regret it. It was an adventure. You must learn in life to take things more lightly, my dear. The world is always changing. Learn how to allow for it. Someone makes a promise, and then they break it. A play gets good notices, and then it folds. A marriage looks strong, and then they divorce. For a while there's no war, and then there's another war. If you get too upset about it all, you become a stupid, unhappy person, and where's the good in that? Now enough about Billy. How was your year? Where were you when Pearl Harbor happened? At the movies, watching Dumbo. Where were you? Up at the Polo Grounds, watching football. Last Giants game of the season. Then, suddenly, late in the second quarter, they start making these strange announcements, asking all active military personnel to report immediately to the main office. I knew right then something bad was afoot. Then Sonny Frank got injured. That distracted me. Not that Sonny Frank has anything to do with it. Hell of a player, though. What a tragic day. Were you at the movies with that fellow you got engaged to? What was his name? Jim Larson. How did you know I'd gotten engaged? Your mother told me about it last night while you were packing. Sounds like you escaped by the skin of your teeth. Sounds like even your mother was relieved, though she's tough to read. She was of the opinion that you didn't much like him. This surprised me.
My mother and I had never once had an intimate conversation about Jim Moore, or about anything really. How had she known? He was a nice man, I said lamely. Good for him. Give him a trophy for it, but don't marry a man just because he's nice. And try not to make a habit of getting engaged in the first place, Vivi. It can lead to marriage if you're not careful. Why'd you say yes to him anyhow? I didn't know what else to do with myself. Like I say, he was nice. So many girls get married for that same reason. Find something else to do with yourself, I say. Gosh, ladies, take up a hobby. Why did you get married? I asked. Because I liked him, Vivi. I liked Billy very much. That's the only reason to ever marry somebody, if you love them or like them. I still like him, you know. I had dinner with him only last week. You did? Of course I did. Look, I can understand that you're upset with Billy right now. A lot of people are. But what did I tell you earlier about my rule in life? When I didn't answer, because I couldn't remember, she reminded me. Once I like a person, I can only like them always. Oh, that's right. But I still wasn't convinced. She smiled at me again. What's the matter, Vivi? You think that rule should only apply to you? It was evening by the time we arrived in New York City. It was July 15th, 1942. The town was perched proud and solid on its nest of granite, tucked between its two dark rivers. Its stacks of skyscrapers glittered like columns of fireflies in the velvety summer air. We crossed over the silent, commanding bridge, broad and long as a condor's wing, and entered the city. This dense place, this meaningful place, the greatest metropolis the world has ever known, or at least that's what I've always thought. I was overcome with reverence. I would plant my little life there and never abandon it again. 24. The next morning, I woke up in Billy's old room all over again. It was just me in the bed this time. No Celia, no hangover, no disasters. I had to admit, it felt good to have the bed to myself. For a while, I listened to the sounds of the Lily Playhouse coming to life. Sounds I never thought I would hear again. Someone must have been running a bath because the pipes were banging in protest. 2 telephones were already ringing, one upstairs and one in the offices below. I felt so happy it made me lightheaded. I put on my robe and wandered forth to make myself some coffee. I found Mr. Herbert sitting at the kitchen table just like always, wearing his undershirt, staring at his notebook, drinking his sanka, and composing his jokes for an upcoming show. "Good morning, Mr. Herbert," I said. He looked up at me and, to my amazement, he actually smiled. "I see you've been reinstated, Miss Morris," he said. "Good." By noon that day, I was at the Brooklyn Navy Yard with Peg and Olive, getting oriented to the job at hand. We'd taken the subway from Midtown to the York Street station, then transferred to a streetcar.
Over the next 3 years, I would make this commute nearly every day and in every kind of weather. I would share that commute with tens of thousands of other workers, all changing shifts like clockwork. The commute would become tedious and sometimes spirit-breakingly exhausting. But on that day, it was all new, and I was excited. I was outfitted in a snazzy lilac suit, although never again would I wear something so nice to that filthy, greasy destination, and my hair was clean and bouncy. I had my paperwork in order so that I could be officially inducted as a Navy employee, Bureau of Yards and Docks, classification, skilled laborer. The job came with a salary of 70 cents an hour, which was a fortune for a girl my age. They even issued me my own pair of safety glasses, although my eyes were never in danger from anything more serious than Peg's cigarette embers flying up in my face. This would be my first real job, if you don't count the work I did in my father's office back in Clinton, which you shouldn't. I'd been nervous to see Olive again. I still felt so ashamed of myself for my shenanigans and for having needed her to rescue me from the talons of Walter Winchell. I was afraid she might chastise me or look upon me with contempt. I had my first moment alone with her that morning. She and Peg and I were walking downstairs on our way out the door to Brooklyn. Peg had to run back up to get her thermos, so for a minute it had just been Olive and me standing there on the landing between the second and third floors of the playhouse. I decided this would be my opportunity to apologize and to thank her for having gallantly saved me. "Olive," I began, "I owe you a great debt." "Oh, Vivian," she interrupted, "don't be so grasping." And that was the end of that. We had a job to do, and there wasn't any time for flim-flam. Specifically, our job was this. We were assigned by the military to put on 2 shows a day at the Brooklyn Navy Yard in a bustling cafeteria located right on Wallabout Bay. You have to understand, Angela, that the Navy Yard was huge, the busiest in the world, with over 200 acres of buildings and almost 100,000 employees working around the clock throughout the war years. There were over 40 active cafeterias at the yard, and we were in charge of entertainment and education for just one of them. Our cafeteria was number 24, but everyone called it Sammy. I was never clear on why. Maybe because they served so many sandwiches? Or maybe because our head cook was named Mr. Samuelson. Sammy fed thousands of people a day, serving enormous piles of limp and tired food to equally limp and tired laborers. It was our task to entertain these weary workers while they ate. But we were more than entertainers. We were also propagandists. The Navy filtered information and inspiration through us. We had to keep everyone angry and fired up at Hitler and Hirohito at all times. We killed Hitler so many times in so many different skits that I can't believe the man wasn't having nightmares about us all the way over there in Germany. But we also had to keep our workers concerned about the welfare of our boys overseas, reminding them that whenever they slacked off on the job, they put American sailors at risk. We had to issue warnings that spies were everywhere and that loose lips sink ships. We had to give safety lessons and news updates. And in addition to all that, we had to deal with military censors who often sat in the front row of our performances to make sure we were not deviating from the party line. My favorite censor was a genial man named Mr. Gershon. I spent so much time with him, we became like a family. I attended his son's bar mitzvah. We had to communicate all this information to our workers in 30 minutes, twice a day, for 3 years. And we had to keep our material fresh and fun, or the audience might start throwing food at us. "It's good to be back in the field," Peg said happily, the first time our audience started booing, and I think she truly meant it. It was an impossible, thankless, exhausting job, and the Navy gave us precious little to work with, in terms of our theater. At the front of the cafeteria was a small stage, a platform really, built of rough pine. We didn't have a curtain or stage lighting, and our orchestra amounted to a honky-tonk stand-up piano played by a tiny old local named Mrs. Levinson,
who, incongruously, could pound those keys so hard you could hear the music all the way from Sand Street. Our props were vegetable crates, and our dressing room was the back corner of the kitchen, right next to the dishwasher station. As for our actors, they were not exactly the cream of the crop. Most of New York's showbiz community had either gone off to battle or gotten good industrial jobs since the advent of the war. This meant that the only people left for us to recruit were the sorts of folks whom Olive, not very kindly, called the lost and the lame.
To which Peg replied, also not very kindly, "How does that differ from any other theater company?" So we improvised. We had men in their 60s playing young swains. We had hefty middle-aged women playing the parts of ingenues or boys. We couldn't pay our players nearly as much as they could earn working on the line, so we were constantly losing our actors and dancers to the Navy Yard itself. Some pretty young girl would be singing a song on our stage one day, and the next day you'd see her eating at Sammy on her lunch break, with her hair up in a bandana and coveralls on. She'd have a wrench in her pocket and a hearty paycheck on its way. It's tough to get a girl back in the spotlight once she's seen a hearty paycheck, and we didn't even have a spotlight. Putting together costumes was, of course, my primary job, although I also wrote the occasional script and even sometimes penned a song lyric or two. My work had never been more difficult. I had virtually no budget, and because of the war, there was a nationwide shortage of all the materials I needed. It wasn't just fabrics that were scarce. You couldn't get buttons, zippers, or hooks and eyes either. I became ferociously inventive. In my most shining moment, I created a vest for the character of King Victor Emmanuel III of Italy using some two-toned jacquard damask I'd ripped from a rotting, overstuffed sofa I'd found on the corner of 10th Avenue and 44th Street one morning, awaiting removal to the dump. I won't pretend that the costume smelled good, but our king really looked like a king. And that's saying something, given the fact that he was portrayed by a sunken-chested old man who only 1 hour before showtime had been cooking beans in the Sammy kitchen. Needless to say, I became a fixture at Lofsky's used emporium and notions, even more than before the war. Marjorie Lofsky, who was now in high school, became my partner in costuming. She was my fixer, really. Lofsky's now had a contract to sell textiles and rags to the military, so even they didn't have as much volume or variety to choose from anymore. But they were still the best game in town. So I gave Marjorie a small cut of my salary, and she culled and saved the choicest materials for me. Truly, I could not have done my job without her help. Despite our age difference, the two of us grew genuinely fond of each other as the war dragged on, and I soon came to think of her as a friend, although an odd one. I can still remember the first time I ever shared a cigarette with Marjorie. I was standing on the loading dock of her parents' warehouse in the dead of winter, taking a break from sorting through the bins in order to have a quiet smoke. "Let me have a drag of that," came a voice next to me. I looked down, and there was little Marjorie Lofsky, all 95 pounds of her, wrapped up in one of those absurdly giant raccoon fur coats that fraternity boys used to wear to football games in the 1920s. On her head, a Canadian Mounties hat. "I'm not giving you a cigarette," I said. "You're only 16. "Exactly," she said. "I've already been smoking for 10 years. Charmed, I caved in to her demands and handed over the smoke. She inhaled it with impressive expertise and said, "This war isn't satisfying me, Vivian." She was gazing out at the alleyway with an air of world weariness that I couldn't help but find comical. "I'm displeased with it." "Displeased with it, are you?" I was trying not to smile. "Well then, you should do something about it. Write a strongly worded letter to your congressman. Go talk to the president. Put this thing to an end." "It's only that I've waited so long to grow up, but now there's nothing worth growing up for," she said.
Just all this fighting, 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 and working, working, working. It makes a person weary. It'll all end soon enough, I said, although I was not sure of that fact myself. She took another deep drag off the cigarette and said in a very different tone, "All my relatives in Europe are in big trouble, you know. Hitler won't rest till he's gotten rid of every last one of them. Mama doesn't even know where her sisters are anymore, or their kids. My father's on the phone with embassies all day, trying to get his family over here. I have to translate for him a lot of the time. It doesn't look like there's any way for them to get through, though." "Oh, Marjorie, I'm so sorry. That's terrible." I didn't know what else to say. This seemed like too serious a situation for a high school student to be facing. I wanted to hug her, but she wasn't the sort of person who cared for hugs. "I'm disappointed in everybody," she said, after a long silence. "In who exactly?" I was thinking she would say the Nazis. "The adults," she said. "All of them. How did they let the world get so out of control?" "I don't know, honey, but I'm not sure anybody out there really knows what they're doing." "Apparently not," she pronounced with theatrical disdain, flicking the spent cigarette into the alley. "And this is why I'm so eager to grow up, you see, so I won't be at the mercy anymore of people who have no idea what they're doing. I figure the sooner I can get full control of things, the better my life will be." "That sounds like an excellent plan, Marjorie," I said. "Of course, I've never had a plan for my own life, so I wouldn't know. But it sounds as though you've got it all sorted out." "You've never had a plan?" Marjorie looked up at me in horror. "How do you get by?" "Gosh, Marjorie, you sound just like my mother." "Well, if you can't make a plan for your own life, Vivian, then somebody needs to be your mother." I couldn't help but laugh. "Stop lecturing me, kid. I'm old enough to be your babysitter." "Huh, my parents would never leave me with somebody as irresponsible as you." "Well, your parents would probably be right about that." "I'm just teasing you," she said. "You know that, right? You know that I've always liked you." "Really? You've always liked me, have you? Since you were what, in 8th grade?" "Hey, give me another cigarette, would you?" she asked. "For later?" "I shouldn't," I said, but I handed her a few of them anyhow. "Just don't let your mother know I'm supplying you." "Since when do my parents need to know what I'm up to?" asked this strange little teenager. She hid the cigarettes in the folds of her enormous fur coat and gave me a wink. "Now, tell me what kind of costumes you came in for today, Vivian, and I'll set you up with whatever you need." New York was a different place now than it had been my first time around. Frivolity was dead, unless it was useful and patriotic frivolity, like dancing with soldiers and sailors at the stage door canteen. The city was weighted with seriousness. At every moment, we were expecting to be attacked or invaded, certain that the Germans would bomb us into dust, just as they'd done to London. There were mandatory blackouts. There were a few nights when the authorities even turned off all the lights in Times Square, and the Great White Way became a dark clot, shining rich and black in the night, like cooled mercury. Everyone was in uniform, or ready to serve. Our own Mr. Herbert volunteered as an air raid warden, wandering around our neighborhood in the evenings with his official city-issued white helmet and red armband. As he headed out the door, Peg would say, "Dear Mr. Hitler, please don't bomb us until Mr. Herbert has finished alerting all the neighbors. Sincerely, Pegsy Buell." What I most remember about the war years was an overriding sense of coarseness. We didn't suffer in New York City like so many people across the world were suffering, but nothing was fine anymore. No butter, no pricey cuts of meat, no quality makeup, no fashions from Europe. Nothing was soft. Nothing was a delicacy. The war was a vast, starving colossus that needed everything from us. Not just our time and labor, but also our cooking oil, our rubber, our metals, our paper, our coal. We were left with mere scraps. I brushed my teeth with baking soda.
I treated my last pair of nylons with such care, you would have thought they were premature babies. And when those nylons finally died in the middle of 1943, I gave up and started wearing trousers all the time. I got so busy and shampoo became so difficult to acquire that I cut my hair short, very much in the style of Edna Parker Watson's sleek bob, I must admit, and I've never grown it long again. It was during the war that I became a New Yorker at last. I finally learned my way around the city. I opened a bank account and got my own library card. I had a favorite cobbler now, and I needed one because of leather rations, and I also had my own dentist. I made friends with my coworkers at the yard, and we would eat together at the Cumberland Diner after our shift. I was proud to be able to chip in at the end of those meals when Mr. Gershon would say, "Folks, let's pass the hat." It was during the war, too, that I learned how to be comfortable sitting alone in a bar or restaurant. For many women, this is a strangely difficult thing to do, but eventually I mastered it. The trick is to bring a book or newspaper, to ask for the best table nearest to the window, and to order your drink just as soon as you sit down. Once I got the hang of it, I found that eating alone by the window in a quiet restaurant is one of life's greatest secret pleasures. I bought myself a bicycle for $3 from a kid in Hell's Kitchen, and this acquisition opened up my world considerably. Freedom of movement was everything I was learning. I wanted to know that I could get out of New York quickly in case of an attack. I rode my bike all over the city. It was cheap and effective for running errands, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I believed that I could outride the Luftwaffe if I had to. This brought me a certain delusional sense of safety. I became an explorer of my vast urban surroundings. I prowled the city extensively and at such odd hours. I especially loved to walk around at night and catch glimpses through windows of strangers living their lives. So many different dinner times, so many different work hours. Everyone was different ages, different races. Some people were resting, some laboring, some all alone, some celebrating in boisterous company. I never tired of moving through these scenes. I relished the sensation of being one small dot of humanity in a larger ocean of souls. When I was younger, I had wanted to be at the very center of all the action in New York, but I slowly came to realize that there is no one center. The center is everywhere, wherever people are living out their lives. It's a city with a million centers. Somehow, that was even more magical to know. I didn't pursue any men during the war. For one thing, they were difficult to come by. Most everyone was overseas. For another thing, I didn't feel like playing around. In keeping with the new spirit of seriousness and sacrifice that blanketed New York, I more or less put my sexual desire away from 1942 until 1945. The way you might cover your good furniture with sheets while you go off on vacation. Except I wasn't on vacation. All I did was work. Soon I grew accustomed to moving about town without a male companion. I forgot that you were supposed to be on a man's arm at night if you were a nice girl. This was a rule that seemed archaic now, and furthermore impossible to execute. There simply weren't enough men, Angela. There weren't enough arms. One afternoon in early 1944, I was riding my bicycle through Midtown when I saw my old boyfriend Anthony Rochella stepping out of an arcade. Seeing his face was a shocker, but I should have known I'd run into him someday. As any New Yorker can tell you, you will eventually run into everyone on the sidewalks of this city. For that reason, New York is a terrible town in which to have an enemy. Anthony looked exactly the same. Hair pomaded, gum in his mouth, cocky smile on his face. He wasn't in uniform, which was unusual for a man of his age and good health. He must have weaseled his way out of service, of course. He was with a girl, short, cute, blonde. My heart did a quick Roomba at the sight of him.
He was the first man I'd laid eyes on in years who made me feel a rush of desire, but of course, that would make sense. I screeched to a stop just a few feet from him and stared right at him. Something in me wanted to be seen by him. But he didn't see me. Alternatively, he saw me but didn't recognize me. With my short hair and trousers, I didn't look any more like the girl he used to know. The final possibility, of course, is that he recognized me and elected not to pay me any mind. That night, I burned with loneliness. I also burned with sexual longing. I will not lie about this. I took care of it myself, though. Thankfully, I had learned how to do that. Every woman should learn how to do that. As for Anthony, I never saw him or heard his name again. Walter Winchell had predicted that the kid would be a movie star, but he never made it. Or who knows, maybe he never even bothered to try. Only a few weeks later, I was invited by one of our actors to a benefit at the Savoy Hotel to raise money for war orphans. Harry James and his orchestra would be playing, which was a fun enticement, so I beat down my tiredness and went to the party. I stayed for just a short while, as I didn't know anybody there, and there weren't any interesting-looking men to dance with. I decided it would be more fun to go home and sleep. But as I was walking out of the ballroom, I bumped straight into Edna Parker Watson. "Excuse me," I mumbled, but in the next instant, my mind calculated that it was her. I'd forgotten that she lived at the Savoy. I never would have gone there that night had I remembered. She looked up at me and held my gaze. She was wearing a soft brown gabardine suit with a pert little tangerine blouse. Casually tossed over her shoulder was a gray rabbit stole. As ever, she looked immaculate. "You are very excused," she said, with a polite smile. This time, there could be no pretending that I had not been identified. She knew exactly who I was. I was familiar enough with Edna's face to have caught that quick shimmer of disturbance behind her mask of adamant calm. For almost 4 years, I had pondered what I would say to her if our paths ever crossed. But now all I could do was say, "Edna," and reach for her arm. "I'm terribly sorry," she said, "but I don't believe you're somebody I know." Then she walked away. When we are young, Angela, we may fall victim to the misconception that time will heal all wounds and that eventually everything will shake itself out. But as we get older, we learn this sad truth. Some things can never be fixed. Some mistakes can never be put right, not by the passage of time and not by our most fervent wishes either. In my experience, this is the hardest lesson of them all. After a certain age, we are all walking around this world in bodies made of secrets and shame and sorrow and old, unhealed injuries. Our hearts grow sore and misshapen around all this pain, yet somehow, still, we carry on. 25. Now it was late 1944. I had turned 24 years old. I kept working around the clock at the Navy Yard. I can't remember ever taking a day off. I was squirreling away good money from my wartime wages, but I was exhausted and there was nothing to spend it on anyway. I barely had the energy to play gin rummy with Peg and Olive in the evenings anymore. More than once, I fell asleep during my evening commute and woke up in Harlem. Everyone was bone-weary. Sleep became a golden commodity that everyone longed for, but nobody had. We knew we were winning the war. There was a lot of big talk about what a bruising we were giving the Germans and the Japanese, but we didn't know when it would all be over. Not knowing, of course, didn't stop anyone from running their mouths non-stop, spreading fruitless gossip and speculation. The war would end by Thanksgiving, they all said. By Christmas, they all said, but then 1945 rolled in, and the war wasn't done yet. Over at the Sandy Cafeteria Theater, we were still killing Hitler a dozen times a week in our propaganda shows, but it didn't seem to be slowing him down any. Don't worry, everyone said. It'll all be sewn up by the end of February.
In early March, my parents got a letter from my brother on his aircraft carrier somewhere in the South Pacific, saying, "You'll be hearing talk of surrender soon, I'm sure of it." That was the last we ever heard from him. Angela, I know that you, of all people, know about the USS Franklin, but I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't even know the name of my brother's ship before we got word that it had been hit by a kamikaze pilot on March 19, 1945, killing Walter and over 800 other men. Always the responsible one, Walter had never mentioned the name of the ship in his correspondence in case his letters fell into enemy hands and state secrets were revealed. I knew only that he was on a large aircraft carrier somewhere in Asia and that he had promised the war would end soon. My mother was the one who got the notice of his death. She was riding her horse in a field next to our house when she saw an old black car with one white non-matching door come speeding up our driveway. It raced right past her, driving far too fast for the gravel road. This was unusual. Country people know better than to speed down gravel roads next to grazing horses. But the car was one she recognized. It belonged to Mike Romer, the telegraph operator at Western Union. My mother stopped what she was doing and watched as both Mike and his wife stepped out of the car and knocked on her door. The Romers were not the sort of people with whom my mother socialized. There was no reason they should be knocking on the Morrises' door except one. A telegram must have come in, and its contents were dire enough that the operator thought he should deliver the news himself, along with his wife, who had presumably come to offer womanly comfort to the grieving family. My mother saw all of this, and she knew. I have always wondered if Mother had an impulse in that moment to turn the horse around and ride like hell in the opposite direction, just to run straight away from that horrible news. But my mother wasn't that sort of person. What she did instead was to dismount and walk very slowly toward the house, leading her horse behind her. She told me later that she didn't think it was prudent for her to be on top of an animal at an emotional moment like this. I can just see her choosing her steps with care, handling her horse with her typical sense of conscientiousness. She knew exactly what was waiting for her on the doorstep, and she was in no hurry to meet it. Until that telegram was handed over, her son was still alive. The Romers could wait for her, and they did. By the time my mother reached the doorstep of our house, Mrs. Romer, tears streaming down her face, had her arms open for an embrace, which my mother, needless to say, refused. My parents didn't even have a funeral for Walter. First of all, there was no body to be buried. The telegram notified us that Lieutenant Walter Morris had been buried at sea with full military honors. The telegram also requested that we not divulge the name of Walter's ship or his station to our friends and family, so as not to accidentally give aid to the enemy, as though our neighbors in Clinton, New York, were saboteurs and spies. My mother didn't want a funeral service without a body. She found it too grisly. And my father was too shattered by rage and sorrow to face his community in a state of mourning. He had railed so bitterly against America's involvement in this war and had fought against Walter's enlistment too. Now he refused to have a ceremony to honor the fact that the government had stolen from him his greatest treasure. I went home and spent a week with them. I did what I could for my parents, but they barely spoke to me. I asked if they wanted me to stay with them in Clinton, and I would have, but they looked at me as though I were a stranger. What possible use could I be to them if I stayed in Clinton? If anything, I got the sense they wanted me to leave, so I wouldn't be staring at them all day in their grief. My presence seemed only to remind them that their son was dead. If they ever thought that the wrong child had been taken from them, that the better and nobler child was gone while the less worthy one remained, I would forgive them for it. I sometimes had that thought myself.
Once I left, they were able to collapse back into their silence. I probably don't need to tell you that they were never the same again. Walter's death utterly shocked me. I swear to you, Angela, I'd never considered for a minute that my brother could be harmed or killed in this war. This may seem stupid and naive of me, but if you knew Walter, you'd have understood my confidence. He had always been so competent, so powerful. He had brilliant instincts. He'd never even been injured in all his years of athletics. Even among his peers, he was seen as semi-mythical. What harm could ever befall him? Not only that, I never worried about anybody who served under Walter, although he did. The one worrying subject my brother mentioned in his letters home was concern for his men's safety and morale. I figured anybody who was serving with Walter Morris was safe. He would see to it. But the problem, of course, was that Walter wasn't in charge. He was a full lieutenant by then, yes, but the ship wasn't in his hands. At the helm was Captain Leslie Garris. The captain was the problem. But you know all this already, don't you, Angela? At least I assume you do. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I really don't know how much your father told you about any of this. Peg and I held our own ceremony for Walter in New York City at the small Methodist church next to the Lily Playhouse. The minister had become a friend of Peg's over the years, and he agreed to conduct a small service for my brother, remains or no remains. There were just a handful of us, but it was important for me that something be done in Walter's name, and Peg had recognized that. Peg and Olive were there, of course, flanking me like the pillars they were. Mr. Herbert was there. Billy didn't come, having moved back to Hollywood a year earlier when his Broadway production of City of Girls finally closed. Mr. Gershon, my Navy censor, came. My pianist from the Sammy cafeteria, Mrs. Levinson, also came. The entire Lotsky family was there. "Never saw so many Jews at a Methodist funeral," said Marjorie, scanning the room. This brought me a laugh. Thank you, Marjorie. A few of Peg's old friends came. Edna and Arthur Watson were not there. I suppose that should not have been a surprise, although I must admit I'd thought Edna might show up in support of Peg at least. The choir sang "His Eye is on the Sparrow," and I could not stop crying. I felt a stunned sense of bereavement for Walter. Not so much for the brother I lost, but for the brother I'd never had. Aside from a few sweet, sun-dappled early childhood memories of the two of us riding ponies together, and who knew if those memories were even accurate, I had no tender recollections of this imposing figure with whom I'd allegedly shared my youth. Perhaps if my parents had expected less of him, if they'd allowed him to be a regular little boy instead of a scion, he and I could have become friends over the years, or confidants. But it was never to be. And now he was gone. I cried all night, but went back to work the next day. A lot of people had to do that kind of thing during those years. We cried, Angela, and then we worked. On April 12, 1945, FDR died. To me, this felt like another family member gone. I could barely remember there ever having been another president. Whatever my father thought of the man, I loved him. Many loved him. Certainly in New York City, all of us did. The mood the next day at the Yard was somber. At the Sammy cafeteria, I hung the stage with bunting, blackout curtains actually, and had our actors read from years of Roosevelt speeches. At the end of the show, one of the steel workers, a Caribbean man with dark skin and a white beard, rose spontaneously from his seat and began to sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. He had a voice like Paul Robeson's. The rest of us stood in silence while this man's song shook the walls in doleful sorrow. President Truman was quickly and quietly ushered in with no majesty. We all worked harder. Still, the war did not end. On April 28, 1945, the burned-out, twisted hulk of my brother's aircraft carrier sailed into the Brooklyn Navy Yard on her own steam.
The USS Franklin had somehow managed to limp and list halfway across the world and through the Panama Canal, piloted by a skeleton crew, to arrive now at our hospital. 2/3 of her crew were dead, missing, or injured. The Franklin was met at the docks by a Navy band playing a dirgeful hymn, and also by Peg and me. We stood on the dock and saluted as we watched this wounded ship, which I thought of as my brother's coffin, sailing home to be repaired as best she could. But even I could tell, just by looking at that blackened, gutted pile of steel, that nobody would ever be able to fix this. On May 7, 1945, Germany finally surrendered. But the Japanese were still holding out, and they were holding out hard. That week, Mrs. Levinson and I wrote a song for our workers called "One Down, One to Go." We kept working. On June 20, 1945, the Queen Mary sailed into New York Harbor carrying 14,000 U.S. servicemen returning home from Europe. Peg and I went to meet them at Pier 90 on the Upper West Side. Peg had painted a sign on the back of an old piece of scenery that said, "Hey, you, welcome home." "Who are you welcoming home, specifically?" I asked. "Every last one of them," she said. I initially hesitated to join her, the thought of seeing thousands of young men coming home, but none of them Walters, seemed too sad to bear. But she had insisted on it. "It will be good for you," she predicted. "More important, it will be good for them. They need to see our faces." I was glad I went in the end, very glad. It was a delicious early summer day. I'd been living in New York for more than 3 years at that point, but I still wasn't immune to the beauty of my city on a perfect blue sky afternoon like this. One of those soft, warm days when you can't help but feel that the whole town loves you and wants nothing but your happiness. The sailors and soldiers and nurses came streaming down the wharf in a delirious wave of celebration. They were met by a large, cheering crowd, of which Peg and I constituted a small but enthusiastic delegation. She and I took turns waving her sign, and we cheered till our throats were hoarse. A band on the docks pounded out loud versions of the year's popular songs. The servicemen were tossing balloons in the air, which I quickly realized were not balloons at all, but blown-up condoms. I wasn't the only one who realized this. I couldn't help laughing as the mothers around me tried to stop their children from picking them up. One lanky, sleepy-eyed sailor paused to take a long look at me as he was walking by. He grinned and said in a broad Southern accent, "Say, honey, what's the name of this town, anyhow?" I grinned back. "We call it New York City, sailor." He pointed to some construction cranes on the other side of the wharf. He said, "Looks like it'll be a nice enough place once it's finished." Then he slung his arm around my waist and kissed me, just like you've seen in that famous photo from Times Square on VJ Day. There was a lot of that going on that year. But what you never saw in that photo was the girl's reaction. I've always wondered how she felt about her kiss. We will never know, I suppose. But I can tell you how I felt about my kiss, which was long, expert, and considerably passionate. Well, Angela, I liked it. I really liked it. I kissed him right back, but then, out of the blue, I started weeping, and I couldn't stop. I buried my face in his neck, clung to him, and bathed him with tears. I cried for my brother and for all the young men who would never come back. I cried for all the girls who had lost their sweethearts and their youth. I cried because we had given so many years to this infernal, eternal war. I cried because I was so goddamned tired. I cried because I missed kissing boys, and I wanted to kiss so many more of them. But now I was an ancient hag of 24, and what would become of me? I cried because it was such a beautiful day, and the sun was shining, and all of it was glorious, and none of it was fair. This was not quite what the sailor had expected, I'm sure, when he'd initially grabbed me. "Honey," he said in my ear, "you ain't gotta cry no more. We are the lucky ones."
He held me tight and let me boil forth my tears until finally I got control of myself. Then he pulled back from the embrace, smiled, and said, "Now, how about you let me have another?" And we kissed again. It would be 3 more months before the Japanese surrendered. But in my mind, in my hazy, peach-colored summer day memory, the war ended in that very moment. 26. As swiftly as I can, Angela, let me tell you about the next 20 years of my life. I stayed in New York City, of course I did. Where else would I go? But it was not the same town anymore. So much changed, and so fast. Aunt Peg had warned me about this inevitability back in 1945. She'd said, "Everything is always different after a war ends. I've seen it before. If we are wise, we should all be prepared for adjustments." Well, she was certainly correct about that. Post-war New York was a rich, hungry, impatient, and growing beast, especially in Midtown, where whole neighborhoods of old brownstones and businesses were knocked down in order to make room for new office complexes and modern apartment buildings. You had to pick through rubble everywhere you walked, almost as though the city had been bombed after all. Over the next few years, so many of the glamorous places I used to frequent with Celia Ray closed down and were replaced by 20-story corporate towers. The Spotlight closed, the Downbeat Club closed, the Stork Club closed. Countless theaters closed. Those once glimmering neighborhoods now looked like weird, broken mouths, with half the old teeth knocked out and some shiny new false ones randomly stuck in. But the biggest change happened in 1950, at least in our little circle. That's when the Lily Playhouse closed. Mind you, the Lily didn't simply close, she was demolished. Our beautiful, crooked, bumbling fortress of a theater was destroyed by the city that year in order to make room for the Port Authority bus terminal. In fact, our entire neighborhood was torn down. Within the doomed radius of what would eventually become the world's ugliest bus terminal, every single theater, church, row house, restaurant, bar, Chinese laundry, penny arcade, florist, tattoo parlor, and school, it all came down. Even Lone Totsky's used emporium and notions, gone, turned to dust right before our eyes. At least the city did right by Peg. They offered her $55,000 for the building, which was pretty good cheese back in a time when most folks in our neighborhood were living on $4,000 a year. I wanted her to fight it, but she said, "There's nothing to fight here." "I just can't believe you can walk away from all this," I wailed. "You have no idea what I'm capable of walking away from, kiddo." Peg was dead right, by the way, about the fact that there was nothing to fight here. In taking over the neighborhood, the city was exercising a civic right called the power of condemnation, which is every bit as sinister and inescapable as it sounds. I had myself a good sulk over it, but Peg said, "Resist change at your own peril, Vivian. When something ends, let it end. The lily has outlasted her glory anyway."
"That's not true, Peg," corrected Olive. "The lily never had any glory." Both of them were right in their way. We had been limping along since the war ended, barely making a living out of the building. Our shows were more sparsely attended than ever, and our best talent had never returned to us after the war. For instance, Benjamin, our composer, had elected to stay in Europe, settling down in Lyon with a French woman who owned a nightclub. We loved reading his letters. She was absolutely thriving as an impresario and band leader, but we sure did miss his music. What's more, our neighborhood audience had outgrown us. People were more sophisticated now, even in Hell's Kitchen. The war had blown the world wide open and filled the air with new ideas and tastes. Our shows had seemed dated even back when I first came to the city, but now they were like something out of the Pleistocene. Nobody wanted to watch cornball, vaudeville-like song and dance numbers anymore. So, yes, whatever slight glory our theater had ever possessed, it was long gone by 1950. Still, it was painful for me.
I only wish I loved bus terminals as much as I'd loved the Lily Playhouse. When the day came for the actual demolition, Peg insisted on being present for it. "You can't be afraid of these things, Vivian," she said. "You have to see it through." So I stood alongside Peg and Olive on that fateful day, watching as the Lily came down. I was not nearly as stoic as they were. To see a wrecking ball take aim at your home and history, at the place that really birthed you, well, that takes a degree of spinal fortitude that I did not yet possess. I couldn't help but tear up. The worst part was not when the facade of the building came crashing down, but when the interior lobby wall was demolished. Suddenly, you could see the old stage as it was never meant to be seen, naked and exposed under the cruel, unsentimental winter sun. All its shabbiness was dragged into the light for everyone to witness. Peg had the strength to bear it, though. She didn't even flinch. She was made of awfully stern stuff, that woman. When the wrecking ball had done all the damage it could do for the day, she smiled at me and said, "I'll tell you something, Vivian. I have no regrets. When I was a young girl, I honestly believed that a life spent in the theater would be nothing but fun. And God help me, kiddo, it was." Using the money from the settlement with the city, Peg and Olive bought a nice little apartment on Sutton Place. Peg even had enough money left over after the purchase of the apartment to give a sort of retirement subsidy to Mr. Herbert, who moved down to Virginia to live with his daughter. Peg and Olive liked their new life. Olive got a job at a local high school, working as the principal secretary, a position she was born to hold. Peg was hired at the same school to help run their theater department. The women didn't seem unhappy about the changes. Their new apartment building, brand new I should say, even had an elevator, which was easier for them as they were getting older. They also had a doorman, with whom Peg could gossip about baseball. "The only doorman I ever had before were the bums sleeping under the Lily's proscenium," she joked. Troopers that they were, the two women adapted. They certainly didn't complain. Still, there is poignancy for me in the fact that the Lily Playhouse was destroyed in 1950, the same year that Peg and Olive purchased their first television set for their modern new apartment. Clearly, the golden age of theater was now over. But Peg had seen that development coming too. "Television will run us all out of town in the end," she'd predicted the first time she ever saw one in action. "How do you know?" I asked. "Because even I like it better than theater," was her honest response. As for me, with the death of the Lily Playhouse, I no longer had a home or a job, or for that matter, a family with whom to share my daily life. I couldn't exactly move in with Peg and Olive, not at my age. It would have been embarrassing. I needed to create my own life. But I was a 29-year-old woman now, unmarried, no college education. So what could that life be? I wasn't too worried about how I would support myself. I had a decent amount of money saved, and I knew how to work. By that point, I'd learned that as long as I had my sewing machine, my 9-inch shears, a tape measure around my neck, and a pincushion at my wrist, I could always make a living somehow. But the question was, what sort of existence would I now lead? In the end, I was saved by Marjorie Loftsky. By 1950, Marjorie Loftsky and I had become best friends. It was an unlikely match, but she had never stopped looking out for me, in terms of salvaging treasures from the bottomless Loftsky's bins. And I, in turn, had delighted in watching this kid grow up into a charismatic and fascinating young woman. There was something quite special about her. Of course, Marjorie had always been special, but after the war years, she blossomed into an atomically energetic creative force. She still dressed wildly, looking like a Mexican bandita one day and a Japanese geisha the next. But she had come into her own as a person. She'd gone to art school at Parsons, while still living at home with her parents and running the family business, while at the same time making money on the side as a sketch artist.
She'd worked for years at Bonwit Teller, drawing romantic fashion illustrations for their newspaper ads. She also did diagrams for medical journals, and once, quite memorably, was hired by a travel company to illustrate a guidebook to Baltimore with the tragic title, "So You're Coming to Baltimore." So really, Marjorie could do anything, and she was always on the hustle. Marjorie had grown into a young woman who was not only creative, eccentric, and hardworking, but also bold and astute. And when the city announced that it was going to knock down our neighborhood, and Marjorie's parents decided to take the buyout and retire to Queens, suddenly dear Marjorie Loftsky was in the same position I was in, out of a home and out of work. Instead of crying about it, Marjorie came to me with a simple and well-thought-out proposal. She suggested that we join forces in the world by living together and working together. Her plan, and I must give her every bit of credit for it, was wedding gowns. Her exact proposal was this: "Everyone is getting married, Vivian, and we have to do something about it." She had taken me out to lunch at the Automat to talk about her idea. It was the summer of 1950. The Port Authority bus terminal was inevitable, and our whole little world was about to come tumbling down. But Marjorie, dressed today like a Peruvian peasant, wearing about 5 different kinds of embroidered vests and skirts at the same time, was shining with purpose and excitement. "What do you want me to do about everyone getting married?" I asked. "Stop them? No. Help them. If we can help them, we can profit from them. Look, I've been at Bonwit Teller all week doing sketches in the bridal suite. I've been listening. The sales clerks say they can't keep up with orders. And all week I've been hearing customers complain about the lack of variety. Nobody wants the same dress as anyone else, but there aren't that many dresses to choose from. I overheard a girl the other day saying that she would sew her own wedding dress just to make it unique if only she knew how. Do you want me to teach girls how to sew their own wedding dresses?" I asked. "Most of those girls couldn't sew a potholder. No, I think we should make wedding dresses." "Too many people make wedding dresses already, Marjorie. It's an industry of its own." "Yeah, but we can make nicer ones. I could sketch the designs, and you could sew them. We know materials better than anyone else, don't we? And our gimmick would be to create new gowns out of old ones. You and I both know that the old silk and satin is better than anything that's being imported." With my contacts, I can find old silk and satin all over town. Hell, I can even buy it in bulk from France. They're selling everything right now. They're so hungry over there. And you can use that material to make gowns that are finer than anything at Bonwit Teller. I've seen you take good lace off old tablecloths before to make costumes. Couldn't you make trims and veils the same way? We could create one-of-a-kind wedding dresses for girls who don't want to look like everyone else in the department stores. Our dresses wouldn't be industry. They would be custom-tailored. Classic. You could do that, couldn't you? Nobody wants to wear a used, old wedding dress, I said. But as soon as I spoke these words, I remembered my friend Madeline back in Clinton at the beginning of the war. Madeline, whose gown I had created by tearing up both of her grandmother's old silk wedding dresses and combining them into one concoction. That gown had been stunning. Seeing that I was beginning to catch on, Marjorie said, "What I'm picturing is this. We open a boutique. We'll use your classiness to make the place seem high-tone and exclusive. We'll play up the fact that we import our materials from Paris. People love that. They'll buy anything if you tell them it came from Paris. It won't be a total lie. Some of the stuff will come from France. Sure, it will come from France in barrels stuffed full of rags, but nobody needs to know this. I'll sort out the treasures, and you'll make the treasures into better treasures." "Are you talking about having a store? A boutique, Vivian? God, honey, get used to saying the word. Jews have stores. We shall have a boutique.
But you are Jewish. Boutique, Vivian, boutique. Practice saying it with me. Boutique. Let it roll off your tongue. Where do you want to do this? I asked. Down around Gramercy Park, she said. That neighborhood will always be fancy. I'd like to see the city try to tear those townhouses down. That's what we're selling to people, the idea of fancy, the idea of classic. I want to call it L'Atelier. There's a building down there I've been eyeing. My parents told me they'll give me half the payment from the city when Lotsky's gets demolished, as well they should, having worked me like a stevedore ever since I was a babe in arms. My cut will be just enough to buy the place I'm looking at. I was watching her mind work and whip, and honestly, it was a little scary. She was moving awfully fast. The building I want is on 18th Street, 1 block from the park, she went on. 3 stories with a storefront, 2 apartments upstairs. It's small, but it's got charm. You could fake that it's a little boutique on a quaint street in Paris. That's the feeling we're looking to create. It's not in bad shape. I can find people to fix it up. You can live on the top floor. You know how I hate climbing stairs. You'll like it. There's a skylight in your apartment. 2 skylights, actually. You want us to buy a building, Marjorie? No, honey. I want me to buy a building. I know how much money you've got in the bank, and no offense, Vivian, but you couldn't afford Paramus, much less Manhattan. Although you can afford to buy into the business, so we'll go halfsies on that. But I'll be the one who buys the building. It will cost me every dime I have, but I'm willing to shoot the whole works at it. I'm damn sure not going to rent a place. What am I, an immigrant? Yes, I said. You are an immigrant. Immigrant or no, the only way people make money in retail in this city is by owning property, not by selling clothes. Ask the Sachs family, they know. Ask the Gimbel family, they know. Although we will make money selling clothes too, because our wedding gowns will be simply lovely, thanks to your considerable talents and mine. So yes, Vivian, in conclusion, I want me to buy a building. I want you to design wedding dresses. I want us to run a boutique, and I want both of us to live upstairs. That's the plan. Let's live together, and let's work together. It's not as though we've got anything else going on, right? Just say you'll do it. I gave her proposal deep and serious consideration for about 3 seconds, and then said, sure, let's do it. If you're wondering whether this decision turned out to be a giant mistake, Angela, it didn't. In fact, I can tell you right now how it all turned out. Marjorie and I made sublime wedding gowns together for decades. We earned enough money to support ourselves comfortably. We took care of each other like family, and I live in that same building to this day. I know I'm old, but don't worry, I can still climb those stairs. I never made a better choice than to throw in my lot with Marjorie Lotsky and to follow her into business. Sometimes it's just true that other people have better ideas for your life than you do. All that said, it was not easy work. As with costumes, wedding gowns are not sewn, but built. They are intended to be monumental, and so it takes a monumental amount of effort to make one. My gowns were especially time-consuming because I wasn't starting with bolts of clean and fresh fabrics. It's harder to make a new dress from an old dress or from several old dresses, as in my case, because you must disassemble the old dress first, and then your options will be limited by how much material you are able to glean from it. Besides which, I was working with aging and fragile textiles, antique silks and satins, and ancient spider webs of lace, which meant that I had to use an especially careful hand. Marjorie would bring me sacks of old wedding and christening gowns that she scavenged from God knows where, and I would pick through them judiciously to see what I could work with. Often, the materials were yellowed with age or stained down the bodice. Never give a bride a glass of red wine. So my first task would be to soak the garment in ice water and vinegar to clean it. If there was a stain that I couldn't remove, I'd have to cut around it and figure out how much I could salvage of the old fabric. Or maybe I would turn that piece inside out or use it as a lining. I often felt like a diamond cutter, trying to keep as much of the value of the original material as I could while shaving away what was flawed. Then it was a question of how to create a dress that was unique. At one level, a wedding gown is just a dress, and like all dresses, it's made of 3 simple ingredients: a bodice, a skirt, and sleeves. But over the years, with those 3 limited ingredients, I made thousands of dresses that were not at all alike. I had to do this because no bride wants to look like another bride. So it was challenging work, yes, both physically and creatively. I had assistants over the years, and that helped a bit, but I never found anyone who could do what I could do. And since I couldn't bear to create a l'atelier dress that was anything less than impeccable, I put in the long hours myself to make sure that each gown was a piece of perfection. If a bride said, on the evening before her wedding, that she wanted more pearls on her bodice or less lace, then I would be the one up after midnight making those changes. It takes the patience of a monk to do this kind of detail work. You have to believe that what you are creating is sacred. Fortunately, I happen to believe that. Of course, the greatest challenge in building wedding dresses is learning how to handle the customers themselves. In offering my service to so many brides over the years, I became delicately attuned to the subtleties of family, money, and power. But mostly, I had to learn how to understand fear. I learned that girls who are about to get married are always afraid. They're afraid that they don't love their fiancés enough, or that they love them too much. They're afraid of the sex that is coming to them, or the sex that they are leaving behind. They're afraid of the wedding day going awry.
They're afraid of being looked at by hundreds of eyes, and they're afraid of not being looked at, in case their dress is all wrong, or their maid of honor is more beautiful. I recognize, Angela, that in the great scale of things, these are not monumental concerns. We had just come through a world war in which millions died, and millions more saw their lives destroyed. Clearly, the anxiety of a nervous bride is not a cataclysmic matter in comparison. But fears are fears nonetheless, and they bring strain upon the troubled minds who bear them. I came to see it as my task to alleviate as much fear and strain as I could for these girls. More than anything, then, what I learned over the years at L'Atelier was how to help frightened women, how to humble myself before their needs, and how to lend myself to their wishes. For me, this education started as soon as we opened for business. The first week of our boutique's existence, a young woman wandered in, clutching our advertisement from the New York Times. This was Marjorie's sketch of 2 guests at a wedding admiring a willowy bride. One woman says, "That gown is so poetical. Did she bring it home from Paris?" The second woman replies, "Why, almost. It comes from L'Atelier, and their gowns are the fairest." I could see the girl was nervous. I got her a glass of water and showed her samples of the gowns I was currently working on. Very quickly, she gravitated toward a great big pile of meringue, a dress that resembled a puffy summer cloud. In fact, it looked exactly like the wedding gown that the swan-thin model in our advertisement was wearing. The girl touched her dream dress, and her face grew soft with longing. My heart sank. I knew this garment was not right for her. She was so small and roundish, she would look like a marshmallow in it. "May I try it on?" she asked. But I couldn't allow her to do that.
If she saw herself in the mirror wearing that dress, she would recognize how farcical she looked, and she would leave my boutique and never come back. But it was worse than that. I didn't so much mind losing the sale. What I minded was this. I knew that this girl's feelings would be wounded by seeing herself in that dress, deeply wounded, and I wanted to spare her the pain. "Sweetheart," I said as gently as I could, "you're a beautiful girl, and I think that particular gown will be a bitter disappointment for you." Her face fell. Then she squared her little shoulders and bravely said, "I know why. It's because I'm too short, isn't it? And because I'm too plump. I knew it. I'm going to look like a fool on my wedding day." There was something about this moment that went straight through the heart of me. There is nothing like the vulnerability of an insecure girl in a bridal shop to make you feel the small but horrible pains of life. I instantly felt nothing but concern for this girl, and I didn't want her to suffer for another moment. Also, please remember that up until this time, Angela, I hadn't worked with civilians. For years, I'd been sewing clothing for professional dancers and actresses. I wasn't accustomed to normal-looking, regular girls, with all their self-consciousness and perceived flaws. Many of the women whom I had been serving thus far had been passionately in love with their own figures, and for good reason, and were eager to be seen. I was accustomed to women who would shed their clothes and dance around in front of a mirror with joy, not to women who would flinch at their own reflections. I had forgotten that girls could be anything but vain. What this girl taught me in my own boutique that day was that the wedding gown business was going to be considerably different from show business. Because this little human being standing before my eyes was not some sumptuous showgirl. She was just a regular person who wanted to look sumptuous on her wedding day and who did not know how to get there. But I knew how to get her there. I knew she needed a dress that was snug and simple so she wouldn't vanish in it. I knew that her dress needed to be made of crepe-backed satin so it would drape but not cling. Nor could it be a vivid white because of her somewhat ruddy complexion. No, her gown needed to be a softer, creamier color, which would make her skin look smoother. I knew that she needed a simple crown of flowers rather than a long veil that would, again, hide her from view. I knew that she needed 3/4 sleeves to show off her pretty wrists and hands. No gloves for this one. Also, I could tell just by looking at her in her street clothes where her natural waist was located, and it was not where her current dress was belted. And I knew that her gown would need to fall from the natural waist in order to give the illusion of an hourglass figure. And I could feel that she was so modest, so mercilessly self-conscious and self-critical, that she would not be able to bear it if the slightest hint of cleavage was revealed. But her ankles, those we could show, and so we would. I knew exactly how to dress her. "Oh, sweetheart," I said, and I quite literally tucked her under my wing. "Don't you fret, we're going to take good care of you. You will be a spectacularly beautiful bride, I promise it." And so she was. Angela, I will tell you this. I came to love all the girls I ever served at L'Atelier. Every last one of them. This was one of the biggest surprises of my life, the upwelling of love and protectiveness that I felt toward every girl I ever dressed for her wedding. Even when they were demanding and hysterical, I loved them. Even when they were not so beautiful, I saw them as beautiful. Marjorie and I had gone into this business primarily to make money. My secondary motive had been to practice my craft, which had always brought me fulfillment. A tertiary reason had been that I really didn't know what else to do with my life. But I never could have anticipated the greatest benefit this business would bestow, the powerful rush of warmth and tenderness that I felt every single time another nervous bride-to-be crossed my threshold and entrusted me with her precious life. In other words, L'Atelier gave me love. I could not help it, you see. They were all young, they were all so afraid, and they were all so dear. 27. The great irony, of course, is that neither Marjorie nor I was married. Over the years that we ran L'Atelier, we were up to our eyeballs in wedding gowns, helping thousands of girls prepare for their nuptials. But nobody ever married us, and we never married anybody. There's that old expression, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. But we weren't even bridesmaids. If anything, Marjorie and I were bride tenders. We were both too weird, was the problem. That's how we diagnosed ourselves anyhow, too weird to wed. Perhaps that would be the slogan of our next business, we often joked. Marjorie's weirdness was not hard to see. She was just such a kook. It wasn't only the way she dressed, although her sartorial choices were indeed patently strange. It was also the interests that she had. She was always taking lessons in things like Eastern penmanship and breathing up at the Buddhist temple on 94th Street. Or she was learning how to make her own yogurt and causing our entire building to smell like yogurt in the process. She appreciated avant-garde art and listened to challenging, to my ear anyway, music from the Andes. She signed up to be hypnotized by graduate students in psychology and underwent analysis. She read the Tarot and the I Ching, and she threw runes. She went to a Chinese healer who worked on her feet, which she never stopped talking about to people, no matter how many times I begged her to stop talking to people about her feet. She was always on some kind of fad diet, not to lose weight necessarily, but to become healthier or more transcendent. She spent one summer, as I recall, eating nothing but tinned peaches, which she had read were good for respiration. Then it was on to bean sprout and wheat germ sandwiches.
Nobody wants to marry an odd girl who eats bean sprout and wheat germ sandwiches. And I was odd too, I may as well admit it. For instance, I had my own bizarre way of dressing. I'd grown so accustomed to wearing trousers during the war that now I wore them all the time. I liked being able to ride my bicycle about town with liberty, but it was more than that. I liked wearing clothing that looked like menswear. I thought, and still think, that there is no better way for a woman to look smart and chic than to wear a man's suit. Good woolens were still difficult to come by in the immediate post-war period, but I discovered that if I bought quality used suits, I'm talking about Savile Row designs from the 1920s and 1930s, I could trim them down for myself and put together outfits that made me look, I like to imagine, like Greta Garbo. It was not in style after the war, I should say, for a woman to dress like this. Sure, back in the 1940s, a woman could wear a mannish suit. It was considered patriotic almost. But once the hostilities had ended, femininity came back with a vengeance. Around 1947, the fashion world was taken hostage by Christian Dior and his decadent new-look dresses, with the nipped waists and the voluminous skirts and the upwardly striving breasts and the soft shoulder line. The new look was meant to prove to the world that wartime shortages were over, and now we could squander all the silk and netting we wanted just to be pretty and feminine and flouncy. It could take up to 25 yards of fabric just to make one new look dress. Try getting out of a taxi cab in that. I hated it. I didn't have the kind of va-va-voom figure for that sort of dress, for one thing. My long legs, lanky torso, and small breasts were always better suited to slacks and blouses. Also, there was the matter of practicality. I couldn't work in a billowing dress like that. I spent much of my workday on the floor, kneeling over patterns and crawling around the women whom I was outfitting. I needed pants and flats in order to be free. So I rejected the fashion trends of the moment and did my own thing, just as Edna Parker Watson had taught me. This made me a bit of an oddball for the times. Not as odd as Marjorie, of course, but still rather unusual. I did find, however, that my uniform of trousers and a jacket worked well in terms of serving my female customers. My short hair was also psychologically advantageous. By defeminizing my look, I telegraphed to the young brides and their mothers that I was not any sort of threat or rival. This was important because I was an attractive woman, and for the purposes of my profession, it was best not to be too attractive. Even in the privacy of the dressing room, one must never outshine the bride. Those girls didn't want to see a sexy woman standing behind them while they chose the most important dress of their lives. They wanted to see a quiet and respectful tailor, all dressed in black, standing at their service. So I became that quiet and respectful tailor, gladly. The other thing that was odd about me was how much I had come to love my independence. There was never a time in America when marriage was more of a fetish than in the 1950s, but I found that I simply wasn't interested. This made me quite the aberration, almost even a deviant. But the trials of the war years had turned me into someone both resourceful and confident, and opening up a business with Marjorie had filled me with a sense of self-determination. So maybe I just didn't believe anymore that I needed a man for very many purposes. For one purpose only, really, if I am being honest. I had discovered that I rather liked living alone in my charming apartment above the bridal boutique. I liked my little place, with its 2 happy skylights, with its infinitesimally small bedroom overlooking a magnolia tree in the alleyway behind me, and with its cherry-red kitchenette that I had painted myself. Once I'd laid claim to my own space, I quickly became accustomed to my own weird habits, like ashing my cigarettes into the flower box outside the kitchen window, or getting up in the middle of the night to turn on all the lights so I could read a mystery novel, or eating cold spaghetti for breakfast. I liked to pad about my home softly in my house slippers, never once touching shoes to the carpet. I liked to keep my fruit not randomly cast about in a bowl, but lined up neatly on my gleaming kitchen counter in a satisfying row. If you had told me that a man was going to move into my pretty little apartment, it would have felt like a home invasion. Moreover, I had started to think that perhaps marriage wasn't such a great bargain for women after all. When I looked around at all the women I knew who'd been married for more than 5 or 10 years, I didn't see anybody whose lives I envied. Once the romance had faded, these women all seemed to be living in constant service to their husbands. They either served their men happily or with resentment, but they all served. Their husbands didn't look ecstatically happy about the arrangement either, I must say. I would not have traded places with any of them. All right. To be fair, also, nobody asked me to marry him. Not since Jim Larson, anyhow. I do think I narrowly escaped a marriage proposal in 1957 from a senior financer at Brown Brothers Harriman, which was a private Wall Street bank cloaked in hushed discretion and thunderous wealth. It was a temple of money, and Roger Alderman was one of its high priests. He owned a seaplane, if you can imagine it. What possible use does a person have for a seaplane? Was he a spy? Did he have to drop provisions to his troops on an island? It was ludicrous. I will say of him that he had the most divine suits, and there has always been something about a good-looking man in a freshly pressed and well-fitted suit that makes me feel a bit faint with desire. His suits made me feel so faint, in fact, that I convinced myself to romance this man for over a year, despite the fact that whenever I gazed into my heart for signs of love toward Roger Alderman, I could find no trace of love's existence. Then one day he started talking about what kind of house we might like to inhabit in New Rochelle should we someday decide to get out of this god-awful city. That's when I woke up. There is nothing intrinsically wrong with New Rochelle, mind you, except that I know for a fact that I could not live in New Rochelle for even a single day without wanting to break my own neck with my own 2 hands. Soon after this, I gently excused myself from our arrangement, but I enjoyed the sex that I had with Roger while it lasted. It wasn't the world's most electrifying or creative lovemaking, but it did the trick. It took me over the top, as Celia and I used to say. It has always astonished me, Angela, how easily I can convince my body to become free and unstuck during sex, even with the most unappealing man. Roger was not unappealing in terms of handsomeness, of course. He was quite becoming, actually. And although I wish sometimes that I were not quite so susceptible to handsomeness, there's no way around it. I just am.
But he did not stir my heart. Yet still, my body was grateful for its encounters with him. Indeed, I had found over the years that I could always rise to a grand finale in bed, not only with Roger Alderman, but with just about anybody. No matter how indifferent my mind and heart might have been toward a man, my body could always respond with enthusiasm and delight. And after we were done, I always wanted the man to go home. Perhaps I should back up here a bit and explain that I have recommenced my sexual activities after the war ended, and with considerable enthusiasm too. Despite the picture I may be painting of myself in the 1950s as a cross-dressing, short-haired, solitary-dwelling spinster, let me make one thing clear. Just because I didn't want to get married doesn't mean I didn't want to have sex.
Also, I was still quite pretty. I've always looked terrific with short hair, Angela. I didn't come here to lie to you. The truth is, I emerged from the war with a hunger for sex that was deeper than ever. I was tired of deprivation, you see. Those 3 coarse years of hard work in the Navy Yard, and, by extension, 3 dry years of celibacy, had left my body not only tired, but dissatisfied. There was a sense I had after the war that this is not what my body was for. I was not built only to labor, and then to sleep, and then to labor again the next day, with no pleasure or excitement. There had to be more to life than toil and travail. So my appetites returned, right along with the global peace. Moreover, I found that as I matured, my appetites had grown more specific, more curious, and more confident. I wanted to explore. I was fascinated by the differences in men's lust, by the curious ways that they each expressed themselves in bed. I never tired of the profound intimacy of finding out who is bashful in the sexual act and who is not. Hint, it's never what you expect. I was touched by the surprising noises that men made in their moments of abandon. I was curious about the endless variation in their fantasies. I was thrilled by the ways a man could rush me in one moment, all guns blazing, only to be overcome in the next moment by tenderness and uncertainty. But I also had different rules of conduct now. Or, rather, I had one rule. I refused to engage in sexual activity with a married man. I am certain, Angela, that I do not need to tell you why. But, in case I do need to tell you, here's why. Because after the catastrophe with Edna Parker Watson, I refused to ever again harm another woman as a result of my sexual activity. I would not even engage in sexual congress with a man who claimed to be going through a divorce, because who really knows? I've met a lot of men who always seem to be going through a divorce, but who never quite managed to complete one. I once went on a dinner date with a man who confessed to me during the dessert course that he was married, but claimed that it didn't count because he was on his 4th wife. And can you honestly even call that married? I could see his point, to a certain extent, but still, no. If you're wondering where I found my man, Angela, I shall inform you that never in human history has it been difficult for a woman to find a man who will have sex with her, if that woman is easy. So, generally speaking, I found my men everywhere. But if you want the specifics, I most often found them at the bar at the Grosvenor Hotel, on the corner of 5th Avenue and 10th Street. I had always appreciated the Grosvenor. It was old and staid and unassuming, elegant but not off-puttingly elegant. The bar room had a few tables with white tablecloths set near the window. I liked to go there in the late afternoons, after my long days of sewing, and sit at one of those window-side tables, reading a novel and enjoying a martini. 9 times out of 10, all I did was read and sip my drink and relax. But every so often, a male guest at the bar would send over a drink. And then something might or might not transpire between us, depending on how things went. I usually knew fairly quickly if this gentleman was somebody with whom I wished to engage. Once I knew,
I like to move things right along. I've never been one to game a man or pretend to be coy. Also, if I'm being honest, I often found the conversations tiring. The post-war period in America was a terrible time, Angela, when it came to the problem of men talking boastfully about themselves. American men had not only won the war, they had won the world, and they were feeling pretty damn proud of themselves about it. And they liked to talk about it. I became quite good at cutting short all the chit-chat by being sexually direct. I find you attractive. Shall we go someplace where we can be alone together? Also, I like to witness the man's surprise and joy at being propositioned so blatantly by a good-looking woman. They would light up every time. I have always loved that moment. It is as though you have brought Christmas to an orphanage. The bartender at the Grosvenor was named Bobby, and he was so gracious to me. Whenever he saw me leaving the bar with one of his hotel guests, heading to the elevators with a man I'd met only an hour earlier, Bobby would ever so discreetly bow his head over his newspaper, not noticing a thing. Behind his spiffy uniform and professional demeanor, you see, Bobby was quite the bohemian himself. He lived in the village and went away to the Catskills for 2 weeks every summer to paint watercolors and wander about in the nude at an art retreat for naturists. Needless to say, Bobby was not the sort to cast judgments. And if a man ever gave me unwelcome attention, Bobby would intervene and ask the gentleman to please leave the lady alone. I adored Bobby, and I probably would have had an affair with him at some point over the years, but I needed him as my sentry more than I needed him as my lover. As for the men in the hotel rooms, we would have our adventure together, and then I would usually never see them again. I liked to leave their beds before they started telling me things about themselves that I didn't want to know. If you are wondering whether I ever fell in love with any of those gentlemen, Angela, the answer is no. I had lovers, but not loves. Some of those lovers turned into boyfriends, and a precious handful of those boyfriends turned into friends, the best outcome of all. But nothing advanced into the realm of what you might call true love. Maybe I just wasn't looking for it, or maybe I was being spared from it. Nothing will uproot your life more violently than true love, at least as far as I've always witnessed. I was often quite fond of them, though. For a while, I had a fun affair with a young, very young Hungarian painter whom I met at an art exhibition at the Park Avenue Armory. His name was Botond, and he was an absolute lamb. I brought him home to my apartment the night I met him, and, right on the brink of sex, he told me that he didn't need to use a prophylactic because you are a nice woman, and I'm sure you are clean. I sat up in bed, turned on the light, and said to this boy who was practically young enough to be my son, "Botond, now listen to me. I am a nice woman, but I need to tell you something important that you must never forget. If a woman is willing to go home and have sex with you after she's only known you for an hour, she has done it before. Always, always, always use a prophylactic." Sweet Botond, with his round cheeks and his terrible haircut. And then there was Hugh, a quiet, kind-faced widower who came in with his daughter one day to buy her a wedding dress. I found him to be so dear and attractive that after our business was completed, I slipped him my private phone number, saying, "Please call me any time you would like to spend a night together." I could tell that I'd embarrassed him, but I didn't want to let him get away. About 2 years later, I received a phone call one Saturday afternoon. It was Hugh. Once he had reintroduced himself, stammering nervously, he clearly had no idea how to continue the conversation. Smiling into the phone, I rescued him as quickly as I could. "Hugh," I said, "it's wonderful to hear from you, and you needn't be embarrassed. I did say any time. Why don't you come right on over?" If you're wondering if any of those men ever fell in love with me, well, sometimes they did. But I always managed to talk them out of it. It's easy for a man who has just experienced good sex to believe that he is now in love. And I was good at sex, Angela, by this point. I'd certainly had enough practice at it. As I said once to Marjorie, The only two things I've ever been good at in this world are sex and sewing.
To which she responded, "Well, honey, at least you chose the right one to monetize." When men became too dewy-eyed with me, I merely explained to them that they were not in love with me, but with the sexual act itself, and they would usually calm down. If you're wondering whether I was ever in any physical danger from my nocturnal encounters with all these strange and unknown men, the only honest answer is yes. But it did not stop me. I was as careful as I could be, but I had nothing to go on but my instincts when choosing my men. Sometimes I chose wrong. This is bound to happen. There were times behind closed doors when things got rougher and more dicey than I might have preferred. Not often, but sometimes. When that happened, I rode it out like an experienced sailor in a bad squall. I don't know how else to explain it. And while I did have an unpleasant night every so often, I never felt enduringly harmed. Nor did the threat of danger ever deter me. These were risks I was willing to take. It was more important for me to feel free than safe. And if you're wondering whether I ever had crises of conscience about my promiscuity, I can honestly tell you, no. I did believe that my behavior made me unusual because it didn't seem to match the behavior of other women, but I didn't believe that it made me bad. I used to think that I was bad, mind you. During the dry years of the war, I still carried such a burden of shame about the incident with Edna Parker Watson, and the words "dirty little whore" never fully left my consciousness. But by the time the war ended, I was finished with all that. I think it had something to do with my brother being killed, and the painful belief that Walter had died without ever having enjoyed his life. The war had invested me with an understanding that life is both dangerous and fleeting, and thus there is no point in denying yourself pleasure or adventure while you are here. I could have spent the rest of my life trying to prove that I was a good girl, but that would have been unfaithful to who I really was. I believed that I was a good person, if not a good girl, but my appetites were what they were. So I gave up on the idea of denying myself what I truly wanted. Then I sought ways to delight myself. As long as I stayed away from married men, I felt that I was doing no harm. Anyway, at some point in a woman's life, she just gets tired of being ashamed all the time. After that, she is free to become whoever she truly is. 28. As for female friends, I had many. Of course, Marjorie was my best friend, and Peg and Olive would always be my family. But Marjorie and I had a lot of other women around, too. There was Martia, a doctoral candidate in literature at NYU, brilliant and funny, whom we'd met one day at a free concert on Rutherford Place. There was Karina, receptionist at the Museum of Modern Art, who wanted to be a painter and who had attended Parsons with Marjorie. There was Rowan, who was a gynecologist, which we all found terribly impressive and also useful. There was Susanna, grade school teacher with a passion for modern dance. There was Callie, who owned the flower shop around the corner. There was Anita, who came from money and never did anything at all, but she did get us a pirated key to Gramercy Park, so we appreciated her forever. There were more women, too, who came and went out of my life. Sometimes Marjorie and I would lose a friend to marriage. Other times we would gain a friend after a divorce. Sometimes a woman would move out of the city. Sometimes she would move back. The tides of life came in and out. The circles of friendship grew, then shrank, then grew again. But the gathering place for us women was always the same, our rooftop on 18th Street, which we could access from the fire escape outside my bedroom window. Marjorie and I dragged a bunch of cheap folding chairs up there, and we would spend our evenings on the roof with our friends anytime the weather was fine. Summer after summer, our little group of females would sit together under what passes for starlight in New York City, smoking our cigarettes, drinking our rut-cut wine, listening to music on a transistor radio, and sharing with each other our big and small concerns of life.
During one brutally airless August heatwave, Marjorie managed to haul a big stand-up fan up onto our roof. This she plugged into my kitchen outlet using a long industrial extension cord. As far as the rest of us were concerned, this made her a genius at the level of Leonardo da Vinci. We would sit in the artificial breeze of the fan, lifting our shirts to cool our breasts, and pretending that we were at a beach somewhere exotic. Those are some of my happiest memories of the 1950s. It was on the rooftop of our little bridal boutique that I learned this truth. When women are gathered together with no men around, they don't have to be anything in particular. They can just be. Then, in 1955, Marjorie got pregnant. I'd always feared it was going to be me who ended up pregnant. The smart bet would have been on me, obviously. But poor Marjorie was the one who got hit. The culprit was an old married art professor with whom she'd been having an affair for years. Although Marjorie would have said that the culprit was herself for wasting so much of her life with a married man who kept promising that he would leave his wife for her if only Marjorie would stop acting so Jewish. A bunch of us were on the rooftop one night when she told us the news. "Are you sure?" asked Rowan, the gynecologist. "Do you want to come into my office for a test?" "I don't need a test," said Marjorie. "My period is gone, gone, gone." "Gone? How long?" said Rowan. "Well, I've never been regular, but maybe 3 months?" There's a tense silence that women fall into when they hear that one of their own has become accidentally pregnant. This is a matter of highest gravity. I could feel that none of us wanted to say another word until Marjorie had told us more. We wanted to know what her plan was so that we could support it, whatever the plan may have been. But she just sat there in silence after dropping this bomb and added no further information. Finally, I asked, "What does George have to say about this?" George, of course, being the anti-Semitic married art professor who apparently loved having sex with Jewish girls. "Why do you assume it's George?" she joked. We all knew it was George. It was always George. Of course it was George. She had been infatuated with George since she was a wide-eyed student in his Sculpture of Modern Europe class, so many years earlier. Then she said, "No, I haven't told him. I think I won't tell him. I just won't see him anymore. I'll cut it off from here." If nothing else, this is finally a good excuse to stop sleeping with George. Rowan cut right to the chase. "Have you considered a termination?" "No, I wouldn't do that. Or rather, maybe I would do that, but it's too late." She lit another cigarette and took another drink of wine, because that's what pregnancy looked like in the 1950s. She said, "I found out about a place in Canada. It's sort of a home for unwed mothers, but more deluxe than the usual fare. You get your own room and all that. My understanding is that the clientele is a bit older, women with some money. I can go there toward the end, when I can't hide it anymore. Tell people I'm on vacation, even though I've never taken a vacation in my life, so nobody will believe me, but that's all I can do." They even said they could place the baby in a Jewish family, although where they aim to find a Jewish family in Canada, who knows? Anyway, I don't care about religion, you all know that, as long as it's a good home. It seems like a nice enough facility, plenty expensive, but I can swing it. I'll use the Paris money. It was typical of Marjorie to have solved a problem on her own before reaching out to her friends for help, and certainly her plan was sound. Still, my heart hurt. Marjorie didn't want any of this.
She and I had been saving our money for years, planning to take a trip to Paris together. As soon as we had enough cash gathered, our plan was to close the boutique for the entire month of August, get on the Queen Elizabeth, and sail to France. This was our shared dream. We were almost there with our savings, too. We had worked for years without so much as a weekend off. And now this. I knew right then that I would go to Canada with her. We would close down L'Atelier for however long was necessary. Wherever she was going, I would go with her. I would stay with her through the birth of her baby. I would spend my share of the Paris money to buy a car, whatever she needed.
I scooted my chair over next to Marjorie's and took her hand. "That all sounds wise, honey," I said. "I'll be right there with you." "It does sound wise, doesn't it?" Marjorie took another drag off her cigarette and looked around at the circle of her friends. We all had the same loving, pitying, and somewhat panicked expressions on our faces. Then the most unexpected thing happened. Suddenly, Marjorie grinned at me in a slightly crazed-looking, lopsided manner. She said, "God damn it to hell, but I don't think I'll go to Canada." Oh, Christ, Vivian, I must be out of my mind. But I just decided it right now. I have a better plan. No, not a better plan, but a different plan. I'll keep it. "You're going to keep the baby?" Karen asked in open shock. "What about George?" Anita asked. Marjorie stuck her chin up in the air like the tough little bantamweight fighter she'd always been. "I don't need stinkin' George. Vivian and I are gonna raise this kid ourselves. Aren't we, Vivian?" I gave it only a moment's thought. I knew my friend. Once she had decided something, that was it. She would somehow make it work, and I would make it work with her, like always. So once again, I said to Marjorie Lotsky, "Sure, let's do it." And once again, my life completely changed. So that's what we did, Angela. We had a kid. And that kid was our beautiful, difficult, tender little Nathan. Everything about it was hard. Her pregnancy wasn't so bad, but the delivery itself was something from a horror movie. They ended up doing a cesarean, but not before she'd suffered through 18 hours of labor. They really hacked her up during the procedure, too. Then she didn't stop bleeding, and there was a concern they would lose her. They nicked the baby's face with the scalpel during the cesarean and very nearly took out his eye. Then Marjorie got an infection and was in the hospital for almost 4 weeks. I still maintain that all this carelessness at the hospital was due to the fact that Nathan was what they called a non-marital infant, politely sinister 1950s terminology for bastard. As a result, the doctors weren't especially attentive to Marjorie during her labor, and the nurses weren't particularly kind either. It was Marjorie's and my girlfriends who took care of her when she was recovering. Marjorie's family, for the same reason as the nurses, didn't want much to do with her and the baby. That may sound extremely unkind, and it was, but you can't imagine what a stigma it was for a woman at that time to bear a child out of wedlock, even in liberal New York. Even for a mature woman like Marjorie, who ran her own business and owned her own building, undergoing a pregnancy without a husband attached was disgraceful. So she was brave, is what I'm driving at, and she was on her own. Thus, it came down to our circle of friends to take care of Marjorie and Nathan as best we could. It was good that we had so much backup. I couldn't be with Marjorie all the time at the hospital because I was the one taking care of the baby while she was recovering. This was like its own horror movie, as I had no idea what I was doing. I hadn't grown up with babies, nor had I ever longed for a child myself. I had no instinct or aptitude for it. Moreover, I hadn't bothered to learn much about babies while Marjorie was pregnant. I didn't even really know what they ate. The plan had never been that Nathan would be my baby anyhow. The plan had been that he would be Marjorie's baby, and that I would work doubly hard to support all 3 of us. But for that first month, he was my baby, and he was not in the most expert hands, I'm sorry to say. Moreover, Nathan was not easy. He was colicky and underweight, and it was a struggle to get him to take the bottle. He had rampant cradle cap and diaper rash, catastrophes at both ends, as Marjorie said, and I couldn't seem to get any of it to go away. Our assistants at L'Atelier managed the boutique as best they could, but it was June wedding season, and I had to be at work at least sometimes or the business wouldn't function at all. I had to do Marjorie's work for her as well while she was absent. But every time I set Nathan down so I could attend to my duties, he would scream until I picked him back up again. The mother of one of my brides-to-be saw me struggling with the infant one morning and gave me the name of an older Italian woman who had helped out her own daughter when her twin grandchildren were born. That older nursemaid's name was Palma, and she turned out to be Saint Michael and all the angels. We kept Palma on as Nathan's nanny for years, and she truly saved us, especially during that brutal first year. But Palma was expensive. In fact, everything about Nathan was expensive. He was a sickly baby, and then he was a sickly toddler, and then he was a sickly little boy. I swear he spent more time in the doctor's office during those first 5 years of his life than he did at home. If there was anything a child could come down with, he came down with it. He always had trouble with his breathing, and he was constantly on penicillin, which upset his stomach, and then you couldn't feed him, which led to its own problems. Marjorie and I had to work harder than ever to pay the bills, now that there were 3 of us, and one of us was always sick. So work harder, we did. You wouldn't believe the number of wedding gowns we churned out during those years. Thank God people were getting married in higher numbers than ever. Neither of us talked about going to Paris anymore. Time passed, and Nathan grew older, but not much bigger. He was such a squirt of a thing, so dear in his affections, so tender-hearted and gentle, but also so nervous and easily frightened, and always sick. We loved him so. It was impossible not to love him. He was such a sweetheart. You never met a more kind little person. He never got into trouble or was disobedient. The problem was only that he was so fragile. Maybe we babied him too much. Almost certainly we babied him too much. Let's be clear. This child grew up in a bridal boutique surrounded by hordes of women, customers and employees alike, who were more than willing to indulge his fears and his clinginess. "Oh God, Vivian, he's gonna be such a queer," Marjorie said to me once when she saw her son twirling in a wedding veil in front of a mirror. That may sound harsh, but to be fair to Marjorie, it was difficult to imagine how Nathan could grow up to be anything else. We used to joke that Olive was the only masculine figure in his life. As Nathan approached the age of 5, we realized that we could not possibly enroll this kid in public school. He weighed in at about 25 pounds dripping wet, and the presence of other children alarmed him. He wasn't a stickball-playing, tree-climbing, rock-throwing, knee-skinning sort of boy. He liked puzzles. He liked to look at books, but nothing too scary. Swiss Family Robinson, too scary. Snow White, too scary. Make Way for Ducklings, just about right. Nathan was the kind of child who would have been brutalized at a public school in New York City. We pictured him being pounded like bread dough by tough city bullies, and we couldn't bear the thought.
So we enrolled him in Friends Seminary at $2,000 a year tuition, thank you very much, so that the gentle Quakers could take all our hard-earned money and teach our boy how to be non-violent, which was never going to be a problem anyhow. When the other children asked Nathan where his daddy was, we taught him to say, "My daddy was killed in the war," which didn't even make sense because Nathan was born in 1956. But we figured kindergartners were too dumb to do the math, so his answer would keep them at bay for a while. As Nathan got older, we'd come up with a better story. One bright winter's day, when Nathan was around 6 years old, Marjorie and I were sitting in Gramercy Park with him. I was doing beadwork on a bodice, and Marjorie was trying to read the New York Review of Books, despite the wind that kept whipping at her pages. Marjorie was wearing a poncho, in a puzzling plaid of violet and mustard, and some kind of crazy Turkish shoes with curled-up toes. Wrapped around her head was a white silk pilot scarf. She looked like a medieval guildsman with a toothache. At one point, we both paused what we were doing to watch Nathan. He was carefully drawing stick figures in chalk on the pathway.
But then he became scared of some pigeons, some very innocuous pigeons, which were minding their own business and pecking at the ground a few feet away from where Nathan sat. He stopped drawing and froze. We watched as the boy grew wide-eyed with terror at the sight of the birds. Under her breath, Marjorie said, "Look at him. He's afraid of everything." "That's right," I agreed, because it was true. He really was. She said, "I can't even give him a bath without him thinking I'm trying to drown him. Where did he even hear of mothers drowning their children? Why would that idea even be in his head?" "You never tried to drown him in the bath, did you, Vivian?" "I'm almost certain I didn't, but you know how I get when I'm angry." I was trying to make her laugh, but it didn't work. "I don't know about this child," she said, her face overcome by worry. "He's even afraid of his red hat. I think it's the color. I tried to put it on him this morning, and he burst into tears. I had to let him have the blue one. Do you know something, Vivian? He has utterly ruined my life." "Oh, Marjorie, don't say that," I said, laughing. "No, it's true, Vivian. He's ruined everything. Let's just admit it. I should have gone to Canada and given him up for adoption. Then we would still have money, and I would have some freedom. I'd be able to sleep through the night without listening for his coughing. I wouldn't be seen as a fallen woman with a bastard child. I wouldn't be so tired. Maybe I would have time to paint. I would still have a figure. Maybe I could even have a boyfriend. Let's just call a spade a spade. I never should have had this kid." "Marjorie, stop it. You don't mean that." But she wasn't done. "No, I do mean it, Vivian. He was the worst decision I ever made in my life. You can't deny that. Nobody could deny that." I was starting to get terribly worried, but then she said, "The only problem is, I love him so much, I can't even bear it. I mean, look at him." And there he was. There was that touching little broken figurine of a boy, trying to get as far away as possible from any and all pigeons, which is not easy in a New York City park. There was our little Nathan, in his snowsuit, with his chapped lips and his cheeks all red with eczema. There was his sweet, peaked face, glancing around in panic for somebody to protect him from some 9-ounce birds who were completely ignoring him. He stopped drawing and froze. We watched as the boy grew wide-eyed with terror at the sight of the birds. Under her breath, Marjorie said, "Look at him. He's afraid of everything." "That's right," I agreed, because it was true. He really was. She said, "I can't even give him a bath without him thinking I'm trying to drown him. Where did he even hear of mothers drowning their children? Why would that idea even be in his head?" "You never tried to drown him in the bath, did you, Vivian?" "I'm almost certain I didn't, but you know how I get when I'm angry." I was trying to make her laugh, but it didn't work. "I don't know about this child," she said, her face overcome by worry. "He's even afraid of his red hat. I think it's the color. I tried to put it on him this morning, and he burst into tears. I had to let him have the blue one. Do you know something, Vivian? He has utterly ruined my life." "Oh, Marjorie, don't say that," I said, laughing. "No, it's true, Vivian. He's ruined everything. Let's just admit it. I should have gone to Canada and given him up for adoption. Then we would still have money, and I would have some freedom. I'd be able to sleep through the night without listening for his coughing. I wouldn't be seen as a fallen woman with a bastard child. I wouldn't be so tired. Maybe I would have time to paint. I would still have a figure. Maybe I could even have a boyfriend. Let's just call a spade a spade. I never should have had this kid." "Marjorie, stop it. You don't mean that." But she wasn't done. "No, I do mean it, Vivian. He was the worst decision I ever made in my life. You can't deny that. Nobody could deny that." I was starting to get terribly worried, but then she said, "The only problem is, I love him so much, I can't even bear it. I mean, look at him." And there he was. There was that touching little broken figurine of a boy trying to get as far away as possible from any and all pigeons, which is not easy in a New York City park. There was our little Nathan in his snowsuit with his chapped lips and his cheeks all red with eczema. There was his sweet, peaked face, glancing around in panic for somebody to protect him from some 9-ounce birds who were completely ignoring him. He was perfect. He was made of spun glass. He was a reedy little disaster, and I adored him. I glanced over at Marjorie and could see that she was now crying. This was significant because Marjorie never cried. That had always been my department. I'd never seen her looking so rueful and so tired. Marjorie said, "Do you think Nathan's father might claim him someday if he ever stops acting so Jewish?" I punched her in the arm. "Stop it, Marjorie." "I'm just so weary, Vivian, but I love this kid so much. Sometimes I think it will break me in half." Is that the dirty trick? Is this how they get mothers to ruin their lives for their children? By tricking them into loving them so much? Maybe. It's not a bad strategy. We watched Nathan for a while longer as he braved the specter of the harmless, oblivious, retreating pigeons. "Hey, don't forget that my son ruined your life too," Marjorie said after a long silence. I shrugged. "A little bit, sure, but I wouldn't worry about it. It's not as though I had anything more important to attend to." The years passed. The city continued to change. Midtown Manhattan became wilted and moldy and sinister and vile. We never went near Times Square anymore. It was a latrine. In 1963, Walter Winchell lost his newspaper column. Death started to pick at my community. In 1964, Uncle Billy died in Hollywood of a sudden heart attack while dining with a starlet at the Beverly Hills Hotel. We all had to admit that this was just exactly the death Billy Buell would have wanted. He floated away on a river of champagne, was Peg's take. Only 10 months later, my father died. His was not such a peaceful death, I'm afraid. Driving home from the country club one afternoon, he hit black ice and crashed into a tree. He lived for a few days, but succumbed to complications after emergency spine surgery. My father died an angry man. He was no longer a captain of industry, hadn't been one for years. He had lost his hematite mine after the war. He got into such a ferocious battle against union activists that he drove the company into the ground, spending nearly all his fortune on legal battles against his workers. His had become a scorched earth policy of negotiation. If I cannot control this business, then nobody can. He died never having forgiven the American government for having taken his son in the war, or the unions for having taken his business, or the modern world itself for having chipped away over the decades at every last one of his cherished, narrow, old-fashioned beliefs. We all drove up to Clinton for the funeral. Me, Peg, Olive, Marjorie, and Nathan. My mother was silently appalled by the spectacle of my friend Marjorie in her strange clothes with her strange child. My mother had become a deeply unhappy woman over the years, and she responded to no gestures of kindness from anyone. She didn't want us there. We stayed only one night and hustled back to the city just as fast as we could. Home was New York City now anyway. It had been for years. More time passed. After a certain age, Angela, time just drizzles down upon your head like rain in the month of March. You're always surprised at how much of it can accumulate and how fast. One night in 1964, I was watching Jack Paar on television. I was only halfway paying attention, as I was working on disassembling an old Belgian wedding gown without destroying its ancient fibers in the process. Then the ads came on, and I heard a familiar female voice, gruff, tough, and sarcastic.
Perhaps she had died in the streets somewhere along the way, brutalized by the kind of man she had once so effortlessly controlled. Other times, I imagined her as an old prostitute. Sometimes I would pass by a drunken, middle-aged woman on the street who looked, there is no other word for it, trashy, and I would wonder if it was Celia. Had she dyed her hair so blonde that it had turned brittle and orange? Was she that woman over there in the tottering heels, with the bare, veined legs? Was that her, with the bruised circles under the eyes? Was that her, picking through the garbage can? Was that her red lipstick on that collapsing mouth? But I'd been wrong. Celia was fine. Better than fines. She was selling floor wax on TV. Oh, that stubborn, determined little survivor, still fighting her way into the spotlight. I never saw the ad again, and I never tried to track Celia down. I didn't want to interfere with her life, and I knew better than to assume that she and I would have anything in common anymore. We'd never really had anything in common in the first place. Scandal or no scandal, I believe that our friendship was always destined to have been momentary. A collision of two vain young girls who intersected at the zenith of their beauty and the nadir of their intelligence, and who had blatantly used each other to acquire status and turn men's heads. That's all it had ever been, really, and that was perfect. That's all it had ever needed to be. I'd found deeper and richer female friendships later on in life, and I hoped that Celia had too. So no, I never sought her out. But it is impossible for me to convey the amount of delight and pride that it gave me to hear her voice blasting out of my television set that evening. It made me want to cheer. A quarter of a century later, folks, and Celia Ray was still in show business. 29. In the late summer of 1965, my Aunt Peg received a curious letter in the mail. It was from the commissioner of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. The letter explained that the Navy Yard would soon be closing down forever. The city was transforming, and the Navy had decided that it was no longer feasible to maintain a shipbuilding industry in such an expensive urban area. Before it closed, however, the yard would host a ceremonial reunion, throwing open the gates once more, in celebration of all the Brooklyn workers who had labored there so heroically during World War II. Since it was the 20th anniversary of the end of the war, this kind of celebration seemed particularly appropriate. The commissioner's office had gone through their files and found Peg's name on some old paperwork listing her as having been an independent entertainment contractor. They'd managed to track her down through city tax records, and now they were wondering whether Mrs. Buell might consider producing a small commemorative show on the day of the Navy Yard reunion to celebrate the accomplishments of the wartime laborers. They were looking for something of a nostalgia piece, just 20 minutes or so of old-time singing and dancing, in the style of the war days. Now, Peg would have enjoyed nothing more than to take on this job. The only problem was, she was no longer in good health. That big, tall body of hers was starting to break down. She was suffering from emphysema, not surprising after her lifetime of chain smoking. And she also had arthritis, and her eyes were starting to go. As she explained it, "The doctor says that there's nothing much wrong with me, kiddo, but there's nothing much right with me either." She had retired from her job at the high school a few years earlier due to her failing health, and she didn't get around easily anymore. Marjorie and Nathan and I had dinner with Peg and Olive a few nights a week, but that was about all Peg could handle in terms of excitement. Most evenings, she would just stretch across the couch with her eyes closed, trying to catch her breath, while Olive read to her from the sports pages. So, no, unfortunately, it wasn't going to be possible for Peg to produce a commemorative show at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. But I could do it. It turned out to be easier than I thought, and far more fun. I'd helped to create so many hundreds of skits back in the day, and I guess I never lost the knack for it. I hired some of the drama students from Olive's high school as my actors and dancers. Susan, my friend with the passion for modern dance, said she would handle the choreography, though it didn't need to be anything complex. I borrowed the organist from the church down the street and worked with him on writing some elementary, corny songs. And of course, I created the costumes, which were simple enough. Just a bunch of dungarees and overalls for both the boys and the girls. I threw some red kerchiefs around the girls' heads and the same red kerchiefs around the boys' necks. And voila! Now they were industrial workers from the 1940s.
On September 18th, 1965, we hauled all of our theatrical gear over to the ratty old Navy Yard and got ready for our show. It was a bright and windy morning on the waterfront, and gusts kept rising off the bay and knocking people's hats off. But a fairly decent-sized crowd had shown up, and there was a carnival-type feeling to the festivities. There was a Navy band playing old songs, and a women's auxiliary group serving cookies and refreshments. A few high-ranking Navy officials spoke about how we had won that war, and how we would win all the wars to come until the end of days. The first woman ever licensed to work as a welder at the yard during World War II gave a short, nervous speech in a voice much meeker than you might expect from a lady of such accomplishment. And a 10-year-old girl with chapped knees sang the national anthem wearing a dress that was not going to fit her next summer and was not keeping her warm right now. Then it was time for our little show. I had been asked by the commissioner of the Navy Yard to introduce myself and to explain our skit. I'm not crazy about public speaking, but I managed to pull through it without bringing down ruin upon my head. I told the audience who I was and what my role had been at the yard during the war. I made a joke about the poor quality of food at the Sammy cafeteria, which earned a few scattered laughs from those who remembered. I thanked the veterans in the audience for their service and the families of Brooklyn for their sacrifice. I said that my own brother had been a naval officer who lost his life in the final days of the war. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get through that section of my remarks without losing my composure, but I managed it. Then I explained that we were going to be recreating a typical propaganda skit, which I hoped would boost the morale of the current audience just as much as it used to cheer on the workers during their lunch breaks. The show I had written was about a typical day on the line at the Navy Yard, building battleships in Brooklyn. The high school kids in their overalls played the workers who sang and danced with joy as they did their part to make the world safe for democracy. Pandering to my constituency, I'd peppered the script with slangy dialogue that I hoped the old Navy Yard workers would remember. "Coming through with the general's car," shouted one of my young actresses, pushing a wheelbarrow. "No carping," shouted another girl to a character who was complaining about the long hours and the dirty conditions. I named the factory manager Mr. Goldbricker, which I knew all the old laborers would appreciate, Goldbricker being the favorite old yard term for one who slacks off at work. Look, it wasn't exactly Tennessee Williams, but the audience seemed to like it. What's more, the high school drama club was having fun performing it.
For me, though, the best part was seeing little Nathan, my 10-year-old sweetheart, my dear boy, sitting in the front row with his mother, watching the production with such wonder and amazement, you would have thought he was at the circus. Our big finale was a number called No Time for Coffee, about how important it was at the Navy Yard to keep on schedule at all costs. The song contained the ever-so-catchy line, "Even if we had coffee, we wouldn't have had the milk. War rations made coffee just as valuable as silk." I don't like to boast, but I did write that snazzy bit of brilliance all by myself, so move over, Cole Porter. Then we killed Hitler, and the show was over, and everyone was happy. As we were packing up our cast and our props into the school bus we had borrowed for the day, a uniformed patrolman approached me. "May I have a word with you, ma'am?" he asked. "Of course," I said. "I'm sorry we're parked here, but it will just be a moment." "Could you step away from the vehicle, please?" He looked terribly serious, and now I was concerned. What had we done wrong? Should we not have set up a stage? I'd assumed there were permits for all this. I followed him over to his patrol car, where he leaned against the door and fixed me with a grave stare. "I heard you speaking earlier," he said. "Did I hear you correctly when you said your name is Vivian Morris?" His accent identified him as pure Brooklyn. He could have been born right on this very spot of dirt by the sound of that voice. "That's right, sir." "You said your brother was killed in the war?" "That's correct." The patrolman took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. His hands were trembling. I wondered if perhaps he was a veteran himself. He was the right age for it. Sometimes they were shaky like this. I studied him more closely. He was a tall man in his middle 40s, painfully thin. olive skin and large, dark brown eyes, further darkened by the circles beneath them and by the lines of worry above. Then I saw what looked like burn scars running up the right side of his neck. Ropes of scars, twisted in red, pink, and yellowish flesh. Now I knew he was a veteran. I had a feeling I was about to hear a war story, and that it would be a tough one. But then he shocked me. "Your brother was Walter Morris, wasn't he?" he asked. Now I was the one who felt shaky. My knees almost went out of business. I had not mentioned Walter by name during my speech. Before I could speak, the patrolman said, "I knew your brother, ma'am. I served with him on the Franklin." I put my hand over my mouth to stop the involuntary little sob that had risen in my throat. "You knew Walter?" Despite my effort to control my voice, the words came out choked. "You were there?" I didn't elaborate upon my question, but clearly he knew what I meant. I was asking him, "You were there on March 19, 1945? You were there when a kamikaze pilot crashed right through the flight deck of the USS Franklin, detonating the fuel storages, igniting the onboard aircraft, and turning the ship itself into a bomb? You were there when my brother and over 800 other men died? You were there when my brother was buried at sea?" He nodded several times, a nervous, jerky bobbing of the head. Yes, he was there. I told my eyes not to glance again at the burn marks on this man's neck. My eyes glanced there anyhow, God damn it! I looked away. Now I didn't know where to look. Seeing me so uncomfortable, the man himself became only more nervous. His face looked almost panic-stricken. He seemed legitimately distraught. He was either terrified of upsetting me, or he was reliving his own nightmare. Maybe both. Witnessing this, I gathered my senses about me, took a deep breath, and set myself to the task of trying to put this poor man at ease. What was my pain, after all, compared to what he had lived through? "Thank you," I said, in a slightly more steady voice. "I'm sorry for my reaction. It's just a shock to hear my brother's name after all these years. But it's an honor to meet you." I put my hand on his arm to give him a little squeeze of gratitude. He cringed as though I had attacked him. I pulled back my hand, but slowly. He reminded me of the sort of horses my mother was always good with, the jumpy ones, the agitated ones, the timorous and troubled ones that nobody but she could handle. I instinctively took the tiniest step back and dropped my arms to my sides. I wanted to show him that I was no threat. I tried a different tack. "What's your name, sailor?" I asked, in a more gentle voice, almost a teasing voice. "I'm Frank Greco." He didn't reach out for a handshake, so I didn't either. "How well did you know my brother, Frank?" He nodded once more, again with that nervous bobbing. "We were officers together on the flight deck. Walter was my division commander. We'd been 90-day wonders together, too. Went in different directions at first, but ended up on the same ship at the end of the war. By then, he outranked me." Oh, all right. I wasn't sure what any of those words meant, but I didn't want him to stop talking. There was somebody standing right in front of me who had known my brother. I wanted to find out everything about this man. "Did you grow up around here, Frank?" I asked, already knowing the answer from his accent. But I was trying to make things as easy for him as I could. I would give him the simple questions first. Again, the twitchy nod. "South Brooklyn." "And were you and my brother good friends?" He winced. "Miss Morris, I need to tell you something." The patrolman took off his hat once more and jammed his trembling fingers through his hair. "You don't recognize me, do you?" "Why would I recognize you?" "Because I already know you, and you already know me. Please don't walk away, ma'am." "Why on earth would I walk away?" "Because I met you back in 1941, he said. "I was the guy who drove you home to your parents' house." The past came roaring up at me like a dragon woken from a deep slumber. I felt dizzy with the heat and the force of it.
In a vertiginous series of flashes, I saw Edna's face, Arthur's face, Celia's face, Winchell's face. I saw my own young face in the back of that beat-up Ford, shamed and shattered. This was the driver. This was the guy who had called me a dirty little whore right in front of my brother. "Ma'am," he said, and now he was the one grabbing my arm. "Please don't walk away." "Stop saying that." My voice came out ragged. Why did he keep saying that when I wasn't going anywhere? I just wanted him to stop saying that. But he did it again. "Please don't walk away, ma'am. I need to talk to you." I shook my head. I can't. "You need to understand." "I'm sorry," he said. "Could you let go of my arm, please?" "I'm sorry," he repeated, but he dropped my arm. What did I feel? Repulsion. Pure repulsion. I couldn't tell, though, if it was repulsion for him or for me. Whatever it was growing out of a trove of shame that I thought I'd buried long ago. I hated this guy. That's what I felt. Hate. "I was a stupid kid," he said. "I didn't know how to act. I really must go now. Please don't walk away, Vivian." His voice was rising, which disturbed me. But hearing him call me by my name was even worse. I hated it that he knew my name. I hated that he'd watched me on stage today and knew who I was the whole time, that he knew this much about me. I hated that he'd probably knew my brother better than I did. I hated that Walter had attacked me in front of him. I hated that this man had once called me a dirty little whore. Who did he think he was, approaching me now after all these years? This sense of rage and disgust compounded, and it strengthened something in my spine. I needed to leave right now. "I have a bus full of kids waiting for me," I said. I started walking away. "I need to talk to you, Vivian," he cried out after me. "Please." But I got on the bus and left him standing there by his patrol car, hat in hand, like a man begging for alms.
And that, Angela, is how I officially met your father. Somehow, I managed to do all the things I needed to get done that day. I dropped the kids back at the high school and helped unload the props. We returned the bus to its parking space. Marjorie and I walked home with Nathan, who could not stop chattering on about how much he had loved the show, and how when he grew up, he wanted to work in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Of course, Marjorie could tell I was upset. She kept casting glances at me over Nathan's head, but I just nodded at her to indicate that I was fine, which I decidedly was not. Then, just as soon as I was free, I ran straight to Aunt Peg's house. I had never before told anybody about that car ride home to Clinton back in 1941. Nobody knew how my brother had savaged me up one side and down the other, eviscerating me with rebuke and allowing his disgust to rain down upon me in buckets. I had certainly never told anyone about the double disgrace of having this attack occur in front of a witness, a stranger, who had then added his own coup de grace to my punishment by calling me a dirty little whore. Nobody knew that Walter had not so much rescued me from New York City as dumped me like a bag of garbage on my parents' doorstep, too sickened by my behavior to even look at my face for a moment longer than he had to. But now I rushed over to Sutton Place to bring the story to Peg. I found my aunt stretched out on her couch, as she was wont to do those days, alternating between smoking and coughing. She was listening to radio coverage of the Yankees. As soon as I walked in, she told me that it was Mickey Mantle Day over at Yankee Stadium, that they were honoring his stellar 15-year career in baseball. In fact, when I burst into the apartment and started talking, Peg put up her hand. Joe DiMaggio was speaking, and she didn't want him interrupted. "Have some respect, Vivi," she said, all business. So I shut my mouth and let her have her moment. I knew she would have liked to be there at the stadium in person, but she wasn't strong enough anymore for such a strenuous excursion.
But Peg's face was awash with rapture and emotion as she listened to DiMaggio honoring Mantle. By the end of his speech, she had fat tears running down her cheeks. Peg could handle anything: war, catastrophe, failure, death of a relative, a cheating husband, the demolition of her beloved theater, without shedding a tear. But great moments in sports history always made her weepy. I've often wondered if our conversation would have gone differently had she not been so saturated with emotion for the Yankees that day. There's no way of telling. I did sense that it was frustrating for her to turn off the radio once DiMaggio was done talking and give her full attention to me. But she was a generous person, so she did it anyhow. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose, coughed some more, lit another cigarette. Then she listened to me with full absorption as I began to tell her my tale of woe. Midway through my saga, Olive came in. She had been out shopping at the market. I stopped talking in order to help her put away groceries, and then Peg said, "Vivi, start from the beginning again. Tell Olive everything you've been telling me." This wouldn't have been my preference. I had learned to love Olive Thompson over the years, but she would not be the first candidate I would run to if I needed a shoulder to cry on. Olive wasn't exactly a soft bosom of overflowing sympathy. Still, she was there, and she and Peg, as they had gotten older, had increasingly become my parental figures. Seeing my hesitation, Peg said, "Just tell her about it, Vivi. Trust me, Olive is better at this kind of stuff than any of us." So I backed up and started my saga all over again. The car ride in 1941, Walter's disgracing of me, the driver calling me a dirty little whore, my dark time of shame and banishment in upstate New York, and now the return of the driver, a patrolman with burn scars who had been on the Franklin, who knew my brother, who knew everything. The women listened to me attentively, and when I got to the end, they stayed attentive, as though they were waiting for more of the story. "And then what happened?" asked Peg when she realized I wasn't talking anymore. "Nothing. After that, I left." "You left?" "I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to see him." "Vivian, he knew your brother. He was on the Franklin. From your description, it sounds as though he was gravely wounded in that attack. And you didn't want to talk to him?" "He hurt me," I said. "He hurt you? He hurt your feelings 25 years ago, and you just walked away from him? This person who knew your brother? This veteran?" I said that car ride was the worst thing that ever happened to me, Peg. "Oh, was it?" snapped Peg. "Did you think to ask the man about the worst thing that ever happened to him?" She was becoming agitated in a manner that was not at all in character. This was not what I had come for. I wanted comfort, but I was being scolded. I was starting to feel foolish and embarrassed. "Never mind," I said. "It's nothing. I shouldn't have bothered you today." "Don't be stupid. It's not nothing." She had never spoken to me this sharply. "I should never have brought it up," I said. "I interrupted your game. You're just irritated with me about that. I'm sorry I burst in here. I don't give a rat's ass about the goddamn baseball game, Vivian. I'm sorry. I'm just upset, and I wanted to talk to someone." "You're upset? You walked away from that wounded veteran and then came here to me because you wanted to talk about your difficult life? Jesus, Peg, don't come down on me like this. Just forget it. Forget I said anything." "How can I?" Then she started coughing, one of her awful, jagged coughing fits. Her lungs sounded barbed and brittle. She sat up, and Olive pounded on her back for a bit. Then Olive lit another cigarette for Peg, who took the deepest drags she could, interspersed with more fits of coughing. Peg composed herself. Dummy that I was hoping she was about to apologize for having been so mean to me. Instead, she said, "Look, kiddo, I give up here. I don't understand what you want out of this situation. I don't understand you at all right now. I'm just very disappointed in you." She had never said that, not even all those years ago when I had betrayed her friend and nearly capsized her hit show. Then she turned to Olive and said, "I don't know. What do you think, boss? Olive sat quietly with her hands folded over her lap, looking down at the floor. I listened to Peg's labored breathing and to the sound of a window shade on the other side of the room, tapping in the breeze. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what Olive thought, but there we were. Finally, Olive looked up at me. Her expression was stern, as always, but as she chose her words, I could sense that she was choosing them carefully so as to not do unnecessary harm. "The field of honor is a painful field, Vivian," she said. I waited for her to say more, but she didn't. Peg started laughing, and again coughing. "Well, thank you for your contribution, Olive. That settles everything." We sat there quietly for a long time. I got up and helped myself to one of Peg's cigarettes, even though I'd quit a few weeks earlier, or had sort of quit. "The field of honor is a painful field," Olive went on at last, as though Peg had not spoken. "That's what my father taught me when I was young. He taught me that the field of honor is not a place where children can play. Children don't have any honor, you see, and they aren't expected to, because it's too difficult for them. It's too painful. But to become an adult, one must step into the field of honor. Everything will be expected of you now. You will need to be vigilant in your principles. Sacrifices will be demanded. You will be judged. If you make mistakes, you must account for them. There will be instances when you must cast aside your impulses and take a higher stance than another person without honor might take."
Such instances may hurt, but that's why honor is a painful field. Do you understand? I nodded. The words I understood. What this had to do with Walter and Frank Greco and me, I had no clue, but I was listening. I had a feeling her words would make more sense to me later, once I had time to give them more consideration. But as I say, I was listening. This was the longest speech I'd ever heard Olive make, so I knew this was an important moment. Actually, I don't think I'd ever listened more carefully to anyone. Of course, nobody is required to stand in the field of honor, Olive continued. If you find it too challenging, you may always exit, and then you can remain a child. But if you wish to be a person of character, I'm afraid this is the only way, but it may be painful. Olive turned her hands over on her lap, exposing her palms. All this my father taught me when I was young. It constitutes everything I know. I try to apply it to my life. I'm not always successful, but I try. If any of this is helpful to you, Vivian, you are welcome to put it to use. It took me over a week to contact him. The difficulty wasn't in finding him. That part had been easy. Peg's Dorman's older brother was a police captain, and it took him no time at all to confirm that, yes, there was a Francis Greco stationed as a patrolman in the 76th Precinct in Brooklyn. They gave me the phone number for the precinct desk, and that was that. Picking up the phone was the hard part. It always is. I will admit that the first few times I called, I hung up just as soon as somebody answered. The next day, I talked myself out of calling back. The next few days, too. When I found my courage to try again, and to actually stay on the line, I was told that Patrolman Greco was not there. He was out on the job. Did I want to leave a message? No. I tried a couple more times over the next few days, and always got the same message. He was out on patrol. Patrolman Greco clearly did not have a desk job. Finally, I agreed to leave a message. I gave my name and left the number for Latelaire. Let his fellow officers wonder why a nervous broad from a bridal shop was calling him so insistently. Not 1 hour later, the phone rang, and it was him. We exchanged awkward greetings. I told him that I would like to meet him in person if he would be amenable to that idea. He said he would. I asked if it would be easier for me to go out to Brooklyn or for him to come to Manhattan. He said Manhattan would be fine. He had a car and he liked to drive. I asked when he was free. He said he would be free later that very afternoon.
I suggested that he meet me at Pete's Tavern at 5 o'clock. He hesitated, then said, "I'm sorry, Vivian, but I'm not good at restaurants." I wasn't sure what that meant, but I didn't want to put him on the spot. I said, "How about we meet in Stuyvesant Square then, on the west side of the park? Would that be better?" He allowed that this would be better. "By the fountain," I said, and he agreed. Yes, by the fountain. I didn't know how to go about any of this. I really didn't want to see him again, Angela, but I kept hearing what Olive had said to me. You can remain a child. Children run away from problems. Children hide. I didn't want to remain a child. I couldn't help but think back to the time when Olive had rescued me from Walter Winchell. I could see now that she'd saved me in 1941 precisely because she had known that I was still a child. She could tell that I was not yet somebody who was accountable for her own actions. When Olive had told Winchell that I was an innocent who'd been seduced, it had not been a ploy. She had really meant it. Olive had seen me for what I was, an immature and unformed girl who could not yet be expected to stand in the painful field of honor. I had needed a wise and caring adult to save me, and Olive had been that champion. She had stood in the field of honor on my behalf. But I had been young then. I wasn't young anymore. I would have to do this myself. But what would an adult, a formed person, a person of honor, do in this circumstance? Face the music, I suppose. Fight her own corner, as Winchell had said. Forgive somebody, perhaps. But how? Then I remembered what Peg had told me years earlier about the British Army engineers during the Great War, who used to say, "We can do it whether it can be done or not." Eventually, all of us will be called upon to do the thing that cannot be done. That is the painful field, Angela. That is what caused me to reach for the phone. Your father was already at the park when I arrived, Angela, and I was early and had only 3 blocks to walk. He was pacing before the fountain. I'm sure you remember the way he used to pace. He was dressed in civilian clothes, brown wool pants, a light blue nylon sports shirt, and a dark green Harrington jacket. The clothing hung loosely on his frame. He was awfully thin. I approached him. "Hi there." "Hello," he said. I wasn't certain if I should shake his hand. He didn't seem sure of protocol either, so we did nothing but stand with our hands in our pockets. I'd never seen a man more uncomfortable. I gestured to a bench and asked, "Would you care to sit down and talk with me for a moment?" I felt stupid, as though I were offering him a chair in my own home rather than a seat in a public park. He said, "I'm not good at sitting down. If you don't mind, can we walk?" "I don't mind at all." We started walking the perimeter of the park, under the lindens and the elms. He had a long stride, but that was fine. So do I. "Frank," I said, "I apologize for running off the other day." "No, I apologize to you." "No, I should have stayed and heard you out. That would have been the mature thing to do. But you have to understand, meeting you again after all these years gave me quite a start. I knew you would walk away when you found out who I was. You should have. Look, Frank, all that was long ago. I was a stupid kid," he said. He stopped and turned to face me. "Who the hell did I think I was, talking to you like that? It doesn't matter anymore. I had no right. I was such a stupid goddamn kid." "If we're going to get down to brass tacks about it," I said, "I was just a stupid kid too. I was surely the stupidest kid in New York City that week. You may recall the details of the situation in which I had found myself. I was attempting to introduce a little levity, but Frank was all business. All I was trying to do was impress your brother, Vivian. You gotta believe that. He'd never talked to me before that day, never took notice of me at all. And why would he talk to me, a popular guy like him? Then all of a sudden, there he is waking me up in the middle of the night. 'Frank, I need your car.' I was the only guy at OCS with a car. He knew that. Everyone knew that. Guys were always wanting to borrow my car. Well, the thing is, it wasn't my car, Vivian. It was my old man's car. I was allowed to use it, but I couldn't give it to anyone. Here I am, middle of the night, talking to Walter Morris for the first time, a guy I admire with all my heart, telling him that I can't give him my old man's car. I'm trying to explain all this from a dead sleep, and I don't even know what it's all about. As Frank spoke, his native accent thickened. It was as if, by going back in time, he was going back deeper into himself, even deeper into his Brooklynness. "It's all right, Frank," I said. "It's over. Vivian, you gotta let me say this. You gotta let me tell you how sorry I am. For years, I wanted to find you, tell you I was sorry. But I didn't have the courage to look for you. Please, you gotta let me tell you how it happened. See, I told Walter, I can't help you, buddy. Then he deals me the facts, tells me his sister's gone and got herself in trouble. He needs to get her out of the city pronto. He says I gotta help him save his sister. What was I gonna do, Vivian? Say no? It was Walter Morris. You know how he was. I did. I knew how he was. Nobody ever said no to my brother."
So I tell him the only way I can lend him the car is if I drive. Thinking to myself, how am I going to explain the mileage to my old man? Thinking to myself, maybe me and Walter will be friends after this. Thinking, how are we going to just walk away from OCS like this in the middle of the night? But Walter sorted it all out. Got permission from the commander for both of us to leave for a day, for 24 hours only. No one but Walter who could have gotten that permission in the middle of the night, but he did it. I don't know what he had to say or promise to get that leave, but he got it. Next thing I know, we're in Midtown, and I'm throwing your suitcases in my old man's car, getting ready to drive 6 hours to a town I've never heard of. For what reason, I don't even know. I don't even know who you are, but you're the prettiest looking girl I ever saw in my life. There was nothing flirtatious in the way he said this. He was just relaying the facts, cop that he was. Now we're in the car, I'm driving, and then Walter starts giving you the 5th degree. I never heard anyone go at someone as hard as that. What am I supposed to do while he's reaming you out? Where am I supposed to go? I can't be hearing all this. I've never been in a situation like this. I'm from South Brooklyn, Vivian, and it can be a tough neighborhood. But you gotta understand, I'm a bookish kid. I'm a shy kid. I don't get involved in fights. I'm the kind of kid who keeps his head down. Something goes on, people start yelling, I leave the scene. But I can't leave this scene because I'm driving. And he wasn't yelling, even though I think it might have been better if he was yelling. He was just taking you apart, so cold. Do you remember that? Oh, I remembered. Add to it all, I don't know anything about women. The things he was talking about, the things he said you were up to, I don't know anything about all that. And your picture is in the papers, he says? A picture of you messing around with 2 people? One of them is a movie star of some kind? Another one is a showgirl? I never heard of anything like that. But he just keeps going at you, and you're just there in the back seat, smoking cigarettes and taking it. I look in the rearview mirror. You aren't even blinking. It's like water off a duck's back, everything he's saying to you. I could see it was making Walter crazy that you weren't responding. That was just firing him up more. But I swear to God, I never saw anyone looking so cool-headed as you. I wasn't cool-headed, Frank, I said. I was in shock. Well, whatever it was, you kept your cool, like you didn't even care. Meanwhile, I'm sweating bullets, wondering, is this how you people talk all the time? Is this what rich people are like? Rich people, I thought. How had Frank been able to tell that Walter and I were rich people? And then I realized, oh yes, of course. The same way we'd been able to tell that he was a poor person, someone not even worth acknowledging. Frank kept going, and I'm thinking, they don't even know I'm here. I'm nothing to these people. Walter Morris isn't my friend. He's just using me. And you hadn't even looked at me. Back at the theater, you told me, take down those 2 suitcases, like I was a porter or something. Walter, he didn't even introduce me.
I mean, I know you were all under duress, but it's like, in his eyes, I'm nobody, you know? I'm just a tool that he needs, just somebody to drive the machine. And I'm trying to figure out how to stop being so invisible, you know? So then I think, hey, I'll jump on the bandwagon, join the conversation, try to act like him, talk the way he's talking, the way he's going after you. So that's when I said it. That's when I called you what I called you. Then I see how it lands. I look in the rearview mirror and I see your face. I see what my words just did to you. It was like I killed you. Then I see his face. It's like he just got hit by a baseball bat. I thought it was gonna be nothing, me saying that. I thought it was gonna make me seem cool too. But no, it was like mustard gas. Because no matter how bad it was, the way your brother was reaming you out, he hadn't used a word like that. I see him try to figure out what to do about it. Then I see him decide to do nothing. That was the worst part. That was the worst part, I agreed. I gotta tell you, Vivian, hand on the Bible, I never used a word like that to anybody in my life. Never in my life. Not before, not since. I'm not that guy. Where did it come from that day? Over the years, I've watched that scene 1,000 times in my mind. I watch myself say it, and I think, Frank, what's the matter with you? But those words, I swear to God, they just came flying out of my mouth. Then Walter clams up. Remember that? I do. He doesn't defend you, doesn't tell me to shut my hole. Now we gotta drive for hours in that silence. And I can't tell anyone I'm sorry, because I feel like I'm never supposed to open my mouth around the two of you again. Like I wasn't hired to open my mouth around you in the first place. Not that I was hired, but you know what I mean. Then we get to your family's house, and I never saw a house like that in my life. And Walter doesn't even introduce me to your parents, like I don't exist. Back in the car, all the way back to OCS, he doesn't say a word to me. Doesn't say a word to me the whole rest of training. Acts like it never happened. Looks at me like he never saw me before. Then we graduate, and thank God I never have to see him again. But still, I gotta think about this thing forever, and there's nothing I can ever do to put it right. Then, 2 years later, I end up transferred to the same ship as him. Of all the luck. Now he outranks me, no surprise there. He acts like he doesn't know me. And I gotta sit with it. I gotta live with it all over again, every day. At that point, Frank seemed to run out of words. There was somebody that he'd reminded me of as he was spinning out his story and struggling to explain himself. Then I realized it was myself. He reminded me of myself that night in Edna Parker Watson's dressing room when I had desperately tried to talk my way out of something that could never be put right. He was doing the same thing I had done. He was trying to talk his way into absolution. In that moment, I felt overcome by a sense of mercy, not only for Frank, but also for that younger version of myself. I even felt mercy for Walter with all his pride and condemnation. How humiliated Walter must have felt by me, and how dreadful it must have been for him to feel exposed like that in front of someone he considered a subordinate, and Walter considered everyone a subordinate. How angry he must have been to have to clean up my mess in the middle of the night. Then my mercy swelled, and for just a moment, I felt mercy for everyone who has ever gotten involved in an impossibly messy story. All those predicaments that we humans find ourselves in, predicaments that we never see coming, don't know how to handle, and then can't fix. Have you really been thinking about this forever, Frank? I asked. Always. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and I meant it. You're not the one who needs to be sorry, Vivian. In some ways, I am. There's a great deal that I'm very sorry about surrounding that incident. Even more so now that I've heard all this. Have you thought about it forever? He asked. I thought about that car ride for a long time, I admitted. Your words especially. It was hard on me. I won't pretend it wasn't. But I put it away some years ago, and I haven't thought about it in a long time. So don't worry, Frank Greco. You didn't ruin my life or anything. How about we just agree to strike this whole sad event from the books? Abruptly, he stopped walking. He spun and looked at me, wide-eyed. I don't know if that's possible. Of course it is, I said. Let's chalk it up to people being young and not knowing how to behave. I put my hand on his arm, wanting him to feel that it was all going to be all right now, that it was over.
Again, just as he had done on the first day we met, he yanked his arm away, almost violently. This time, I must have been the one who flinched. He still finds me repulsive, was how I read it. Once a dirty little whore, always a dirty little whore. Seeing my expression, Frank grimaced and said, "Oh, Jesus, Vivian, I'm sorry. I gotta tell you, it's not you. I just—" He trailed off, looking around the park hopelessly, as though searching for someone who was going to rescue him from this moment, or explain him to me. Bravely, he tried again. "I don't know how to say this. I hate like heck to talk about it. But I can't be touched, Vivian. It's a problem I have." "Oh." I took a step back. "It's not you," he said. "It's everybody. I can't be touched by anybody. It's been that way ever since this." He waved his hand in a general way over the right side of his body, where the burn scars came crawling up his neck. "You were injured," I said, like an idiot. "Of course he was injured. I'm sorry. I didn't understand." "Yeah, that's okay. Why would you?" "No, I'm very sorry, Frank. You know what? You didn't do it to me." Nonetheless, other guys, they were injured that day too. I woke up on a hospital ship with hundreds of guys. Some of them burned even as bad as me. We were the ones they pulled out of the burning water. But a lot of those guys are fine now. I don't understand it. They don't have this thing I have. "This thing," I said, "this thing of not being able to be touched, not being able to sit still. That thing I have about enclosed spaces, I can't do it. I'm okay in a car as long as I'm the one in the driver's seat, but anything else, if I have to sit still too long, I can't do it. I have to stay on my feet all the time." This was why he hadn't wanted to meet me in a restaurant or even sit with me on a park bench. He couldn't be in an enclosed space, and he couldn't sit still, and he couldn't be touched. This was probably why he was so thin, from needing to pace all the time. Dear God, this poor man. I could see that he was getting agitated, so I asked, "Would you like to walk around the park with me some more? It's a nice evening, and I enjoy walking." "Please," he said. So that's what we did, Angela. We just walked and walked and walked. 30. Of course I fell in love with your father, Angela. I fell in love with him, and it made no sense for me to fall in love with him. We could not possibly have been more different. But maybe that's where love grows best, in the deep space that exists between polarities. I was a woman who had always lived in privilege and comfort, and thus I had always been fortunate enough to skate quite lightly across life. During the most violent century of human history, I had never really suffered any harm, aside from the small troubles that I brought down upon my own head through my own carelessness. Lucky is the soul whose only troubles are self-inflicted. Yes, I had worked hard, but so do a lot of people, and my job was the relatively inconsequential task of sewing pretty dresses for pretty girls. And, in addition to all that, I was a free-thinking, unbridled sensualist who had made the pursuit of sexual pleasure one of the guiding forces in her life. And then there was Frank. He was such a weighty person, by which I mean heavy in his very essence. He was a person whose life had been hard from the beginning. He was a man who did nothing casually, thoughtlessly, or carelessly. He was from a poor immigrant family. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. He was a devout Catholic, a police officer, and a veteran who had been through hell in service to his country. There was nothing of the sensualist about him. He could not bear to be touched, yes, but it was not only that. He had no hedonic traces within him whatsoever. He dressed in clothing that was purely utilitarian. He ate food merely in order to fuel his body. He didn't socialize. He didn't go out for entertainment. He had never been to a play in his life. He didn't drink. He didn't dance. He didn't smoke. He'd never been in a fight. He was frugal and responsible. He didn't engage in irony, teasing, or tomfoolery. He only ever told the truth. And, of course, he was faithfully married with a beautiful daughter whom he'd named after God's angels. In a sane or reasonable world, how would a serious man like Frank Greco ever have crossed paths with a lightweight individual like me? What had brought us together? Aside from our shared connection to my brother, Walter, a person who had made both of us feel intimidated and minimized, we had no other commonalities. And our only shared history was a sad one. We had spent one dreadful day together, back in 1941, a day that had left the both of us shamed and scarred. Why would that day have led us to falling in love 20 years later? I don't know. I only know that we don't live in a sane or reasonable world, Angela. So here is what happened. Patrolman Frank Greco called me a few days after our first meeting and asked if we could go for another walk. The call came to L'Atelier rather late at night, well after 9 o'clock. It had startled me to hear the boutique's phone ringing. I happened to be there because I had just finished up some alterations. I was feeling stagnant and bleary-eyed. My plan had been to go upstairs and watch television with Marjorie and Nathan and then call it a night. I had almost ignored the ringing phone. But then I picked it up, and there was Frank on the line, asking me if I would go walking with him. "Right now?" I asked. "You want to go for a walk now?" "If you would. I'm feeling restless tonight. I'll be out walking anyway, and I hoped maybe you would join me." Something about this intrigued me and touched me too. I'd gotten plenty of calls from men at this hour of the night, but not because they wanted to go for a walk. "Sure," I said. "Why not? I'll be there in 20 minutes. I'll take the streets, not the expressway." We ended up walking all the way over to the East River that night, through some neighborhoods that were not so safe back then, by the way. And then we kept on walking along the deteriorating waterfront until we got to the Brooklyn Bridge. Once we got to the bridge, we walked right over it. It was cold out, but there was no breeze, and our exercise kept us warm. There was a new moon, and you could almost see some stars. That was the night when we told each other everything about ourselves. That was the night I found out that Frank had become a patrolman expressly because of his inability to sit still. Walking a beat for 8 hours a day was exactly what he needed, he said, in order not to crawl out of his own skin. This is also why he took so many extra shifts, always volunteering to fill in for the other cops who needed a day off. If he was lucky enough to get a double shift, he might be able to walk a beat for 16 straight hours. Only then might he be sufficiently tired to sleep through the night. Every time he was offered a promotion on the force, he turned it down. A promotion would have meant a desk job, and he couldn't manage that. He told me, "Being a patrolman is the only job beyond street sweeper that I'm qualified to do." But it was a job that was far below his mental capacities. Your father was a brilliant man, Angela. I don't know if you were aware of this, because he was so modest. But he was something close to a genius. He'd been born to illiterate parents, sure, and he'd been neglected in a tumble of siblings, but he was a mathematical prodigy. As a child, he may have looked like 1,000 other kids in Sacred Heart Parish, all children of dock workers and bricklayers, born to be dock workers and bricklayers themselves. But Frank was different. Frank was exceptionally smart. From an early age, he'd been singled out by the nuns as something special.
His own mother and father believed that school was a waste of time. Why study when you could work? And when they did send him to school, they were superstitious enough to tie a knot of garlic around his neck to keep away the evil spirits. But Frank bloomed in school. And the Irish nuns who taught him, distracted and tough though they were, and often viciously discriminatory against Italian children, could not help but notice the brains on this kid. They skipped him a few grades ahead, gave him extra assignments, and marveled at his skill with numbers. He excelled at every level. He got placed in Brooklyn Technical High School, easily. He finished at the top of his class. Then he put in 2 years at Cooper Union studying aeronautical engineering before he enrolled in officer candidate school and joined the Navy. Why did he even join the Navy? He was fascinated by airplanes and was studying them. You would have thought he'd have wanted to be a flyer. But he went into the Navy because he wanted to see the ocean. Imagine that, Angela. Imagine being a kid from Brooklyn, a place that is almost entirely surrounded by ocean, and growing up with the dream of someday seeing the ocean. But the thing was, he never had seen it. Not properly, anyhow. All he'd seen of Brooklyn were dirty streets and tenements and the filthy docks of Red Hook, where his father worked in a longshoreman's gang. But Frank had romantic dreams of ships and naval heroes. So he quit college and signed up for the Navy, just like my brother had done before the war had even been declared. What a waste, he told me that night. If I'd wanted to see the ocean, I could have just walked to Coney Island. I had no idea it was so close. His intention had always been to return to school after the war, finish that degree, and get a good job. But then came the attack on his ship, and he had very nearly been burned alive. And the physical pain was the least of it, to hear him tell it. While recovering in Pearl Harbor at the Navy hospital with third-degree burns over half his body, he had been served with a court-martial order. Captain Garris, the captain of the USS Franklin, had court-martialed every single man who'd ended up in the water on the day of the attack. The captain claimed that those men had deserted against direct orders. Those men, many of whom, like Frank, had been blown off the ship in flames, were accused of being cowards. This was the worst of it for Frank. The branding of coward burned him more deeply than the branding of fire. And even though the Navy eventually dropped the case, recognizing it for what it was, an attempt by an incompetent captain to shift attention from his many errors that fateful day by blaming innocent men, the psychological damage had been done. Frank knew that many of the men who had stayed aboard the ship during the attack still considered the men in the water to have been deserters. The other survivors were given medals of valor. The dead were called heroes. But not the guys in the water. Not the guys who had gone overboard in flames. They were the cowards. The shame had never left him. He came home to Brooklyn after the war, but because of his injuries and his trauma, they called it a neuropsychopathic condition back then and had no treatment for it. He was never the same. There was no way he could go back to college now. He couldn't sit in a classroom anymore. He tried to finish his degree, but he constantly had to leave the building, run outside, and hyperventilate. I can't be in rooms with people, as he put it. And even if he had been able to complete his degree, what kind of job could he have gotten? The man couldn't sit in an office. He couldn't sit through a meeting. He could barely sit through a telephone call without feeling like his chest was going to implode from agitation and dread. How could I, in my easy, comfortable life, understand pain like that? I couldn't, but I could listen. I'm telling you all this now, Angela, because I promised myself I would tell you everything. But I'm also telling you all this because I'm fairly certain that Frank never told you any of it. Your father was proud of you, and he loved you, but he did not want you to know the details of his life. He was ashamed that he had never made good on his early academic promise. He was embarrassed to be working in a job that was so far below his intellectual capacities. He was sick in the heart about the fact that he had never finished his education. And he felt constantly humiliated by his psychological condition. He was disgusted with himself that he couldn't sit still, or sleep through the night, or be touched, or have a proper career. He kept all this from you as much as possible because he wanted you to be able to establish your own life, free from his bleak history. He saw you as a fresh and unsullied creation.
He thought it was best if he stayed somewhat distant from you so that you would not be infected by his shadows. That's what he told me, in any case, and I don't have any reason not to believe it. He didn't want you to know him very well, Angela, because he didn't want his life to hurt your life. I've often wondered what it felt like for you to have a father who cared so much about you, but who deliberately removed himself from your day-to-day existence. When I asked him if perhaps you longed for more attention from him, he said that you probably did. But he didn't want to come close enough to damage you. He thought of himself as a person who damaged things. That's what he told me anyway. He thought it was better just to leave you in the care of your mother. I haven't mentioned your mother yet, Angela. I want you to know that this hasn't been out of disrespect, but quite the opposite. I'm not sure how to talk about your mother or about your parents' marriage. I will tread carefully here so as to not offend or hurt you, but I will also try to be thorough in my report. At the least, you deserve to know everything I know. I must start off by saying that I never met your mother. I never even saw a photo of her, and so I know nothing about her beyond what Frank told me. I tend to believe that his descriptions of her were truthful only because he was so truthful. But just because he described your mother truthfully doesn't necessarily mean he described her accurately. I can only assume that she was like all of us, a complicated being composed of more than one man's impressions. You may have known a completely different woman than the person whom your father described to me, is what I'm saying. I'm sorry if my story then clashes with what you perceived, but I will convey it to you nonetheless. I learned from Frank that his wife's name was Rosella, that she was from the neighborhood, and that her parents, also Sicilian immigrants, owned the grocery store down the street from where Frank grew up. As such, Rosella's family was of higher social status than Frank's family, who were mere manual laborers. I know that Frank started working for Rosella's parents when he was in 8th grade, as a delivery boy. He always liked your grandparents and admired them. They were more gentle and refined people than his own family. And that's where he met your mother, at the grocery store. She was 3 years younger, a hard worker, a serious girl. They got married when he was 20 and she was 17. When I asked if he and Rosella had been in love at the time of their marriage, he said, "Everyone in my neighborhood was born on the same block, raised on the same block, and married someone from the same block. It's just what you did. She was a good person, and I liked her family." "But did you love her?" I repeated. "She was the right sort of person to marry. I trusted her. She knew I would be a good provider. We didn't go in for love." They were married right after Pearl Harbor, like so many other couples, and for the same reasons as everyone else. And of course, you, Angela, were born in 1942.
I know that Frank was unable to get much leave during the last few years of the war, so he didn't see you and Rosella for quite a long time. It wasn't easy for the Navy to ship people home from the South Pacific all the way to Brooklyn. A lot of those guys didn't see their families for years. Frank spent 3 Christmases in a row on an aircraft carrier. He wrote letters home, but Rosella rarely replied. She had not finished school and was self-conscious about her handwriting and her spelling. Because Frank's family was also barely literate, he was one of the sailors on the aircraft carrier who never got mail. "Was that painful for you?" I asked him. "Never to hear news from home?" "I didn't hold it against anyone," he said. "My people weren't the kind to write letters. But even though Rosella never wrote to me, I knew she was faithful and that she was taking good care of Angela. She was never the type to go around with other boys. That was more than a lot of men on the ship could say about their wives. Then there was the kamikaze attack, and Frank was burned over 60% of his body. For all his talk of how other guys on his ship had been just as badly injured as him, the truth is that nobody else with burns as severe as Frank's had ended up surviving. People didn't survive burns over 60% of their bodies back then, Angela, but your father did. Then there were the long months of torturous recovery at the Naval Hospital. When Frank finally came home, it was 1946. He was a changed man, a broken man. You were now 4 years old, and you didn't know him except from a photo. He told me that when he met you again after all those years, you were so pretty and bright and kind that he could not believe you belonged to him. He could not believe that anything associated with him could be as pure as you. But you were also a little bit afraid of him. Not nearly so afraid, though, as he was of you. His wife also felt like a stranger. Over those missing years, Rosella had transformed from a pretty young girl to a matron, heavy-set and serious, dressed always in black. She was the sort of woman who went to Mass every morning and prayed to her saints all day long. She wanted to have more children, but of course that was now impossible, because Frank could not bear to be touched. That night, as we walked all the way to Brooklyn, Frank told me, "After the war, I started sleeping in a cot out in the shed behind our house. Made a room for myself there with a coal stove. I've been sleeping there for years. It's better that way. I don't keep anyone awake with my strange hours. Sometimes I wake up screaming, that sort of thing. My wife and kid, they didn't need to be hearing that. For me, with sleeping, the whole procedure is a disaster. Better that I do it alone. He respected your mother, Angela. I want you to know that. He never once said a bad word about her. On the contrary, he approved entirely of the way she raised you, and he admired her stoicism in the face of her life's many disappointments. They never bickered. They were never at each other's throats. But after the war, they barely ever spoke other than to make arrangements about the family. He deferred to her on all matters and turned over his paychecks to her without question. She had taken over management of her parents' greengrocer business and had inherited the building that housed the shop. She was a good businesswoman, he said. He was happy that you, Angela, had grown up in the store, chatting with everyone. The light of the neighborhood, he called you. He was always eyeing you for signs that you, too, might someday be an oddball recluse, which is how he saw himself, but you seemed normal and social. Anyway, Frank trusted your mother's choices around you completely. But he was always at work, on patrol, or walking the city at night. Rosella was always working at the greengrocer or taking care of you. They were married in name only. At one point, he told me, he had offered her a divorce so she might have the chance to find a more suitable man. With his inability to uphold his duties of marital consortium and companionship, he felt certain they could secure an annulment. She was still young. With another man, she might still have the big family she had always wanted. But even if the Catholic Church had allowed her to divorce, Rosella would never have gone ahead with it. She's more church than the church itself, he said. She's not the kind of person who would ever break a vow. And nobody in our neighborhood gets divorced, Vivian, even if things are bad. And with me and Rosella, things were never bad. We just lived separate lives. What you gotta understand about South Brooklyn is that the neighborhood itself is a family. You can't break up that family. Really, my wife is married to the neighborhood. It was the neighborhood who took care of her while I was in the service. The neighborhood still takes care of her now, and Angela too. But do you like the neighborhood? I asked. He gave a rueful smile. It's not a choice, Vivian. The neighborhood is what I am. I'll always be part of it, but I'm also not part of it anymore since the war. You come back, everyone expects you to be the same guy you were before you got blown up. I used to have enthusiasms, like everyone else. Baseball, movies, what have you. The church feasts on 4th Street, the big holidays. But I don't have enthusiasms anymore. I don't fit there anymore. It's not the neighborhood's fault. They're good people. They wanted to take care of us guys who came back from the war.
Guys like me, if you had a Purple Heart, everyone wants to buy you a beer, give you a salute, give you free tickets to a show. But I can't do anything with all that. After a while, people learn to leave me alone. Now it's like I'm a ghost when I walk down those streets. Still, though, I belong to that place. It's hard to explain if you're not from there. I asked him, "Do you ever think about moving away from Brooklyn?" He said, "Only every day for the last 20 years. But that wouldn't be fair to Rosella and Angela. Anyhow, I'm not sure I'd be better off anywhere else." As we walked back over the Brooklyn Bridge that night, he said to me, "What about you, Vivian? You never got married." "Almost. But I was saved by the war." "What does that mean?" "Pearl Harbor came, my guy enlisted, we broke off the engagement." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Don't be. He wasn't right for me, and I would have been a disaster for him. He was a fine person, and he deserved better." "And you never found another man?" I was quiet for a while, trying to think how to answer that. Finally, I decided to just answer it with the truth. "I've found many other men, Frank, more than you could count." "Oh," he said. He was quiet after that, and I wasn't sure how that information had landed on him. This was a moment where another sort of woman might have chosen to be discreet, but something stubborn in me insisted that I be even more clear. "I've slept with a lot of men, Frank, is what I'm saying." "No, I get it," he said. "And I will be sleeping with a lot more men in the future, I expect. Sleeping with men, lots of men, that's more or less my way of life." "Okay," he said. "I understand." He didn't seem agitated by it, just thoughtful. But I felt nervous sharing this truth about myself, and for some reason I couldn't stop talking about it. "I just wanted to tell you this about me," I said, "because you should know what kind of woman I am. If we're going to be friends, I don't want to run into any judgment from you. If this aspect of my life is going to be a problem." He stopped suddenly in his tracks. "Why would I judge you? Think about where I'm coming from here, Frank. Think about how we first met." "Yeah, I see," he said. "I get it. But you don't need to worry about that." "Good. I'm not that guy, Vivian. I never was." "Thank you. I just wanted to be honest."
"Thank you for the tribute of your honesty," he said, which I thought then, and still think, was one of the most elegant things I'd ever heard anyone say. "I'm too old to hide who I am, Frank, and I'm too old to be made to feel ashamed of myself by anyone. Do you understand that?" "I do. But what do you think of it, though?" I asked. I couldn't believe I was pushing this issue, but I couldn't help but ask. His poise, his lack of shocked response on the matter was puzzling. "What do I think about you sleeping with a lot of men?" "Yeah." He thought for a moment, then said, "There's something that I know about the world now, Vivian, that I didn't know when I was young." "And what's that?" "The world ain't straight. You grow up thinking things are a certain way. You think there are rules. You think there's a way that things have to be. You try to live straight. But the world doesn't care about your rules or what you believe. The world ain't straight, Vivian. Never will be. Our rules, they don't mean a thing. The world just happens to you sometimes, is what I think. And people just gotta keep moving through it, best they can." "I don't think I ever believed that the world was straight," I said. "Well, I did, and I was wrong." We walked on. Below us, the East River, dark and cold, progressed steadily toward the sea, carrying away the pollution of the whole city with its currents. "Can I ask you something, Vivian?" he said after a while. "Certainly. Does it make you happy? Being with all those men, you mean?" "Yes." I gave this question real consideration. He hadn't asked it in an accusing way. I think he genuinely wished to comprehend me. And I'm not sure I'd ever pondered it before. I didn't want to take the question lightly.
It makes me satisfied, Frank, I finally replied. It's like this. I believe I have a certain darkness within me that nobody can see. It's always in there, far out of reach. And being with all those different men, it satisfies that darkness. Okay, Frank said. I think I can maybe understand that. I had never before spoken this vulnerably about myself. I had never before tried to put words to my experience. But still, I felt that my words fell short. How could I explain that by darkness I didn't mean sin or evil? I only meant that there was a place within my imagination so fathomlessly deep that the light of the real world could never touch it. Nothing but sex had ever been able to reach it. This place within me was pre-human almost. Certainly it was pre-civilization. It was a place beyond language. Friendship could not reach it. My creative endeavors could not reach it. Awe and joy could not reach it. This hidden part of me could only be reached through sexual intercourse. And when a man went to that darkest, secret place within me, I felt as though I had landed in the very beginning of myself. Curiously, it was in that place of dark abandon where I felt the least sullied and most true. But as for happy, I went on, you asked if it makes me happy? I don't think so. Other things in my life make me happy. My work makes me happy. My friendships and the family that I've created, they make me happy. New York City makes me happy. Walking over this bridge with you right now makes me happy. But being with all those men, that makes me satisfied, Frank. And I've come to learn that this kind of satisfaction is something I need, or else I will become unhappy. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that's how it is with me, and it's not something that's ever going to change. I'm at peace with it. The world ain't straight, as you say. Frank nodded, listening, wanting to understand, able to understand. After another long silence, Frank said, "Well, I think you're fortunate then." "Why's that?" I asked. "Because not many people know how to be satisfied." 31. I have never loved the people I was supposed to love, Angela. Nothing that was ever arranged for me worked out the way it was planned. My parents had pointed me in a specific direction, toward a respectable boarding school and an elite college, such that I could meet the community I was meant to belong to. But apparently, I didn't belong there, because to this day, I don't have a single friend from those worlds. Nor did I meet a husband for myself at one of my many school proms. Nor did I ever really feel like I belonged to my parents, or that I was meant to reside in the small town where I grew up. I still don't keep in touch with anybody from Clinton. My mother and I had only the most superficial of relationships right up until her death. And my father, of course, was never much more than a grumbling political commentator at the far end of the dinner table. But then I moved to New York City, and I came to know my Aunt Peg, an unconventional and irresponsible lesbian who drank too much and spent too much money, and who only wanted to cavort through life with a sort of hop-skip-tra-la-la. And I loved her. She gave me nothing less than my entire world. And I also met Olive, who didn't seem lovable, but whom I came to love nonetheless, far more than I loved my own mother or father. Olive was not warm or affectionate, but she was loyal and good. She was something of a bodyguard to me. She taught me whatever morality I possess. Then I met Marjorie Lofsky, an eccentric Hell's Kitchen teenager whose immigrant parents were in the rag trade. She was not at all the sort of person I was supposed to befriend. But she became not only my business partner, but my sister. I loved her, Angela, with all my heart. I would do anything for her, and she for me. Then came Marjorie's son, this weak little boy who was allergic to life itself. He was Marjorie's child, but he was my child too. If my parents' vision for my life had gone according to plan, I would surely have had my own children, big, strong, horseback-riding future captains of industry. But instead, I got Nathan, and that was better. I chose Nathan, and he chose me. I loved him too. These random-seeming people were my family, Angela. These people were my real family. I'm telling you all this because I want you to understand that over the next few years, I came to love your father just as much as I loved any of them. My heart cannot offer him higher praise than that. He became as close to me as my own beautiful, random, and real family. Love like that is a deep well with steep sides. Once you fall in, that's it. You will love that person always. A few nights a week for years on end, your father would call me at some odd hour and say, "Do you want to get out? I can't sleep." I'd say, "You can never sleep, Frank." And he'd say, "Yeah, but tonight I can't sleep worse than usual." It didn't matter what the season was or the time of night. I always said yes. I've always enjoyed exploring this city, and I have always liked the nighttime. What's more, I just loved being with Frank. So he would call me, and I would agree to see him, and he would drive over from Brooklyn to pick me up, and we would go someplace and walk. It didn't take us long to walk every neighborhood in Manhattan, and so pretty soon we started exploring the outer boroughs as well. I never met anybody who knew the city better. He took me to neighborhoods I'd never even heard of, and we would explore them on foot in the wee hours of the morning, talking all the while. We walked all the cemeteries and all the industrial yards. We walked the waterfronts. We walked by the row houses and through the projects. We eventually walked over every single bridge in the greater New York metropolitan area, and there are a lot of them. Nobody ever bothered us. It was the strangest thing. The city was not a safe place back then, but we walked through it as though we were untouchable. We were often so deep in our own conversations that we often didn't even notice our surroundings. Miraculously, the streets kept us safe and the people let us be. I wondered at times if people could even see us at all.
But then, sometimes the police would stop us and ask what we were doing, and Frank would show his badge. He would say, "I'm walking this lady home," even if we were in a Jamaican neighborhood in Crown Heights. He was always walking me home. That was always the story. Sometimes, late at night, he would drive me to Long Island to buy fried clams at a place he knew, a 24-hour diner where you could pull right up to the window and order your food from the car. Or we'd go to Sheep's Head Bay for little necks. We'd eat them while parked on the dock, watching the fishing boats head out to sea. In the spring, he would drive me out to the countryside in New Jersey to pick dandelion leaves in the moonlight for making bitter salads. It's something Sicilians enjoy, he taught me. Driving and walking, those were the things that he could do without getting too anxious. He always listened to me. He became the most trusted confidant of my life. There was a clarity about Frank, a deep and unshakable integrity. It was soothing to be with a man who never boasted about himself, so rare in men of that generation, and who did not impose himself on the world in any way. If he ever had a fault or made a mistake, he would tell you before you could find out for yourself. And there was nothing I could ever tell him about myself that he would judge or criticize. My own glints of darkness did not frighten him. He had such darkness of his own that nobody else's shadow scared him. Most of all, though, he listened. I told him everything. When I had a new lover, I told him. When I had a fear, I told him. When I had a victory, I told him. I was not accustomed, Angela, to having men listen to me. And as for your father, he was not accustomed to being with a woman who would walk 5 miles with him in the middle of the night, in the rain, in Queens, just to keep him company when he could not sleep. He was never going to leave his wife and daughter. I knew that, Angela. That's not who he was. And I was never going to lure him into bed.
Aside from the fact that his injuries and his trauma made a sexual life impossible for him, I was not a woman who could have an affair with a married man. That's not who I was. Not anymore. Moreover, I can't say I ever fantasized about marrying him. In general, of course, the thought of marriage gave me a hemmed-in feeling, and I didn't long for it with anyone. But certainly not with Frank. I couldn't imagine us sitting at a breakfast table, talking over a newspaper, planning vacations. That picture didn't look like either of us. Lastly, I can't be certain that Frank and I would have shared the same depth of love and tenderness for each other had sex ever been part of our story. Sex is so often a cheat, a shortcut of intimacy, a way to skip over knowing somebody's heart by knowing instead their mere body. So we were devoted to each other in our own way, but we kept our lives separate. The one New York City neighborhood that we never explored together on foot was his South Brooklyn, or Carroll Gardens, as the realtors eventually named it, although your father never called it that. This was the neighborhood that belonged to his family, to his tribe, really. Out of respect, we left it quietly untouched by our footsteps. He never came to know my people, and I never came to his. I introduced him briefly to Marjorie, and certainly my friends knew about him, but Frank was not somebody who could socialize. What was I going to do? Have a dinner party and show him off? Expect a man with his nervous condition to stand in a crowded room and make idle chit-chat with strangers while holding a cocktail? No. To my friends, Frank was just the walking phantom. They accepted that he was important to me because I said that he was important to me. But they never understood him. How could they have? For a while, I'll admit, I'd indulged a fantasy that he and Nathan might meet someday, and that he could become a father figure to that dear little boy. But that wasn't going to work either. He could barely be a father figure to you, Angela, his actual child, whom he loved with all his heart. Why would I ask him to take on another child to feel guilty about? I asked nothing of him, Angela, and he asks nothing of me, other than, do you want to go for a walk? So, what were we to each other? What would you call it? We were something more than friends, that was certain. Was he my boyfriend? Was I his mistress? Those words all fall short. Those words all describe something that we were not. Yet I can tell you that there was a lonely and untenanted corner of my heart that I'd never known was there, and Frank moved right into it. Holding him in my heart made me feel like I belonged to love itself. Although we never lived together or shared a bed, he was always a part of me. I saved stories for him all week so I would have good things to tell him. I asked for his opinions because I respected his ethics. I came to cherish his face precisely because it was his. Even his burn scars became beautiful to my eye. His skin looked like the weathered binding of some ancient sacred book. I was enchanted by the hours that we kept and the mysterious places we went, both in the course of our conversations and in the city itself. The time we spent together happened outside of the world, is how it felt. Nothing about us was normal. We always ate in the car. What were we? We were Frank and Vivian walking through New York City together while everyone else slept. Frank normally reached out to me at night, but on one roastingly hot day in the summer of 1966, I got a call from him in the middle of the afternoon, asking if he could please see me immediately. He sounded frantic, and when he arrived at L'Atelier, he leapt out of the car and started pacing in front of the boutique with more nervousness than I'd ever before witnessed. I quickly handed over my work to an assistant and hopped into the car, saying, "Let's go, Frank. Come now, just drive." He drove all the way out to Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn, speeding the entire time and not saying a word. He parked in a patch of dirt at the end of a runway where we could watch the Naval Air Reserve planes come in for landings. I knew that he must have been profoundly agitated. He always went to Floyd Bennett Field to watch the planes land when nothing else would calm him. The roar of the engines settled his nerves. I knew better than to ask him what was wrong. Eventually, once he had caught his breath, I knew he would tell me. So we sat in the crushing July heat with the car off, listening to the engine tick and cool. Silence, then a landing plane, then silence again. I cranked down my window to bring in some air, but Frank didn't seem to notice. He hadn't yet taken his white-knuckled hands off the steering wheel. He was wearing his patrolman's uniform, which must have been sweltering. But again, he didn't appear to notice. Another plane landed and shook the ground. "I went to court today," he said. "All right," I said, just to let him know that I was listening. "I had to testify about a break-in last year, a hardware store. Some kids on dope, looking for things to fence. They beat up the owner, so there were assault charges. I was the first officer on the scene, so I understand. Your father often had to appear in court, Angela, on some police matter or another. He never liked it. Sitting in a crowded courtroom was hell for him, of course. But it had never caused him to have a panicked reaction like this. Something more troubling must have occurred. I waited for it. "I saw somebody I used to know today, Vivian," he said at last. His hands were still not off the wheel, and he was still staring straight ahead. "A guy from the Navy. Southern guy. He was on the Franklin with me. Tom Deno. I haven't thought of that name in years. He was a guy who came from Tennessee. I didn't even know he lived up here."
Those Southern guys. You'd think they would have all gone back home after the war, right? But he didn't, I guess. Moved here to New York. Lives way the hell up on West End Avenue. He's a lawyer now. He was in court today, representing one of the kids who broke into the hardware store. I guess that kid's parents must have some money. They got a lawyer. Tom Deno, of all people. That must have surprised you. Again, just letting him know I was there. "I can still remember Tom when he was brand new on the ship," Frank went on. "I don't know the date, don't owe me to it, but he come on in something like early '44. He came straight off the farm, country boy. You think city kids are tough, but you should see those country boys. Most of them, they came from such poverty, you never saw anything like it. I thought I grew up poor, but it was nothing compared to these kids. They never saw food before, like the amounts of food on the ship. They ate like they were starving, I remember. First time in their lives, they hadn't shared dinner with 10 brothers. Some of them had hardly ever worn shoes. Accents like you never heard. You could barely understand them. But they were tough as hell in battle. Even when we weren't under fire, they were tough, fighting with one another all the time, or mouthing off to the Marines who were guarding the Admiral when the Admiral was on board. They didn't know how to do anything except come at life hard, you know? Tom Deno was the hardest of them all." I nodded. Frank rarely talked in such detail about life on board the ship or about anyone he'd known in the war. I didn't know where this was all going, but I knew it was important. "Vivian, I was never tough like those guys." He was still gripping that steering wheel like it was a life preserver, like it was the only thing in the world keeping him afloat. One day on the flight deck, one of my men, young kid from Maryland, stopped paying attention for a second. He took a step in the wrong direction, and his head got sucked right off his body, right into a plane propeller. Just pulled his head right off him, right in front of me. We weren't even under fire, just a routine day on the deck. Now we have a headless body on the deck, and you better hurry and clean it up, because more planes are coming in, landing every 2 minutes. You gotta keep the flight deck clear at all times. But I just freeze. Now here comes Tom Deno, and he grabs the body by its feet and drags it away, probably the way he used to drag pig carcasses back on the farm. He doesn't even flinch, just knows what to do. Meanwhile, I can't even move. And then Tom's got to come and pull me out of the way too, so I won't be the next one killed. Mean officer. Him, an enlisted kid. This was a kid who'd never been to a dentist, Vivian. How the hell did he end up as a Manhattan lawyer? Are you sure it was him that you saw today? I asked. It was him. He knew me. He came over and talked to me. Vivian, he's one of the 704 Club. Jesus Christ. Frank threw me a tortured look. I don't know what that means, I said as gently as I could. The men who stayed on the Franklin when we were hit that day, there were 704 of them. Captain Garris named those guys the 704 Club. He built them up as heroes. Hell, maybe they were heroes. The heroic living, Garris called them. The ones who didn't desert the ship. They get together every year and have reunions, relive the glories. You didn't desert the ship, Frank. Even the Navy knew that. You were blown overboard in flames. Vivian, it doesn't matter, he said. I was already a coward long before that. The panic had drained from his voice. Now he spoke with dreadful calm. No, you weren't, I said. It's not an argument, Vivian. I was. We'd been under fire already for months before that day. I couldn't handle it. I could never handle it. Guam in July of '44, bombing the hell out of Guam. I couldn't imagine how there was even a single blade of grass left standing on that island when we were done with it. We rained such hell on that place. But when our troops landed at the end of July, out come all these Japanese soldiers and tanks. How did they even survive it? I can't imagine. Our Marines were brave, the Japanese soldiers were brave, but I wasn't brave. I couldn't bear the noise of the guns, Vivian, and they weren't even being fired at me. That's when I started being like this, the nerves, the shakes. The men started calling me twitchy. Shame on them, I said. They were right, though. I was a pile of nerves. One day, we had a bomb fail to release from one of our planes. A 100-pound bomb just got jammed in the open bomb bay. The pilot radios in that he's got a bomb stuck in the bay, and he has to land like that. Can you imagine? Then, during the landing, the bomb kind of shudders loose and falls out, and now we have a 100-pound bomb skittering across the flight deck. Your brother and some other guys just ran right at it and pushed that thing over the edge of the ship like it's nothing. And again, I'm frozen. Can't help, can't act, can't do anything. It doesn't matter, Frank. But again, it was like he couldn't hear me. Then, it's August 1944, he went on. We're in the middle of a typhoon, but we're still running sorties, landing planes, even while the waves are breaking over the flight deck. And those pilots landing on a postage stamp in the middle of the Pacific, in the teeth of the gale, they never even flinch. Here I am, my hands can't stop shaking, and I'm not even piloting the goddamn planes, Vivian. They called our convoy Murderers Row. We were supposed to be the toughest guys around, but I wasn't tough. Frank, I said, it's all right. Then the Japanese start suicide bombing us in October. They know they're gonna lose the war, so they decide to go down in glory, take out as many of us as they can by any means necessary. They just kept coming at us, Vivian. One day in October, there were 50 of them that came at us. 50 kamikaze planes in one day. Can you imagine it? No, I said, I cannot. Our guys knocked them out of the air, one after another, but they sent more planes the next day. I knew it was just a matter of time before one of them would hit us. Everyone knew we were sitting ducks, not more than 50 miles off the coast of Japan. But our guys were so cavalier about it, strutting around like it was nothing. And there was Tokyo Rose on the radio every night, telling the world that the Franklin was already sunk. That's when I stopped sleeping. Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, terrified every minute. I've never slept right since then. Some of those kamikaze pilots, when they got shot down, we fished them out of the water as prisoners.
One of those Japanese pilots, he was being marched across our flight deck to the brig, but then he broke away and ran right to the edge of the ship, jumped off and killed himself rather than be taken prisoner. Death with honor, right in front of me. I looked at his face as he was running to the edge, Vivian, and I swear to God, he didn't look anything near as scared as I felt. I could feel Frank spinning back into the past now, hard and fast, and it wasn't good. I needed to bring him back home, back to himself, back to now. What happened today, Frank? I asked. What happened with Tom Deno in that courtroom today? Frank exhaled, but gripped the steering wheel even harder. He comes up to me, Vivian, right before I'm supposed to testify, remembers me by name, asks how I'm doing, tells me about how he's a lawyer now, where he lives on the Upper West Side, where he went to college, where his kids go to school. Gave me a speech about how well he's done. He was one of the skeleton crew that sailed the Franklin back to the Brooklyn Navy Yard after the attack, you know? And I guess he never left New York after that. Still has that accent from right off the farm, though. But wearing a suit that probably costs more than my house.
Then he looks me up and down in my uniform and says, "A beat cop? That's what naval officers become these days? Christ, Vivian, what am I supposed to say?" I just nod. Then he asks me, "Do they even let you carry a gun?" And I say something stupid like, "Yeah, but I've never used it." And he says, "Well, you always were a soft apple, Twitchy." And he walks away. "He can go straight to hell," I said. I felt my own fists balling up. A wave of rage overcame me so fiercely that the noise of it in my ears, a roar of rushing blood, was for a moment louder than the roar of the plane landing in front of us. I wanted to hunt down Tom Deno and slit his neck. How dare he? I also wanted to gather up Frank in my arms and rock him and comfort him, but I couldn't, because the war had bunged up his mind and his body so badly that he couldn't even be held in the arms of a woman who loved him. It was all so vicious, and it was all so wrong. I thought of how Frank had once told me that when he came up in the water after being blown off the ship, he emerged into a world that was completely on fire. Even the seawater around him was on fire, blanketed with burning fuel. And the engines of the stricken aircraft carrier were only fanning the flames, burning the men in the water even more severely. Frank found that if he splashed hard, he could push the fire away and create a small spot in the Pacific that was not on fire. So that's what he did for 2 hours, him with burns over most of his body, until he was rescued. He just kept pushing the flames away, trying to keep one small area of his world free from the inferno. All these years later, I felt like he was still trying to do that, still trying to find a safe radius somewhere in the world, someplace where he could stop burning. "Tom Deno is right, Vivian," he said. "I've always been a soft apple." I wanted so badly to comfort him, Angela, but how? Aside from my presence in the car that day, as somebody who would listen to his awful story, what could I give him? I wanted to tell him that he was heroic, strong, and brave, and that Tom Deno and the rest of the 704 Club were wrong. But I knew this wouldn't work. He wouldn't have been able to hear those words. He wouldn't have believed them. I had to say something, though, because he was in such pain. I closed my eyes and begged my mind for something useful to offer. Then I opened my mouth and just spoke, blindly trusting that fate and love would grant me the right words. "So what if it's true?" I asked. My voice came out harder than I'd expected. Frank turned to look at me in surprise. "What if it's true, Frank, that you're a soft apple? What if it's true that you were never made for combat and you couldn't handle the war?" "It is true." "Okay then, let's agree that it's true, just for the sake of argument. But what would that mean?" He said nothing. "What would it mean, Frank?" I demanded. "Answer me, and take your hands off the goddamn steering wheel. We're not going anywhere." He took his hands off the wheel, set them gently in his lap, and stared down at them. "What would it mean, Frank, if you were a soft apple? Tell me." "It would mean I'm a coward." "And what would that mean?" I demanded. "It would mean I'm a failure as a man." His voice was so quiet I could barely hear him. "No, you're wrong," I said, and I had never been more fiercely sure of anything in my life. "You're wrong, Frank. It would not mean that you're a failure as a man. Do you want to know what it actually means? It means nothing." He blanked at me, confused. He'd never heard me speak as sharply as this. "You listen to me, Frank Greco," I said. "If you're a coward, and let's just say that you are for the sake of argument, it means nothing. My Aunt Peg, she's an alcoholic. She can't handle drinking. It ruins her life and turns her into a mess. And do you know what that means? It means nothing. Do you think it makes her a bad person that she has no control over booze? A failure of a person? Of course not. It's just the way she is. Alcoholism just happened to her, Frank. Things happen to people. We are the way we are. There's nothing to be done for it. My Uncle Billy, he couldn't keep a promise or stay faithful to a woman. It meant nothing. He was a wonderful person, Frank, and he was completely untrustworthy. It's just how he was. It didn't mean anything. We all still loved him." "But men are supposed to be brave," said Frank. "So what?" I nearly shouted it. "Women are supposed to be pure. And look at me. I've had sex with countless men, Frank. And do you know what it means about me? Nothing. It's just how it is. You said it yourself, Frank. The world ain't straight. That's what you told me our first night. Use your own words to understand your own life. The world ain't straight. People have a certain nature, and that's just how it goes. And things happen to people, things that are beyond their control. The war happened to you, and you weren't made for battles, so what? None of it means a damn thing. Stop doing this to yourself." "But tough guys like Tom Deno." "You know nothing about Tom Deno. Something happened to him too, I guarantee it. For a grown man to come at you like that, with such cruelty? Oh, I promise you, life has happened to him too. Something left him wrecked as a person. Not that I care about that asshole, but his world ain't straight either, Frank. You can bet on it." Frank started crying. When I saw this, I nearly wept too. But I held back my tears because his were far more important, far more rare. At that moment, I would have given years off my life to be able to hold him, Angela. In that moment, more than any other. But it wasn't possible. "It's not fair," he said through body-racking sobs. "No, it's not, sweetheart," I said. "It's not fair. But it's what happened. It's just the way things are, Frank, and it means nothing. You're a wonderful man. You're no failure. You're the best man I've ever known. That's the only thing that matters." He kept on crying, separated from me by a safe distance as always. But at least he'd taken his hands off the wheel. At least he had been able to tell me what had happened. Here in the privacy of his swelteringly hot car, in the one corner of his world that was not on fire at this moment, at least he'd been able to tell the truth. I would sit with him until he was all right again. I knew that I would sit with him for as long as it took. That's all I could do. That was my only job in the world that day, to sit with this good man, to watch over him from the other side of the car until he was steadied. When he finally got control of himself again, he stared out the window with the saddest expression I ever saw. He said, "What are we gonna do about it all?" "I don't know, Frank. Maybe nothing. But I'm right here." That's when he turned to look at me. "I can't live without you, Vivian," he said. "Good. You'll never have to." And that, Angela, was the closest your father and I ever came to saying I love you. 32. The years passed like they always do. My Aunt Peg died in 1969 from emphysema. She smoked cigarettes right up until the end. It was a hard death. Emphysema is a brutal way to die. Nobody can fully remain themselves when they are in such pain and discomfort.
But Peg tried her best to stay Peg, optimistic, uncomplaining, enthusiastic. But slowly, she lost the ability to breathe. It's a horrible thing to watch someone struggling for air. It's like witnessing a slow drowning. By the end, sorrowful though it was, we were glad that she could go in peace. We couldn't bear to see her suffer any longer. There is a limit, I have found, to how much you can mourn as tragic the death of an older person who has lived a rich life and who is privileged enough to die surrounded by loved ones. There are so many worse ways to live, after all, and so many worse ways to die. From birth to death, Peg was one of life's fortunate ones, and nobody knew it more than her. We are the luckies, she used to say. But still, Angela, she had been the most important and influential figure in my life, and it hurt to lose her. 32.
Even to this day, even all these years later, I still believe that the world is a poorer place without Peg Buell in it. The only upside of her death was that it got me to finally quit smoking for good, and that's probably why I'm still alive today. Yet another generous offering from that good woman to me. After Peg's death, I was mostly concerned about what would become of Olive. She had spent so many years tending to my aunt. How would she fill her hours now? But I needn't have worried. There was a Presbyterian church over near Sutton Place that always needed volunteers, and so Olive found a use for herself running the Sunday school, organizing fund drives, and generally telling people what to do. She was fine. Nathan got older, but still not much bigger. We kept him in Quaker schools for his whole education. It was the only environment gentle enough for him. Marjorie and I kept trying to find him a passion, music, art, theater, literature, but he was not a person made for passion. What he liked more than anything was to feel safe and cozy. So we kept his world gentle, cocooning him within our peaceful little universe. We never asked much of Nathan. We thought he was good enough, just the way he was. We were proud of him sometimes just for getting through the day. As Marjorie said, not everyone is meant to charge through the world carrying a spear. That's right, Marjorie, I told her. We shall leave the spear charging to you. L'Atelier continued to do steady business even as society changed during the 1960s and fewer people were getting married. We were fortunate in one regard. We had never been a traditional bridal shop, so when tradition went out of style, we remained au courant. We had always sold vintage-inspired gowns long before the word vintage was fashionable. So when the counterculture arrived and all the hippies were dressing in crazy old clothing, we did not get rejected. In fact, we found a new clientele. I became the seamstress to many a well-heeled flower child. I made gowns for all the affluent bankers' hippie daughters who wanted wedding dresses that would make them look as though they had sprung fully grown from some rural meadow, rather than having been born on the Upper East Side and educated at the Brearley School. I loved the 1960s, Angela. By all rights, I should not have loved that moment in history. At my age, I should have been one of those stodgy old bitches bemoaning the breakdown of society. But I had never been an ardent fan of society, so I didn't object to seeing it challenged. In fact, I delighted in all the mutiny and rebellion and creative expression. And of course, I loved the clothes. How fabulous that those hippies turned our city streets into a circus. It was all so freeing and playful. But the 1960s made me feel proud, too, because there was a level at which my community had already foretold all these transformations and upheavals. The sexual revolution? I'd been doing that all along. Homosexual couples living together as spouses? Peg and Olive had practically invented it. Feminism and single motherhood? Marjorie had walked that beat for ages. A hatred of conflict and a passion for nonviolence? Well, I'd like to introduce you to a sweet little boy named Nathan Lotsky. With the greatest of pride, I was able to look out across all the cultural upheavals and transformations of the 1960s and know this: my people got there first.
Then, in 1971, Frank asked me for a favor. He asked me, Angela, if I would make your wedding dress for you. This startled me on several levels. For one thing, I was genuinely surprised to hear that you were getting married. It didn't seem to be in keeping with what your father had always told me about you. He'd been so proud of you as you finished your master's degree at Brooklyn College and your doctoral degree at Columbia, and in psychology, of course. With a family history like ours, he used to say, what else could she study? Your father was fascinated by your decision not to open a private practice, but instead to work at Bellevue, exposing yourself every day to the most severe and grinding cases of mental illness. Your work had become your life, he said. He fully approved. He was glad that you hadn't married young like him. He knew that you were not a traditional person and that you were an intellectual. He was so proud of your mind. He was thrilled when you started doing postdoctoral research on the trauma of suppressed memories. He said the two of you had finally found something you could talk about and that sometimes he would help you to sort data. He used to say, Angela is too good and too thoughtful for any man I've ever met. But then one day he told me you'd acquired a boyfriend. Frank had not been expecting this. You were 29 years old by then, and perhaps he'd thought you would remain single forever. Don't laugh, but I think he may have believed you to be a lesbian. But you had met somebody you liked, and you wanted to bring him home for Sunday dinner. Your boyfriend turned out to be the head of security at Bellevue, a recently returned veteran of Vietnam, a native of Brownsville, Brooklyn, who was going back to school at City College to study law, a black man by the name of Winston. Frank was not upset that you were dating a black man, Angela, not for a minute. I hope you know that. More than anything, he was awed by your courage and confidence to bring Winston to South Brooklyn. He saw the looks on the neighbors' faces. It brought him satisfaction to see how uncomfortable you had made the neighborhood, and to see that other people's judgments would not stop you. But most of all, he liked and respected Winston. Good for her, he said. Angela's always known what she wanted, and she's never been afraid to take her own path. She's chosen well. From what I understand, your mother was less happy about you and Winston. According to your father, Winston was the only subject upon which he and Rosella ever argued. Frank had always deferred to your mother's opinion about what was best for you. Here, though, they parted ways. I don't know the details of their argument. It's not important. In the end, though, your mother came around, or at least that's what I was told. Again, Angela, I apologize if anything I'm telling you here is incorrect. I'm aware that I'm relaying your own history to you at this point, and it makes me self-conscious. You surely know what happened better than anyone, or maybe you don't. Again, I don't know how much you were shown of your parents' dispute. I just don't want to leave out anything that you might not be aware of. And then, in early spring of 1971, Frank told me that you were getting married to Winston in a small private ceremony, and he asked me to create your dress. Is this what Angela wants? I asked. She doesn't know yet, he said. I'm going to talk to her about it. I'm going to ask her to come and see you. You want Angela to meet me? I have only one daughter, Vivian, and knowing Angela, she will have only one marriage. I want you to make her wedding dress. It would mean a lot to me. So yeah, I want Angela to meet you. You came into the boutique on a Tuesday morning, early, because you had to be at work by 9. Your father's car pulled up in front of my shop, and the two of you entered together. Angela, said Frank, this is my old friend Vivian that I was telling you about. Vivian, this is my daughter. Well, I'll leave you both to it. And he walked out. I had never been more nervous to meet a client. What's worse, I could instantly see your reluctance. You were more than reluctant. I could see that you were deeply impatient. I could see your confusion about why your father, who had never interfered with a minute of your life, had insisted on bringing you here. I could see that you didn't want to be here. And I could tell, because I have an instinct for these things, that you didn't even want a wedding dress.
I was willing to bet that you found wedding gowns corny and old-fashioned and demeaning to women. I would have wagered 1,000,000 to 1 odds that you were planning to wear the exact same thing on your wedding day that you were wearing now. A peasant blouse, a wraparound denim skirt, and clogs. Dr. Greco, I said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hoped you were glad that I had called you by your title. Forgive me, but having heard so many stories about you over the years, I was a bit proud of your title myself. Your manners were impeccable. It's a pleasure to meet you, too, Vivian, you said, smiling as warmly as you were able to, given that you obviously wished you were anywhere but here. I found you to be such a striking woman, Angela. You didn't have your father's height, but you had his intensity. You had those same dark, searching eyes that signaled both curiosity and suspicion. You nearly vibrated with intelligence. Your eyebrows were thick and serious, and I liked the fact that you appeared never to have tweezed them. And you had restless energy, just like your dad. Not so restless as his, of course, lucky for you, but still, it was notable. I hear you're getting married, I said. Congratulations to you. You cut right to the chase. I'm not much of a wedding person. I understand completely, I said. Believe it or not, I'm not really one for weddings either. You've chosen a funny line of work then, you said, and we both laughed. Listen, Angela, you don't have to be here. It won't hurt my feelings in the least if you're not interested in buying a wedding dress. Now you seem to backtrack, perhaps fearing that you'd offended me. No, I'm happy to be here, you said. It's important to my father. That's true, I agreed, and your father is a good friend of mine and the best man I know. But in my business, I'm not so interested in what fathers have to say, or mothers either for that matter. I care only about the bride. You winced slightly at the word bride. In my experience, there are only 2 kinds of women who ever get married. Women who love the idea of being a bride, and women who hate it but are doing it anyway. It was obvious what kind of woman I was working with here. Angela, let me tell you something, I said. And is it all right with you that I call you Angela? It felt so strange to say the name to your face, that most intimate name, the name I had been hearing for years. That's fine, you said. May I assume that everything about a traditional wedding is repugnant and off-putting to you? That's correct. And if it were up to you, it would be a quick trip to the county clerk's office on your lunch break, or maybe not even marriage vows at all, but just an ongoing relationship without getting the government involved? You smiled. Again, I caught that flash of intelligence. You said, "You must be reading my mail, Vivian. Somebody else in your life wants a proper-looking marriage ceremony for you then. Who is it? Your mother?" "It's Winston." "Ah, your fiancé." Again the wince. I had chosen the wrong word. "Your partner, perhaps I should say." "Thank you," you said. "Yes, it's Winston. He wants a ceremony. He wants us to stand before the whole world, he says, and declare our love." "That's sweet. I suppose so. I only wish that I could send a stand-in that day to do the job for me." "You hate being the center of attention," I said. "Your father always told me that about you." "I despise it. I don't even want to wear white. It seems ridiculous at my age. But Winston wants to see me in a white gown. Most grooms do. There's something about a white gown, setting aside the obnoxious question of virginity, that signals to a man that this day is not like any other day. It shows him that he's been chosen. It means a lot to men, I have learned over the years, to see their brides walking toward them in white. Helps to quiet their insecurities. And you'd be surprised how insecure the men can be." "That's interesting," you said. "Well, I've seen a lot of it." At this point, you relaxed enough to start taking in your surroundings. You drifted over to one of my sample racks, which was filled with billows of crinolines and satin and lace. You started sorting through the gowns with an expression of martyrdom. "Angela," I said, "I can tell you right now that you won't like any of those dresses. In fact, you'll despise them."
You dropped your arms in defeat. Is that right? Look, I don't have anything here right now that would suit you. I wouldn't even let you wear one of these gowns. Not you, the girl who was fixing her own bicycle by the time she was 10. I'm an old-fashioned seamstress in one regard only, my dear. I believe a dress should flatter not only a woman's figure, but also her intelligence. Nothing in the showroom is intelligent enough for you. But I have an idea. Come sit down with me in my workroom. Let's have a cup of tea, if you've got a moment. I had never before taken a bride into my workroom, which was at the back of the shop and full of mess and chaos. I preferred to keep my customers in the pretty, magical space that Marjorie and I had created at the front of the building, with the cream-colored walls and the dainty French furniture and the dappled sunlight streaming in from the street windows. I liked to keep my brides in the illusion of femininity, you see, which is where most brides like to abide. But I could see that you were not somebody who wanted to abide in illusion. I thought you might be more comfortable where the actual work was done. And there was a book I wanted to show you, which I knew was back there. So we went back into my workshop, and I fixed us each a cup of tea. Then I brought you the book, a collection of antique wedding photos that Marjorie had given me for Christmas. I opened to a picture of a French bride from 1916. She was wearing a simple, cylindrical gown that came to just above her ankles and was completely unornamented. I'm thinking of something like this for you. Nothing like a traditional Western wedding gown. No flounce, no whim-whams. You could be comfortable in this and move about with ease. The top of the dress almost looks like a kimono. The way the bodice is just two simple pieces of fabric that cross over the bust. It was the style in the teens for a while, especially in France, to imitate Japanese clothing and wedding design. I've always thought this shape was beautiful, not much more complicated than a bathrobe, really. So elegant. It's too simple for most people, but I admire it. I think it would suit you. Do you see how the waist is high, and then there's that wide satin band with the bow on the side? Something like an obi? An obi? You were legitimately interested now. A Japanese ceremonial sash. In fact, what I would do is make you a version of this dress in a creamy white to satisfy the traditionalists in the room. But then on your waist, I'd give you an actual Japanese obi. I would suggest a sash of red and gold, something bold and vivid, to signal the unconventional path that your life has taken. Let's stay as far away from the something borrowed, something blue cliché, shall we? I could show you how to tie the obi in two different ways. Traditionally, Japanese women use different knots, whether they are married or unmarried. We could start you off with the unmarried knot. Then perhaps Winston could untie the sash during the ceremony, and then you could retie it with the knot of a married woman. Maybe that could constitute the entire ceremony, in fact. Up to you, of course. That's very interesting, you said. I like this idea. I like it a lot. Thank you, Vivian. My only hesitation is that it may be upsetting for your father to see the Japanese elements in the design, given his history in the war and all that. But I'm not sure. What do you think? No, I don't think it would bother him. If anything, he might appreciate the reference, almost as if I am wearing something that represents a bit of his history. I could see him thinking that, I said.
One way or another, I'll talk to him about it so it doesn't catch him by surprise. But now you seemed distracted, and your face became sharp and tight. Vivian, may I ask you something? You said. Of course. How is it that you know my father, anyway? God help me, Angela. I do not know what my face revealed in that moment. If I were to guess, though, I would imagine that I looked some combination of guilty, afraid, sad, and panicked. You can understand my confusion, you went on, seeing my discomfort, given that my father doesn't know anybody. He doesn't talk to a soul. He says that you're his dear friend, but that doesn't make any sense. He doesn't have any friends. Even his old friends from the neighborhood don't socialize with him. And you're not even from the neighborhood. But you know so much about me. You know that I was fixing bicycles when I was 10. Why would you know that? You sat there, waiting for me to answer. I felt completely outgunned. You were a trained psychologist, Angela. You were a professional dissembler. You'd been around all sorts of madness and lies in your work. The feeling I got was that you had all the time in the world to wait me out, and that you would instantly know if I was deceiving you. You can tell me the truth, Vivian, you said. The look on your face was not hostile, but your focus was fearsome. But how could I tell you the truth? It wasn't my place to tell you anything, or to violate your father's privacy, or to possibly upset you right before your wedding. And how could I possibly explain Frank and me? Would you have believed me anyway if I'd told you the truth? Namely, that I had spent several nights a week with your father for the past 6 years, and that all we did was walk and talk? He was a friend of my brother's, I finally said. Frank and Walter served together during the war. They went to officer candidate school together. They both ended up on the USS Franklin. My brother was killed in the same attack that injured your father. Everything that I said was true, Angela, except for the part about your father and my brother being friends. They had known each other, yes, but they were not friends. As I spoke, I could feel tears standing in my eyes. Not tears about Walter, not even tears about Frank, just tears about this situation, about sitting alone with the daughter of the man I loved and liking her so much and not being able to explain anything. Tears, as with so many other times in my life, about the intractable dilemmas in which we can find ourselves. Your face softened. Oh, Vivian, I'm sorry. There were so many more questions you could have asked at that point, but you didn't. You could see that the subject of my brother had upset me. I believe you were too compassionate to keep me cornered. Anyway, you'd been given an answer, and it was plausible enough. I could see that you suspected there was more to the story, but in your kindness, you chose to believe what I had told you, or at least not to chase any further information. Mercifully, you dropped the subject, and we went back to planning your wedding dress. What a beautiful dress it was, too. I would spend the next 2 weeks working on it. I searched the city myself for the most stunning antique obi I could find. Wide, red, long, and embroidered with golden phoenixes. It was criminally expensive, but there was nothing else in New York like it. I didn't charge your father for it, don't worry. I made the gown itself out of a creamy, clingy charmeuse satin. I fashioned a fitted slip beneath it, with a built-in brassiere that would subtly make you feel more held together. I wouldn't let my assistants or even Marjorie so much as lay a finger on that gown. I sewed every stitch and seam on my own, bent over my work in something like prayerful silence. And, as much as I know that you hated ornamentation, I could not help myself. At the spot where the 2 bands of fabric crossed your heart, I sewed one little pearl, taken from a necklace that had once belonged to my grandmother. A small gift, Angela, from my family to yours. 33. It was December of 1977 when I got your letter saying that your father had died. I'd sensed already that something was terribly wrong. I hadn't heard from Frank in almost 2 weeks, which was highly unusual. In fact, in the 12 years of our relationship, it had never happened before. I was growing concerned, very concerned, but didn't know what to do about it. I had never called Frank at home, and since he had retired from the police force, I couldn't phone him at the precinct. He didn't have any friends that I knew of, so there was nobody I could contact to ask if he was all right. I couldn't exactly go knocking on his door in Brooklyn. And then came your note, addressed to me, care of L'Atelier. I've saved it all these years. Dear Vivian,
It is with a heavy heart that I write to tell you that my father passed away 10 days ago. It was a sudden death. He was out walking one night around our neighborhood, as he was wont to do, and he collapsed on the sidewalk. It would appear that he had a heart attack, although we did not ask for an autopsy. This has been a great shock to me and to my mother, as I'm sure you can imagine. My father had his frailties, to be sure, but they were never of a physical nature. He had such stamina. I thought he would live forever. We held a small service for him at the same church where he was christened, and he has been buried in Greenwood Cemetery, next to his parents. Vivian, I apologize. It was only after the funeral that I realized I should have contacted you immediately. I know that you and my father were dear friends. Surely he would have wanted you to be alerted. Please forgive this tardy note. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such bad news, and I'm sorry that I didn't get word to you sooner. If there is anything that I or my family can ever do for you, please let me know. Sincerely, Angela Greco. You had kept your maiden name. Don't ask me why, but I noticed that right away, before I had even fully registered that he was gone. Good for you, Angela, I thought. Always keep your own name. Then the news hit me, that Frank was gone, and I did just what you might imagine I would do. I dropped to the floor, and I wept. Nobody wants to hear about anybody else's grief. There's a level at which everyone's grief is exactly the same anyway, so I won't go into details about my sadness. I will say only that the following few years were a very hard time for me, the hardest and loneliest I ever experienced. Your father had been a peculiar man in life, Angela, and he was peculiar in death, too. He remained so vivid. He came to me in dreams, and he came to me in smells and sounds and sensations of New York itself. He came to me in the scent of summer rain on hot macadam, or in the sweet perfume of wintertime sugared nuts sold by street vendors. He came to me in the sour, milky odor of Manhattan's ginkgo trees in springtime bloom. He came to me in the bubbling coo of nesting pigeons and in the screaming of police sirens. He was everywhere to be found across the city. Yet his absence weighted my heart with deep silence. I went on about my life. So much of my day-to-day routine looked exactly the same, even after he had gone. I lived in the same place, I did the same job, I spent time with the same friends and family. Frank had never been part of my daily routine, so why would anything change? My friends knew that I had lost someone important to me, but they hadn't known him. Nobody knew how much I had loved him. How would I have explained him? So I wasn't warranted the public grieving rights of a widow. I didn't see myself as a widow in any case. That was your mother's position, not mine. How could I be a widow when I had never been a wife? There had never been a correct word for what Frank and I were to each other. So the absence I felt after his death was both private and unnamed. Your face softened. Oh, Vivian, I'm sorry. There were so many more questions you could have asked at that point, but you didn't. You could see that the subject of my brother had upset me. I believe you were too compassionate to keep me cornered. Anyway, you'd been given an answer, and it was plausible enough. I could see that you suspected there was more to the story, but in your kindness, you chose to believe what I had told you, or at least not to chase any further information. Mercifully, you dropped the subject, and we went back to planning your wedding dress. What a beautiful dress it was, too. I would spend the next 2 weeks working on it. I searched the city myself for the most stunning antique obi I could find. Wide, red, long, and embroidered with golden phoenixes. It was criminally expensive, but there was nothing else in New York like it. I didn't charge your father for it, don't worry. I made the gown itself out of a creamy, clingy charmeuse satin. I fashioned a fitted slip beneath it with a built-in brassiere that would subtly make you feel more held together. I wouldn't let my assistants or even Marjorie so much as lay a finger on that gown. I sewed every stitch, and
Mostly, it was this. I would wake up late at night and lie in my bed, waiting for the phone to ring so that I could hear him say, "Are you awake? Do you want to go for a walk?" New York City itself seemed smaller after Frank died. All those distant neighborhoods that we had explored together on foot were no longer open to me. They weren't places a woman could go alone, not even a woman as independent as myself. And in the geography of my imagination, a great many neighborhoods of intimacy were now also shuttered. There were certain subjects that I had only ever been able to talk about with Frank. There were places within me that he alone could reach with his listening, and I would never be able to reach those places on my own. Even so, I want you to know that I've done just fine in my life without Frank. I grew out of my sorrow, the way people usually do, eventually. I found my way back to joyful things again. I've always been a lucky person, Angela, not least of all because my natural temperament is not one of gloom and despair. In that regard, I have always been a bit like my Aunt Peg, not prone to depression, thank God. And I've had wonderful people in my life in the decades after Frank died. Exciting lovers, new friends, my chosen family. I've never wanted for company. But I have also never stopped missing your father. Other people have always been perfectly nice and kind, don't get me wrong, but nobody was him. Nobody could ever be like that bottomless well of a man, that walking confessional booth who could absorb whatever you told him without judgment or alarm. Nobody else could be that beautiful dark soul who always seemed to straddle the worlds of life and death. Nobody but Frank was Frank. So you have waited a long time for your answer, Angela, about what I was to your father, or what he was to me. I've tried to answer your question as honestly and thoroughly as I could. I was about to apologize for going on so long. But if you are truly your father's daughter, and I believe that you are, then I know that you're a good listener. You're the sort of person who would want the whole story. Also, it is important for me that you know everything about me, the good and the bad, the loyal and the perverse, so that you can decide for yourself what to think of me. But I need to make it clear once again, Angela, your father and I never embraced, we never kissed, we never had sex. He was the only man I ever really loved, though, with all my heart. And he loved me, too. We didn't speak of it because we didn't need to speak of it. We both knew it. That said, I do want to tell you that over the years, your father finally reached a point of ease with me where he could rest the back of his hand on my palm without flinching in pain. We could sit together in his car, in the quiet comfort of that touch for many minutes at a time. I never saw more sunrises in my life than I did with him. If by doing that, by holding his hand all those times as the sun came up, I took something away from your mother or from you, I beg your forgiveness. But I don't think I did. So here we are, Angela. I am sorry to hear about your mother's death. You have my condolences. I am glad to hear that she lived a long life. I hope she had a good life and a peaceful death. I hope that your heart is strong within your grieving. I also want to say that I'm so glad you were able to track me down. Thank God I'm still living at the Atelier building. That's the good thing about never changing your name or your address, I suppose. People always know where to find you. Although I should tell you that Atelier is not a bridal boutique anymore, but a coffee and juice shop that Nathan Lautsky runs. The building itself belongs to me, though. Marjorie left it to me after her death 13 years ago, knowing that I would do a better job than Nathan at managing the property. So she put things entirely in my hands, and I've taken good care of the place. I was the one who helped Nathan to get his little business up and running, too. He needed all the help he could get, believe me. Nathan, dear as he is, will never set the world on fire, but I do love him. He has always called me his other mother. I'm happy to have his affection and care. In fact, I am probably as embarrassingly healthy as I am for my ripe old age because he tends to me. And I tend to him as well. We are good to each other. So this is why I am still here,
still in the same place I've lived since 1950. Thank you for coming to look for me, Angela. Thank you for asking me for the truth. I have told you all of it. I will sign off now, but there's one more thing I want to say. Long ago, Edna Parker Watson told me that I would never be an interesting person. She may have been right about that. That's not mine to judge or to know. But she also said that I was the worst sort of female, namely, the type of woman who cannot be a friend to another woman because she will always be playing with toys that are not her own. In this regard, Edna was wrong. Over the years, I've been a good friend to a great many women. I used to say that there were only two things I was ever good at, sewing and sex. But I have been selling myself short all this while, because the fact is that I am also very good at being a friend. I'm telling you all this, Angela, because I am offering my friendship to you, if you would ever care to have it. I don't know whether my friendship would interest you. You may never want to have anything to do with me after reading all this. You may find me a despicable woman. That would be understandable. I don't happen to think I'm despicable. I don't think anyone is anymore. But I will leave it to you to decide for yourself. But do give my offer some thought, is my respectful suggestion. You see, all the while that I've been writing these pages to you, I have been imagining you in my mind as a young woman. To me, you will always be that flinty, smart, no-nonsense 29-year-old feminist who walked into my bridal shop in 1971. But I'm grasping only now that you're not a young woman anymore. By my calculations, you are almost 70. And I'm not young, obviously. This is what I've found about life as I've gotten older. You start to lose people, Angela. It's not that there is ever a shortage of people. Oh, heavens, no. It is merely that, as the years passed, there comes to be a terrible shortage of your people. The ones you loved. The ones who knew the people that you both loved. The ones who know your whole history. Those people start to be plucked away by death, and they are awfully hard to replace after they go. After a certain age, it can become difficult to make new friends. The world can begin to feel lonely and sparse, teeming though it may be with freshly minted young souls. I'm not sure whether you've had that feeling yet, but I've had it, and you may have that feeling someday. All this is why I want to end by saying that although you owe me nothing, and I expect nothing from you, you are precious to my heart nonetheless. And should you ever find that your world feels lonely and sparse, and that you need a new friend, please remember that I am here. I don't know how much longer I will be here, of course, but as long as I remain on this earth, my dear Angela, I am yours. Thank you for listening. Vivian Morris. Acknowledgements. So many generous New Yorkers, past and present, shared of themselves in order to help me create this book. Brooklyn native Margaret Cordy, who has been my brilliant and beloved friend for 30 years, guided me through my research, accompanied me on all my field trips, tracked down my sources, and proofread the hell out of these pages in an insanely short amount of time. But she also stirred up my joy and excitement about this project when I was under deadline. Margaret, there is simply no way I could have written this story without you.
Let's always be working on a novel together, okay? I will be forever grateful to Norma Amigo, the most gorgeous and charismatic nonagenarian I ever met, for telling me all about her days and nights as a Manhattan showgirl. It was Norma's unabashed sensuality and independence, as well as her unprintable answer to my question, "Why did you never want to get married?" that allowed Vivian to come into full and free existence. For more background on the New York City entertainment world of the 1940s and 1950s, I am also grateful to Peggy Winslow Bowne, actress, the late Phyllis Westerman, songwriter and producer, Paulette Harwood, dancer, and the lovely Laurie Sanderson, keeper of the Ziegfeld flame. For help in understanding and unearthing a Times Square that will never again exist, David Freeland was an essential and fascinating guide. Shireen Mitchell's insights and sensitivity about wedding gowns, fashion, and how to humble yourself in service to nervous brides completely shaped this aspect of Vivian's story. Thank you also to Leah Cahill for her lessons in sewing and tailoring. Jessie Thorne served as an invaluable emergency contact for my questions about men's style. Andrew Gustafson opened up the wonders of the Brooklyn Navy Yard for me. Bernard Whalen, Ricky Conte, and Joe and Lucy DiCarlo helped me to understand the life of a Brooklyn patrolman. The regulars at D'Amico Coffee in Carroll Gardens took me on the most colorful trip through time you could ever imagine. So thank you to Joni D'Amico, Rose Cusimano, Danny Calcaterra, and Paul and Nancy Gentile for sharing your stories. You guys really made me wish I had grown up in South Brooklyn back in the day. Thank you to my father, John Gilbert, LTG Rhett, USS Johnston, for helping me to get the Navy details right. I am grateful to my mother, Carol Gilbert, for teaching me how to work my ass off and how to be resilient in the face of life's difficulties. I never needed it more than this year, Mom. I am grateful to Catherine and James Murdoch for their keen copy editing skills. Because of you, this book has 5,000 fewer commas than it needed. Without the Billy Rose Theater Division of the New York Public Library, I would not have been able to read the papers of Catherine Cornell, and without Catherine Cornell, there would be no Edna Parker Watson. I am grateful to my great-aunt Lolly for giving me those old Alexander Woollcott books, which set me down the path of this story. But most of all, Lolly, thank you for modeling the extraordinary optimism, cheer, and strength that make me want to be a better and braver woman. I am grateful to my extraordinary team at Riverhead, Jeff Kloske, Sarah McGrath, Jen Martin, Helen Yentis, Kate Stark, Lydia Hurt, Shylin Tavella, Allison Fairbrother, and the late and beloved Liz Hohenadolf for publishing my books so brilliantly and boldly. Thank you to Marcus Dole and Madeline Mintosh for investing in me and believing in me. Thank you also to my friends and colleagues at Bloomsbury, Alexandra Pringle, Trom I. Doe, Kathleen Farrar, and Roz Ellis for keeping things so bright and cool on the other side of the Atlantic. Dave Cahill and Anthony Kwasi Ajay, I cannot run my world without you. I hope I never have to. Thank you to Martha Back, Karen Gertis, and Rowan Mangan for reading thousands of pages of my writing over the past few years and for wrapping me up in the great big wingspan of your collective love. Thank you to Glennon Doyle for sitting by my door all those nights. I needed it, and I am grateful. Thank you to my sister wives, Gigi Maddle and Stacy Weinberg, for their love and sacrifice during such a hard season of pain and loss. I could not have survived 2017 without you. Thank you to Cheryl Moeller, Jenny Willink, Johnny Miles, and Anita Schwartz for being enthusiastic early readers of these pages. Thank you to Billy Buell for lending me the use of his fabulous name. Sarah Chalfant, as ever, you are the wind beneath my wings. Miriam Feuerle, as ever, I love rolling with you. Lastly, a message to Ray Elias. I know how badly you wanted to be here at my side while I wrote this novel. All I can tell you, baby, is that you were. You are never not at my side. You are my heart. I will always love you. Contents: 1. Cover. 2. Also by Elizabeth Gilbert. 3. Title page. 4. Copyright. 5. Dedication. 6.
Contents. 7. Epigraph. 8. New York City, April 2010. 9. Chapter 1. 10. Chapter 2. 11. Chapter 3. 12. Chapter 4. 15. Chapter 5. 16. Chapter 6. 17. Chapter 7. 18. Chapter 8. 19. Chapter 9. 20. Chapter 10. 21. Chapter 11. 22. Chapter 12. 23. Chapter 13. 24. Chapter 15. 25. Chapter 16. 26. Chapter 17. 27. Chapter 18. 28. Chapter 19. 29. Chapter 20. 30. Chapter 21. 31. Chapter 22. 32. Chapter 23. 34. Chapter 25. 35. Chapter 26. 36. Chapter 27. 37. Chapter 28. 38. Chapter 29. 39. Chapter 30. 40. Chapter 31. 41. Chapter 32. 42. 43. Chapter 34. Acknowledgements. About the author. Landmarks. 1. Table of contents. 2. Cover. 3. Cover. 4. Title page. 5. Start print page. List. 1. I. 2. IV. 3. IV. 4. IV. 5. V. 6. V. 7. V. 8. I. 9. 9. 10. 0. 11. 1. 12. 2. 13. 3. 14. 4. 15. 5. 16. 6. 17. 7. 18. 8. 19. 9. 20. 0. 21. 1. 22. 2. 23. 3. 24. 4. 25. 5. 26. 6. 27. 7. 28. 8. 29. 9. 30. 0. 31. 1. 32. 2. 33. 3. 34. 4. 35. 5. 36. 6. 37. 7. 38. 8. 39. 9. 40. 0. 41. 1. 42. 2. 43. 33. 44.
324. 335. 335. 336. 326. 337. 328. 339. 330. 331. 332. 333. 334. 335. 336. 337. 338. 339. 340. 331. 332. 333. 334. 335. 336. 337. 338. 339. 340. 331. 332. 333. 334. 335. 336. 337. 338. 339. 340. 331. 332. 333. 334. 335. 336. 337. 338. 338. 338. 339. 340. 331. 332. 333. 334. 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 331, 332, 332, 332, 332, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 338, 339, 340, 331, 332, 333, 333, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 338, 339.